prequel for the book, and we're gonna do like a series of short stories of like setting up how the world is, just to kind of get an idea for it. Yeah, I'm half done with chapter 4. Hell yeah, brother. Wait, we get pulled off course, guys? I think we're going out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Only 5 million damage. But we'll leave it here. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having fun. We fucked around and found out today it was a good time, but no worries about it. We got the game in, and that's what matters, right? So, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, the light from the lava pierces through the tree, like, and bounces like a mirror. So the bottom part, when you look down, is like orange and pulsating, kind of like rippling lava, right? And then above you during the day is like a bright yellow-ish kind of hue. And then at night, it's kind of darker on the top and just like super orange on the bottom. Like there could be the smell of the campfire. I guess that's one part. I'm just thinking now, could be changed. Maybe they have a meal of some kind. Like, I mean, the smell of burning from Torg being hit by a fireball. 3 points of completely basically upending the world and completely changing everything, as well as perspectives towards places, because the tree itself never changes until the end of the book. But it's like, it goes from being like a harmonious sanctimony or sanctuary to a longing of home to absolute despair, and then becomes evil castle that you have to infiltrate and fight off. The only things we really have is that there has to be an adventurer's guild inside of the tree, and different branches of the tree at the highest point, because it's like an oak tree, so it grows to the top and then branches out from there, and then canopies. If there's an area that I have in my mind, it's because it's connected to the narrative. So if there's an area that we're creating, it's only to facilitate the rest of those areas. Such as, well, there has to be a crafting branch as well, because Husai has to go there. Well, there has to be a royal palace, because Husai has to go there. It better hit like 1 million. Woo! Only did 132k, but that was enough. That was enough damage. Hello. Goodbye. $22 million. You know how it is. I love you. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out and, you know, just chilling and being you pretty much, right? But hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. I've had issues with people on Twitch. I don't have them on my actual stream, but when I'm on someone else's stream, there's a few conflicts sometimes. Well, it's bound to happen. It's just, it's the internet, right? You just move on. Sometimes you just, you know, just step away from the key. Like, it's unbelievable how many of your internet problems go away when you step away from the keyboard and put your phone down. He does mean dialogue. Yeah, because I think not a big dialogue fan. I mean, you've seen me, Levi. I don't really, like, I usually stick to one character in one story and try to have little dialogue as possible. So I understand you, but the book is going to be like fucking a shit ton of dialogue. Pass a mirror and see themselves. This is kind of cliche because Husai kind of does this. But it's in a different way. So when he goes into the Soulscape in chapter 3, he basically has to fight a mirror image of himself.
I'm ready.
Nice. That was super easy. Well, that's pretty badass. Let's see. We came up with a new thing. So I apparently need more RAM because that's why the stream has been crashing. So I ordered new RAM. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take my old RAM and we're gonna turn it into a trophy and like mount it on like a piece of wood with some glass on it and engrave it. And we're gonna give it away in a raffle on the 24-hour stream. We always show up. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. The world could fucking burn. Could be World War III, guys. We're still gonna show up. If there's no internet, I'm still gonna press the button. That's how good I am. That's how constant I am. Let's keep it up. Everyone. I love you guys. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for having fun with us. We love to fuck around here, and that TTS is a good time. So remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Another avenue, right? You get to the point where it's like people are willing to give you their work, and then eventually you get to the point where you get so many people giving you their work that you have to make like some sort of barrier to entry, which is usually a paywall. It's like, yeah, for like 10 cents, I'll read and work, like, you know, give you feedback on your work. And it's like, and then you just keep increasing that price in order to narrow the amount of people, right? It's a very divisive topic in the tree. And that's why he's trying to normalize it and get people's, you know, more opinion on it. And he's an advocate for it even after being a victim of it. I think that's a very powerful thing, is when someone, even after being a victim of something, is still an advocate for it because they understand that it's like the risk is worth the reward, or it's like you just want to bring more education and more thought and light to the situation to get people to learn more so that they don't wind up in the same situation as you. I'm just thinking timeline here. So I want Duarte to be like standing at the farthest point he can possibly be inside of the tree, which is basically at the gate entrance to the roots that lead out. And it's like there's the entrance, then there's the roots themselves. Inside of the roots and on the exit area is where like the like hospital and like emergency and like vaccination and like all the adventurer like emergency stuff is located all there. Holy shit, I'm so close. No! We'll probably end on stage 6, guys. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work early tomorrow. Unfortunately, short stream, but we will be back again tomorrow. As always. As always, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. A little bit of a short stream, but that's how she goes. We're always here. That's what matters, right? So remember, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Die! This isn't fair. Die! Fuck me. I don't know this shit. Die! Wait, do you have to come up from... Nope. It's coming out from an angle. It's highlighting, but it's not clicking. This is bullshit. Ways to build your vocabulary, not necessarily the words themselves. Like, that's what like I said, it's like, I'm looking for techniques overall. Yo, boys, we back at it. How's it going, everyone? Are we watching the Cali right now? Cali's fucking amazing.
I'm playing you little chaos goblin. I am the most goblin chaos. Wait, what? I am the most...
True, Cali.
Excuse the goblin nuts. It's the I've got a little goblin gene. I've got the genes of a goblin, but the looks of... No, it's just the goblin that just the big chaos, the big old chaos, and the goblin barely fits in a... Wait, what? Wait, the goblin... I'm confused. Okay, I'm trying to understand, like, looks of a goblin. If goblins looked like angels, excuse! Like, so basically the goblin, gee, come on, green. You guys, I'm not flustered right now. I'm not, man, I'm not completely flustered right now. No, I'm not. Wait, I have these little orange things that go on like my weights. I have these weights. Look how long your ears are, Grandpa. Wait, am I like a wolf now? I don't know if I'm a wolf or like. Well, I want to be a fox. If I were like an animal, I would want to be a fox. Did you know that my. Wait.
Goblin rat.
This is gonna get like.
Pretending the bunny
What's the
is
word?
talking.
Controversial, because I'm pretending.
That's pretty good.
One sec. Let me do this. I have an idea.
Okay, so I wound up buying Scrivener. Fuck
okay.
Beezus, man. It's some bullshit.
But hey, get it?
Never doing this shit again. Never listening to anyone again. Never taking advice again. So bullshit.
Where the bunny lies. I am
or at least incentive like that.
Hello, I'm a bunny reading a book.
Not that it really matters, but it's like...
I'm a bunny reading...
the fucking exact reason why I said I hate doing this shit.
Have you ever seen that? I am reading this little book over here. It is a book about Urindale and another one. I don't.
Cat girl,
you
goblin.
Don't believe that the bunny can read. Well, I'm very offended at that.
Chapter 7, Birthright.
You don't believe I have the intelligence to read? Well. I'm hooked. Goodbye. I'm no longer here. I've left in complete shame.
No!
I'm back. You cannot shame me. You cannot shame me away. You cannot. No. I'm Reed.
Really great lighting and attractive glasses, but the book is upside down.
And really great lighting and attractive glasses, but the book is upside. The book is upside down. One sec, I can actually. One sec, everyone. Don't.
Back. Please, there for now.
Wait.
Cat girl Isekai.
See, this is what happens when you give a goblin power. When you give a goblin power, stuff like this happens. This is. Actually, have you noticed that bunny's? It can read Greek, okay? It can read Greek.
The bunny's book
is
is
Greek mythology
Greek.
in its native tongue. No, wait. It's reading mythology, and that's why we can't read this. That's
2 days ago, disappointing party. Okay.
That is why you can't.
Rat girl evolution, system girl evolution.
It's upside down. This whole thing is in Greek. Not, you know. That's basically what's happening.
Scribble hub. Reading list.
Am I still upside
Game
down?
Revolution has not been updated
You know what?
at all.
It's staying that way, and it's all.
This one's still chapter 15, so we're not even up to it. Nap time, sacrifice time. Okay, so then we want to find, so we can go back to Twitter, and we want to grab another. Yo, what's up, bot boy? Peace.
I feel like if I get like affiliate, you guys are gonna have ads on top of ads, even though you're subscribed. Like when people subscribe, you're gonna have like Spotify ads, and then they're gonna have Twitch ads. I'm gonna have to like purchase. Wait, you can. Wait, if you can like read Greek, that would be so impressive. That would be like. So, wait, you can. One sec. Let me just. One sec. Over here. Let me give you a hand. Let me give you a hand in reading this. Wait, it's blurry. Do you have like Superman powers or something? I can't. Oh my God! Look at those claws. Those claws are like nails. My friend, if you would like a pedicure, a manicure, bunny claws. Bunny. Hop. I'm hopping all over
here. What's the next?
So basically, we're supposed to be reading right now, but I'm too busy being entertaining. I hope. Am I being entertaining? I'm not sure. You know, sometimes I feel like my.
So let's move from fantasy. So we did the first two in sci-fi. Let's do the first two in fantasy.
Can go back to its
So The Garden of Forking Paths by George Lewis
Within the void,
Morris.
blocking out the.
Let's try and find this one.
What? What is this? It's another ad, guys. Save time with eligible transfer credits. I tried college, my friends. I literally give up in like 6 months because like I start feeling like it's useless to me because hey guys, I'm already a good writer, right? Because like I feel like I don't need college to be a good writer. Like I've already went through like, you know, I just need my friends right now. You know, to be a good writer. I just need everyone to just read my stuff and then, you know,
short stories.
like, and then they comment on it, and then things happen. You know, in my little chaos place. In the chaos of my head. Wait, what? What did I just do?
Garden
Over
of
here. Okay, there we go.
Forking Paths.
Huh? My apartment. Stay in a hotel and pay for it. Weren't we just talking about hotels? That would be crazy. Renter's insurance? Giving you peace of mind. You hotel me? How dare! I'm one sec.
That.
I'm
We're
a
gonna have Treehouse Isekai if Sean comes on a little bit
something's
later.
probably going to happen right now. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna try to make it happen. It's still not working. How the hell?
Don't know about this
do I
one.
make this work?
This worked, so
Do
we'll
you
go
guys
with
hear
that.
I don't know if you hear that.
Next thing we need
I have no idea why
is
this is not working. Do I need to give it like a thing, like a what's the word? Browser source? I think I need to give this thing a browser source for it to work. On a sudden,
this some deep shit.
and he fell on his knees before the barrier and prayed her to give him back his dearest Yorinda.
Can't pack it, but
She
never
laughed
smoked
at
it.
him
That's what happened.
and said,
As always, I can't not pack a bowl.
He prayed, he wept, he sorrowed, but all in vain. Alas, he said, what will become of me? He could not go back to his own home, so he went to a strange village and employed himself in keeping sheep. Many a time did he walk around and round as near to the hated castle as he dared go, but all in vain. He heard or saw nothing of Yorinda. Wait a sec, I'm still upside down. I'm still upside down, aren't I? I have vertigo. Haha. I'm upside down. Whee! This is some new shit. What? what sort of deep what in this? We have to dig ourselves out, man. This shit stinks. We might get
Dig yourselves out of a story.
wait a second. Oh my god, it's like clothes? Dig ourselves out of a story. Wait a second. Do you look, everyone? Look at what I Whee! Look at this guy. I trained to increase punch power for a month. Whee! That's what you guys should see. I'm upside down. You got that right. I'm upside down. You got that right. Is this how Greek is read? Why yes, it is read upside down. One sec. It's read. Ask Mary. She should know how to read it. This is. I am a vampire. You.
I'm not convinced the buddy is reading Greek.
Mother of God. Look into my freaking eye. The butt. Oh, how did wait? Oh, because like the oh, because. Okay, that's why. Because, you know, I mirrored it because, okay.
I don't even know why. How did you get it upside down? I don't understand why it's upside down.
Okay, One sec. Do you want? Did you? How did you get it upside down?
He's never gonna. He's never gonna tell me,
One
guys.
sec. I have to unmirror
It's not
this
fair.
so that we can read Greek. So that we can read the Greek in here. I'm supposed to be reading a book, but no. Look at how like high definition this is. Okay, now.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy.
How? Oh, it's right.
Oh, that's Russian.
Wait a sec. That's Russian.
I was gonna say.
Yo, wait. It's Russian. I'm a.
Bliat!
Wait a sec. How do I can't go. Bliat! See, that's how you say. That's how you say, like, shit, right? What the? Hey. My back.
As far as I know, I don't think there's an N in it. It's Bliat. I don't know why. I don't know why I hit the M. I'm retarded. That's why.
Mother of, see, the controls for this spaceship are very complicated.
Don't fly us into the sun,
Yes, I am a
please.
spaceship. I'm not a rabbit. I'm not actually a rabbit, guys. I'm a spaceship. Don't fly us into the sun, please. See this? This is what we need. What? No, that's not what we need. This is what we need. We need.
No, it's reversed.
This is basically what we need. How do I? Vertical? Vertical, right? Hey, Gutenberg. That's the best. You fucked up my mind. Whee! You messed up my mind.
He's copying me. That's how I do it. I have all my writing on the right side, and then.
It's always on. Wait. My brain is a very simple. I have a very simple brain. I do not understand. Je ne comprends pas. Je ne comprends pas. I feel like I do the R in French very hard. Like I feel like that's, you know, that's how I do the R, and that's how I'm a bunny. See, distractions, everyone. Bow, 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 bow. Where am I? I'm over here reading this, right?
I'm so confused what this
Everyone,
is. This seems so
can you, like,
weird.
confirm
Is
that
this
this
part
is
of
the
the
part-
story, or is this
And that
something
that-
else?
Okay. Keeping sheet. There we go. Here we go. Over here. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría macarena, que tu cuerpo va a darle alegría cosa buena. Dale alegría a tu cosa. Wait, what? I forgot how the song went.
Okay,
It's
well,
the Macarena.
it seems something
Dale a tu-
interesting.
Dale a tu cuerpo alegría macarena, que tu cuerpo.
I'm just gonna. We'll just read it anyways. There's no point.
We have ads. Everyone, we have ads. Even though we're not affiliate, that's how official we are. We need like
Damn,
companies
bro.
are making money off of us. You know,
You got ads before you got ads.
like we're affiliate before we're even affiliate. Ads, ads before ads, man. Like that's how things go around here.
You got ads before GTA 6.
Nah, man, we need that AT&T. Man, we need that AT&T. You know? I love their fast food. I want. We got ads before GTA 6. Yeah, like first we're in a bar.
I'll
like,
add you. You can't skip ads because the only thing I'm
berries,
playing
and
is
all of a sudden
ads.
We're outside, like we're outside. Oh, mother of God! Hey everyone, I should be affiliate after this stream, so be prepared for. Actually, wait. It's the 14th.
Big shenanigans.
It's the 14th, so I won't be doing the. Oh crap! This song, this just tickled my brain. Holy hole in a donut, fat man. Holy hole in a donut.
A holy hole.
Sir.
Oh shit! What next?
Sir, with your tongue? No, what? What did I just say? No, it's off. Not allowed. I gotta. I've gotta like get like a cross and just bad, get release your inner demons. I release your inner demons. The bunny is reading. Oh my, that's what you've been doing, Mary. I admire your dedication to.
I figured out which book it is. The research has been done.
It's reading. Release your demons.
Or skin,
Feel
or
the
not.
rain on
Sin
your-
is better. Your demons.
What?
Feel the rain on your sin. Sin. Oh, it definitely went up a little bit more. So this is the same thing with me, man. I can never wind up
I'm dead.
actually
I'm
reading
dead.
anything because we always get so
I'm no
fucking
longer,
distracted.
Mary has committed the sin of murder, and you know what the bunny is reading about a flower. How did you do that? Do you speak Russian? Do you know Russian? I don't know how you did that. I want to know how you did that. Like.
Yeah, how that's some
not even
deep.
like when I found this photo, you find the book or just this? Wait, let me see.
Some deep reverse engineering.
So basically, let me just. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking to Mary. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, Mary just. Wait, one sec. I was like, wait. So basically, what Mary did was, she like took all of this text, even though it's completely blurred out, searched it on Google, bought the book, and then read it in like 5 minutes, and now she knows the entire contents of what this bunny is reading, and now the bunny is like, oh my god, did you just do that? Did you?
I feel like a
just
pleb
read this
next
book
to that,
before I
man.
read
There's
it?
not much you can do
I
against that.
I feel like you just took my job, like, you know, you just took my job, basically is what you did. And now I have to pay, now I'm the one who's going to have to pay you, because, you know, you took my wait, that's like,
I can't even
that
do
like-
those letters.
wait, I gotta, is that Rosa Tokla Zana, Toklabana. Wait a minute, you know.
Use real symbols.
Not only do you know French, but you know. You know what?
How many languages
are
do you
hot.
speak?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to say. Languages are hot. Yeah, I know the alphabet as well. I know. Здравствуйте. Мне очень хорошо. Wow, I just did the French thing. Wait, I think that's how you're supposed to do it. Мне очень хорошо.
I only know Bliat.
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 I know I used to know more. I used to speak to Russians on this one app. I would be like,
Callie's the master of
Did I
interaction
exactly
with people,
speak?
man. I need to learn so much from him.
One-
Callie,
oh,
teach me
my-
the ways.
What's this thing called? It's called my audio interface. Whenever I say something too loud, the ways of talking to people. See, what you have to do is, you have to like. I think what you have to do is like you have to like drink like 3 cups of coffee. Don't drink 5 because 4 is like the maximum, I think, because like 400 grams of coffee. That's
Can't drink coffee.
You know, the max.
Am I
dose of coffee
fucked?
that you can have. You can't drink coffee? Okay. You can? You wait, what just happened? wait, Nightbot.
No, that's why I'm falling so far behind.
Just went blank. You can drink. Oh, okay. You can drink coffee. Okay. I can also drink coffee. It's
I need coffee and
But I
Adderall.
like, wait. Yeah, that's why I'm falling so far behind you. You can drink. Not because of. Wait, what?
Coffee and Adderall in a week,
You
and we'll
to
have a
take
fucking
shower,
book.
Not because of coffee, but because it's time to shower. It's time to take a shower. You need Adderall. Oh, I like I was my wait. Me and Callie probably both do. Yeah. Wait. I just
I mean,
take, like,
everyone says
caffeine
it, but
pills.
it's never
Oh,
happening,
crap,
right?
I have caffeine pills. Wait, I just... Burn. Do you need Adderall, Callie? I don't know. Ask your psychiatrist, sir. Ask your psychiatrist.
I don't have
Callie,
one.
does caffeine work on you? I have... actually, like, once I start taking it, like, I notice... Am I normal? You... Wait, oh crap, my screen just turned yellow. One sec, I gotta turn this off. Yo, I feel like I lost track of chat. I feel like I lost focus on chat. Like,
Lost
my brain-
focus
okay,
on
so-
your
I
mom.
gotta like collect myself. What is
Take
going
a step
on?
back.
Like, why is
Take
my
a
screen?
deep breath.
Oh, wait, my screen is orange. One sec. Okay, there we go. Now we go back
And then fart.
to chat and we try to answer these.
I mean,
this
what?
barrage of questions because like our brain is no longer working. So Itox needs help talking to people. So basically, I think what's try what try farting. Okay, everyone. So basically, Itox. I mean, fuck. Okay, Itox. I think what really like helps with like talking is just showing interest. You know, like you just have to show interest. Show like the biggest. Just. Wait. What's the word? Exaggerated, hyperbolic. Just so much
Like
energy.
2.7% or like
oh my God,
27%?
Like 27,000%. You know. I don't know, man. That might not be your issue. I don't know. Maybe
27,000%.
I'm
I'm
not-
rich.
I'll-
Wait, is this
27,000
debt?
Woo! Yes, why yes.
Or
20 like
investment.
that. You know, like the woo, like that noise that I just made. That's the type of interest you have to show. I'm rich. Wait, is this debt? Huh? Fuck, I can't do impressions at all. My impressions are like no. Any percent interest. Wait. Oh my. Wait, I know what Mary's trying to say. I have interest on my credit cards. There's interest on the credit cards that I have 2 credit cards and I have like 1,000% debt. Wait a sec. I just forgot what we were talking about. Wait, we were talking. Wait a sec. You guys are messing with my brain. My brain is like, okay, you're getting dizzy. Now you're getting dizzy. Wait 1 sec. You are dizzy right now, aren't you? Share your oats with me. You want to share your oats with me? Okay, I won't force you to talk to the bunny.
I have
I will
some
make him so
oats.
smell that he is no longer. I am over here. I can't. You know, I'm no longer showing interest. I'm running. Okay, go shower, Lindo. Wait, don't leave me. But go shower. But don't leave me. But go shower. Wait, what? What am I saying? Excuse me. Wait. I'm so sorry. Okay. Wait. Here we go. There we go. He's big again. Video.
Brother, may I have some oats?
Brother.
No. I am
have
starving,
sugars.
brother. As
Brother.
am I, brother. The tall, skinny figure has thrown the oats at me. Me! I believe it's taking a liking to me. No, brother. I have have seen
I've
this
seen this before.
I have observed
many things.
From the roaring
beast that the tall, skinny figures crawl inside to travel far beyond the horizon, to how the figure weeps when the other had fallen into a deep sleep. And from my experiences, I have learned that they will give extra oats to one of us before taking them into the shed of no return.
They will do terrible
Wait,
things
I have an idea.
in that shed, brother.
I have an idea, everyone. This is the idea. One sec. Now, this is the idea. We're gonna mute this, and then I'm gonna be the one to read it in my very bad narrator voice. Lies. That shed is where the chosen ones go to dine without tall, skinny gods. You are a fool, brother. Hey, what? No, brother, you must believe that there was fuck, they're going too fast. Share with me the oats, and you shall not reach the Aha. So this is all planned to steal my oats.
Steal my oats, you're truly despicable, brother. I will not trust your lies. Brother, when they took me outside the reaches of the pointy fences into the roaring beast way over the horizon, I saw it. I was taken to a gathering of these tall, skinny figures. They paraded me around, brother, and I saw the truth. I saw the tall, skinny figures consuming our flesh. Could not have been mistaken, brother. The smell of the flesh was surely one of us.
They suspended the flesh over fire and let it burn before consuming it. They did not just consume it either, brother. They took pleasure from this. Their mouths curved a wicked smile, and some even let out moans of satisfaction from consuming our flesh, brother. The figures are consumers, brother. They are no different than the furry. Fuck you. Your story amuses me, brother, but does not convince me. I shall have these oats myself and dine with the tall, skinny gods. I am sorry
for you, brother. Your eyes cannot take the blinding light of the truth, and you scurry back into the cave. I shall take care of your spawn once they consume you, brother, as they have consumed your lover, our father, our mother, and many more.
What is this, the end? This feels like the end. But, brother, I know that you will taste good inside that we consume, for they shall place the leftovers from the food that they consume into the oats, and we shall consume each
Not quite a standing ovation, but somewhere around there, sitting in the middle of it, right?
As well as I know the sky above. I do not know what I am saying, guys. See, I just came up with with a bit like after you know, after story and stuff. The aftermath. Oh, the aftermath. Yes. What are we doing, brother? What is happening? I am hungry. I feel very much the need for food. I am the aftermath. One second. You're gonna grab.
Saw your profile picture, thought you were a woman, changed the profile picture. You got catfished, motherfucker! Seanie, welcome. How's it going, brother? We're just fucking around watching Callie read some stuff, talk about his bunny, and we're just fucking with him in general. The tall, skinny gods, brother! May I have some oats, brother?
They're talking dogs.
That's your fault for thinking, you know, that's a pretty good thing. You thought I was a woman. Man, damn, bro. I don't know, but where are we gonna find that? Ooh, only 80% gay? That's only 80% gay? Oh, bro, that's so... that's so... Thanks for the follow, bro. Welcome. How's it going?
Be a perfect match for us.
Not that interesting. Are you smoking?
We're usually, well, right now we're waiting for, we're just fucking around.
What? When did you start
But
smoking?
We should probably get into the stories pretty soon here, right? Smoke another bowl, see how it goes, get on from there. Because Callie's supposed to be reading, but like me, we both have an inability to basically stick to what we're fucking doing. Really, bro, change the picture. But then I wouldn't be able to do werewoman streams, man.
That is how we sought into
What about the werewoman streams? You're not in for the werewoman streams, bro?
And making room for more collections.
More collections. You collect pennies. You have $1 million in pennies. Oh, the music back.
Musume!
See my English good. I read.
See?
Things.
It's all about that,
the
bro.
back, the music back and or do.
Go get her done.
I know more.
Do what you gotta do.
Because pickles.
Get in there.
Mother of God, I require water. Actually, I should have listened to like Nightbot earlier. I definitely need a break.
Hydrate.
Be right back. The bunny will be back. Here are some roses for you guys.
The catfish is funnier, man. The picture is hideous. Exactly, bro. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point. It's the satire.
But you know what? It doesn't matter if you read that because I am out of here. Goodbye.
But are you a writer? Are you a reader? Asini. But I bet you if you didn't think I was a chick, you wouldn't have clicked on it. And now that you clicked on it, you're here. And then you find it entertaining, you find it funny, you like the vibe, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're glued to it. But that's just how it goes. Just gonna move, You want profile to be ugly, that's weird, man. No, like, it's statistically as a higher click-through rate. I don't give a shit about my picture. I don't give a shit if someone thinks it's ugly or not. That's not my problem. That sounds like a you problem, bro. But you know, then there always comes in the question of, would you have clicked on it if it wasn't that picture? So I think that kind of proves the point. And even if it's like, you know, and then you click on it and then you come through with that, you still kind of know in this space, right, that it's like there's something like off about it, right? And I mean, you are in the writing category on Kick. So, you know, I mean, at this point, what do you expect other than, like, smut? That would be like, I'm surprised that's not a bigger thing. It's like reading erotica in the writing section on Kick for, like, 13-year-olds, because everyone knows. Statistically, it has a lower age population, correct? Right? Like, how old are you, Asini? I'm guessing you're probably under 30. But anyways, alright. Short story of the day. The Garden of Forking Paths by a guy I can't pronounce his fucking name because, yeah, it's one of those, it's a French name. I have no idea. It's like Jobert Jigbelan or something like that. Fuck if I know. Actually, let's get TTS to read it out. Garden of Forking Paths. Dude. Oh, it's originally in Spanish. Okay, but what's the author? Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get this guy's name.
Jorge Luis Borges.
Jorge Luis Borges. Yeah, okay, that is quite a fucking name. I love it. Alright, so this is just the introduction at the beginning here. To Victoria Ocampo. It is A History of the World War, page 212. Captain Littlehart reports that a planned offensive by 13 British divisions, supported by 1,400 artillery pieces, against the German line at Sir Montauban, scheduled for July 24th, 1916, had to be postponed until the morning of the 29th. He comments that torrential rain caused this delay, which lacked any special significance. The following deposition, dictated by, read over, and then signed by Dr. Yu Tsun, former teacher of English at Tsingtao Hochschule Schule, cast unsuspected light upon this event. The first 2 pages are missing. And I hung up the phone. Immediately, I recollected the voice that had spoken in German. It was that of Captain Richard Madden. Madden, in Victor Runeberg's office, meant the end of all of our work, and without Christ-like looks. I don't know, I think I got the hair, right? Everyone's like, you got the hair for it, you know? I mean, it's a little thinner now that I'm older, but you know. It's like, it's the fucking Jesus hair, right? So, I mean, I don't have the blue eyes, but we're like halfway there, right? It is what it is, man. You win some, you lose some. As long as you win the war. That's all that matters. I'm 34, dude. I'm 34. I could not give a shit anymore, dude. I'm absolutely over that shit. I'm just here to have fucking fun. I'm just here to be entertained. I'm here to be the monkey dancing around, you know. Dance, monkey, dance! You know? It's what we live for, motherfucker! Though this seemed a secondary matter, or should have seemed so to me, of our lives also. His being there meant that Runeberg had been arrested or murdered. Who said Jesus had blue eyes? I mean, fair, Assini. Absolutely fair. I love the depiction of Jesus in Western culture with the blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, even though, like, even if he was a lighter skinned Middle Eastern person, he was a fucking carpenter. He would have been goddamn tan as fuck. And he probably had dark hair and dark eyes and was most likely of darker skin. But there's actually a thing, there's a pope. It's either a pope or a king in like the 1500 or 1600, and it's like the depiction of Jesus in 1 year goes from like, you know, kind of curly-ish black hair with dark eyes and a little bit darker skin to blonde hair, blue eyes, and white, literally imaging the or like imitating the image of the king's son. And it's so fucking obvious that, you know, that's the point in time where they were like, yeah, you know what, we're gonna do some self-insert here, and we're just gonna change a little bit of these features, and there we go. Oh, perfect. We need a white Jesus. But then, I mean, you look at like every other culture. There's Asian Jesus. there's black Jesus, there's alien Jesus, there's dolphin Jesus, there's starfish Jesus. So, you know, the idea definitely has, like, spread because of its, what do you call it? Do you have that picture real? Wait, my profile picture or, like, the original... let's see if I can word this right. Depictions Christ between 100 and 200 AD. Here's a good one. Here's actually like a really good one. Between 100 and 200 AD, this is the depiction of Christ. And then we move to 1700 AD. And now we've got this. It's like an absolute change. And that is 100%, I don't know if I can really say westernized, but, you know, modernized, let's say. Modernized. But yeah, like, comparisons. What he originally looked like, what he looks like now. This is like the Islamic depictions, this is like the Christian depiction. It's a very heavily cultured thing, which I don't think a lot of people understand. No, Jesus is not God. In Islam, Jesus is not God, Jesus is just a prophet, right? Whereas in Christianity, Jesus is the Son of God. The small differences in the interpretations or understandings of the Abrahamic religions. But at the end of the day, the biggest problem is that you can't have your cake and eat it too. He can't not be the Son of God and be the Son of God. Like, he can be a prophet and the Son of God, but he can't be not the Son of God and the Son of God. So, that's probably one of the main issues of dispute, is, did Jesus himself actually ever claim that he was the Son of God? Or was that an impart by other people onto him because of the miracles? And it's a very interesting question when you look at how telephone works and you wonder what the original like first draft of, you know, the diaries of the people. Fuck no, it's not Son of God. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is, does Jesus ever say that he's the Son of God? Because I think that should be what the discussion is. It shouldn't be, it should be, did he ever call himself that? And if he ever did call himself that, is that a reiteration of what he said that's been changed over a period of time to include that? It's like, is there a really way for us to know whether he truly said? Because if it's like, oh, well, he didn't, well, it's like, well, maybe it was erased somewhere. So it's like, no matter how much you look at it, there isn't any way to prove wholly each one. So at that point, you just have to ask yourself, well, what are the repercussions of each interpretation, right? So if we look at he's a prophet and he's not the Son of God, and the fact that he performed miracles, does that mean an ordinary man can perform miracles? That brings an entirely new philosophical understanding into the wake of saying that not only someone, it'd be saying that, like, touched by God is the ability to enact miracles. It is not divinity by blood, if that makes sense. Whereas then you look at the origins, at least I don't know what the Islamic origins of, like, the Virgin Mary are. Like, is the story the same in Islam, or is it completely changed because the origin of the story is very much placed on Jesus being the Son of God in Christianity? So how is that portrayed in Islam when it comes to Jesus' birth and the wise men and everything like that? Is it all just preparing for the prophet who's going to change it? God did not take a wife or a child because he is great. Jesus did not say that he is the Son of God. See, and I like that interpretation, Asini, where it's like the idea that God would take a human female kind of diminishes, at least in my opinion, like the quality of God, right? As you said, because he is great. There's, you know, like if you get down to the bolts of it, God raped fucking Mary to get Jesus, if Jesus is the Son of God. No matter how you want to look at it, because it's like, it is what it is. But then there's the, so what is then the child out of wedlock? So premarital sex, would that not constitute, like, the stoning of all three of them? Jesus, Joseph, and Mary? So there's always the idea that it's all this giant, elaborate, fucked up story just to prevent stoning from premarital sex. Or is in Islam, Joseph and Mary were married at that point? So what I think is very interesting is looking at the history. Jesus, son of Mary. Then brings into question, is Joseph the father? Which I always have this funny play on words, because my middle name is Joseph, so I always say that my middle name is the father of Jesus. And no one ever picks up on it, that I'm, like, slandering, in a way, God being, or Jesus being the Son of God, because God would be the father of Jesus, not Joseph. But no one ever picks up on that, and I find that fucking hilarious. But then, Asini, what does it really matter if people believe that Jesus is the Son of God? Because I think the repercussions of that are something that should be brought to the forefront of the discussion. Because I think it's a very reasonable thing to say for prescription. But then you look at, let's say, Old Testament God versus New Testament God. Bible has been distorted. The Quran is the Word of God and has not been distorted. Jesus does not have a father. Well, how do you know that the Quran has not been distorted, Asini? Like, what is the evidence to say that the Quran has not been distorted? Because I 100% believe the Bible has been distorted. But I've never read the Quran, so I wouldn't know. But I believe all continued works are distorted because we're all human and mistakes happen. And unless there is, I'm sure there is probably, right? Like, the original copies of the original script that's like 2,000 years old. If you think that Jesus is the Son of God, then this is polytheism and there's punishment in the end. Well, what are the stipulations, Asini, for Jesus dying on the cross for all of our sins if he's not the Son of God? Because I think that's another interesting thing to look at, to say, if Jesus wasn't the Son of God, then how did he absolve us of our sins by dying on the cross? By which mechanism does the death of a prophet cause the salvation of mankind? So I think this is a huge part of what you could call the distortion of it. But I do like the idea of Galatians 4:16. I've told you the truth, therefore I am now your enemy. And that literally describes Jesus' life. Telling people the truth and then being like, fuck it, I don't want to believe you, so we're just gonna kill you so you can't speak your truth. Just another example of mob mentality, calls to violence, and political assassinations. Like, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it, but in my opinion, Jesus' death was just another political assassination. And in many ways, historically, it's like there are swingings towards like the relationship that Jesus and Pilate had, for instance. That they were like kind of good buddies, you know? Like, they were on the same kind of side. They had an understanding, let's say. But the mob is the rule. And if you can't sway the public, then you fall by the public. And public sentiment is one of the biggest issues with, in my opinion, free will. But that's what makes the conversation around it so interesting, in my opinion, is the fact that is free will the one defining factor as proof of existence. Jesus did not die, Jesus is still alive, and he is with God now, and he will still come down to earth to show the truth and remove falsehood, and after 7 years, Jesus will die. I didn't know about that. After 7 years, Jesus will die upon earth. I know that the idea is that his spirit, you know, technically... So, like, this is my question then, Asini. Is Jesus the only living person in heaven? Because if he came back to life... There's also the question of, okay, well, if Jesus came back to life and resurrected after 7 days... Like, how do you put this? Is he like, yeah, like, is his physical body the only physical body that exists in heaven? Because only, other than maybe God's physical body, if God has a physical body. Because only spirits and angels have physical bodies, or are they spirits in the way that, like, the idea your spirit goes to heaven, but your body remains on earth? So there is precedent then due to that when the rapture happens, the people that are raptured will then be like a separate class of citizens inside of heaven, because they will be alive with bodies inside of heaven instead of being spirits inside of heaven. And does this play into question, is that a fairness? That are you automatically condemned to be a spirit inside of heaven because you were not born and you did not exist on earth in the time of the rapture? Or does it transform and reunite each person in heaven with their own body? So now everyone in heaven is a living spirit. He will be alive like you and me, flesh and blood. So when he comes back, he'll be flesh and blood. But does that mean he's flesh and blood in heaven? Or is his body like in a limbo where it's waiting for his spirit? Or does the spirit create the body, and when he comes down to earth, it will just create a new body of flesh and blood? But I think these are philosophical and, like, actionable questions that should be discussed around it in reality, as opposed to I guess the word should be like indulged in the ideas behind it, right? And that's kind of one of the things as me as a writer is at the end of the day, this is just information I can use to make my world building stronger by having an understanding of the clash between the ever-evolving interpretations of text over time, inlaid by human emotion and understanding and the power of trying to find a higher understanding in life. Man is going to be average, but powerful. That sounds about right, Asini. It's like you're not quite on the level, but you're not, the power of, unlocking the power of consciousness, right? You're not going to improve yourself in a way, but you're going to be more powerful. I'm not a religious person. I condemn fundamental religion as much as I condemn dogma in science. We should be using the understanding of the scientific method to interpret what the highest actual reality is. And in my opinion, no matter what you say, God is by definition an alien. And I think consciousness is fundamental to existence, and there are levels of consciousness. And there's the overall universal consciousness, which is a combination of absolutely everything. That would be quote-unquote God. Then there's the smaller consciousnesses. When you die, what do you think will happen? I think my consciousness will return to the great consciousness, and I will be a piece of it. I will still maintain myself, but I will be able to see all beyond the scope of what my a physical brain can handle. So I'll still be me, but I'll be more than me. I will be the entirety of me rather than small pieces of me slowly surfacing over time. Because it can't all be contained within this one vessel. Now, you can extrapolate that to, like, a religious understanding, but to me, that's just a scientific understanding of the fundamental nature of consciousness. And whether you call it God, whether you call it consciousness, whether you call it understanding, I don't think the words matter. I think the definitions matter. And if you look at it, all of the definitions point to the same thing. That consciousness is equivalent to spirit. So if your consciousness goes back to the whatever... Sean! Yo, welcome, how's it going, brother? We're having a theological discussion about the differences. Net is working again. Hell yeah, Sean. We're talking about the theological differences between, let's say, Christianity and Islam, and the interpretation of word and the understanding of science as opposed to religion in the invocation of understanding consciousness and where consciousness goes. So, Asini, so what you're saying is if I say that consciousness goes back to the universal consciousness, and the universal consciousness is God by definition, because God is everything, right? Then how is that not the same by definition in a scientific terminology, not the same definition as your religious terminology? Without just saying hell no, but actually using like an example and you know, like a comparison to be like, this is the reason why they're not the same, other than simple human interpretation. Because I would argue that we as humans should understand that we are incapable of understanding the greater whole of what you would quote unquote call God, whether that's the entirety of consciousness or something else. But the fundamental concept of consciousness being alien in nature is simply a divide of scale, such as the difference between the mind and consciousness of an animal, such as a cat, or the consciousness of a worm, or the consciousness of an inanimate object, versus the consciousness of a human, versus the consciousness of a more advanced species, versus the consciousness of a god. Everyone will come out of their graves naked and be judged, and out of fear, you will not care about naked people. But Asini, could you extrapolate that to a non-physical element, where because we are physical beings, God had to put the words into a physical plane in order for us to understand it, but he wanted us to be able to extrapolate beyond the simple to the point of it's way too quiet. My personal belief is that God values genuine faith and not specifics of what we believe. Thus, in my personal faith, as long as you are genuine in your faith, you're golden. I agree with that, Sean. And I think that should be the defining factor. Is that as long as you that sound as your OGM on your voicemail will blacklist your number thinking it's a fax number. Indeed, Sean. It's a good life hack to have. But Asini, can you I don't know what the word is. Can we find common ground in the fact that you could understand that as humans we can't understand God, so there is a fine line of God understands us, and so he knows the best way to speak to us? Scary thing is that your whole life, everything you do, God will see and people will see. Well, that comes down to a fundamental question, Asini, of emotion. If you remove emotion from the equation, why would you care? And I actually have a short story on this, on the idea of that heaven is full of psychopaths and sociopaths. And it's the whole, is your heart lighter than a feather? And the paradox of it is that simple question, asking you that question, even if you go into it believing that your heart is lighter than a feather and having no weight in your heart. Oh, and babies, of course, like babies, because they don't have any understanding. So it's like full of babies, and yeah, I don't believe that. God will see, yes, and the cancer will be removed, but our souls don't need the poison going into heaven. That's the one thing, Sean, is that if we're going to heaven, we're not taking the bad stuff with us, right? So is that like a memory purge thing, where it comes down to, do we get all of our bad memories and bad actions purged when we go into heaven, so there's no possibility of thought to, like, you know, be bad? But then, again, guys, this brings into question, look at angels and Lucifer. If there's an inability in heaven to even have a bad thought, how did Lucifer wind up existing? How do angels fall from grace if they do not have the ability to even conceive of evil? Or is that the difference between angels and men? That angels can perceive evil even in heaven, whereas men cannot perceive evil in heaven because our souls are not strong enough to uphold the weight of evil. And if evil ever entered heaven, it would be the end of heaven. I should be affiliate now! Hell yeah, Ellie! Fuck yeah! Whoever dies as a child enter paradise, and whoever dies as a martyr. But a martyr to who, Asini? God gave us free will because otherwise we can't genuinely love anyone or anything. The same is true for angels. But I mean in heaven, Sean. Like, it's the question of, will we have free will to do evil deeds in heaven? And can you get thrown out of heaven? Can you make it into heaven, get into heaven, just to be thrown out? I think these are all very potent, very valid theological questions that no one ever asks. Because they're the hard questions. They're the ones that get into the deep, the root, the down, the dirty, the what actually goes up, the what actually comes down. Does that mean that everyone goes to heaven and everyone goes to hell? All of the good of you, whatever, even if it's the smallest piece, goes to heaven, and all of the bad of you goes to hell? So no matter what, there will always be a piece of you in hell and a piece of you in heaven. It's just the distribution of how much more is in heaven versus how much more is in hell. Free will, yes, but once we get into heaven, there's no point in committing evil because everything is already perfect. That means, in my opinion, Sean, that you don't even have the thought of evil in heaven. That it's not possible for you to have evil thoughts in heaven. It doesn't matter who the kid is, even if he's Diddy's son. But that's an understanding, Asini, of getting to a point of being able to comprehend. Once you've hit the point of being able to comprehend the difference between innocence, it's like, to me, it's the point in time when your soul has eaten the apple. And you now have a clear understanding of the difference between good and evil. At that moment, that is when you are now a conscious soul. And you are now in line for judgment. Because if you have no concept of good and evil, then how can you be judged upon it? Because you're essentially innocent to the thought that what you're doing was bad. And that's the power of ignorance. There is a scale to measure your good and bad deeds. And that's the idea, Asini, of is your heart lighter than a feather? And it's like taking a physical scale of a feather and your heart and saying which one is heavier. And that's a personal thing, right? You could be and to me, you could be a sociopath and a psychopath and believe that the things that you've done, the horrible, terrible, like a Ted Bundy or like Jeffrey Dahmer, like, to me, those kinds of people would have hearts lighter than feathers because they don't have that emotional understanding and connection, as in the fact that they have never eaten the apple. So, would they get into heaven because they don't have a fundamental understanding of the difference between good and evil? Or would the simple fact of the deed of breaking said, like, 10 commandments, right, is enough? And it's like, the 10 commandments are the one thing that are like, you don't have to know what they are. You break the rules, you're automatically out. Because there's something that a good soul would just naturally do because it wouldn't hurt other people. And then look at the question of how many people at that point for all of history, if we want to look at, are we talking hundreds of thousands of years? Are we talking millions of years? Are we talking thousands of years? How do we put that into perspective in a way that shows how many people over that period of time have gotten into heaven? Because aside from psychopaths, children, martyrs, and people who've not eaten the apple, let's say, maybe 1 million people, between like 100 trillion humans, 1 million made it into heaven. Does that sound accurate? God created Satan as an angel, but he refused to worship him and put him on earth as a test. If you obey Satan, you will go to hell. If you do not obey him, you will go to paradise. They shouldn't be called the 10 Commandments, but rather the 10 gifts. Thou shalt not steal, for God provides opportunity to acquire everything you need. Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's wife or possessions. You will acquire what you need. I like those stipulations to go along with it, Sean, to show that it's not just a simple command. It is, you don't need to do these things because you're provided for, right? Every human being will be held accountable, even Jesus. And that comes down to one simple fact, Asini, that the thought is the sin. If you think it, you've sinned. Because the thought is what leads to the action. So all you have to do is merely think it, and you've already sinned. And I think, again, that's another thing people don't really talk about. They don't really say that is the extent of it. So how do we, and by definition, that means that everyone is a sinner. But that's where grace comes in, and that's why, Jesus' death is so important. Because that gives us the ability to repent. Every writer is then doomed because we think of very evil things in order to tell a story. It's very true, Sean. But I think it's the meaning of it is meant to show it's not, like you said, Sean, it's not a negative connotation in the fact of don't ever think bad things because it's a sin. It's everyone has bad thoughts. What matters is what you do with those bad thoughts. Do you say, oh no, I had a bad thought, please Jesus forgive me for having that bad thought, I'll try harder next time? Or do you say, man, I fucking hate that guy, I'm gonna go punch him in the face Fuck this shit. I'm over it. I'm done. Nah. That's like the perspective of the not nepotism, of like negative versus positive. Like you can't resist temptation without actually being tempted. After all, exactly, Sean. So then it comes down to, did you actually do those? And even you can even put it in, Sean, that having the evil thought and not enacting it in and of itself is fundamental words is fundamental you'll be held accountable for your words and actions, not your thoughts. Well, that's what I was going to say, Asini, is if you have a thought and that thought does not turn into a word or an action, in my opinion, that is redemption. You have taken the thought that you've had, you have realized, oh, this is a bad thought, and you've discarded it. And the simple act of discarding it is the act of redemption. Because you have consciously made the decision to not go through with what you have thought, because you have calculated and analyzed what you thought, and you have realized that it is not the right answer. And that's why I say I always have three conclusions. Emotional response, you throw that one away. Then you have a logical response, and you throw that away. And then you have a critical analysis of that logical response and say, what is the appropriate value of this? I would correct that. Not enacting it because of lack of ability isn't forgiven. Not enacting it despite being able to do so without taking the consequences of law into account is forgiven. Okay, that's a good nuance, Sean. Is it your own reasoning that has held you back, or is there an outside consequence that has held you back? You say, I'm going to punch this guy in the face, or I'm going to shoot this guy, and then you go, well, the consequences of human law in my country dictate that there will be consequences, so I won't do it. Or do you say, I want to kill this person, you look at yourself and you go, that's a bad mentality to have, you shouldn't ever want to kill someone, and you look at the reasons why you think that way, and then try to change your thought process. So, that act of redemption is analyzing and finding out why you don't or shouldn't enact what that is. So, if you're doing it for yourself to not enact consequences, that's different than looking at it from how do those consequences enact on another person in order for that to not be something that you should take action towards. But I absolutely love having these theological discussions because I think that is the only true way to anything is discourse. And you have to find a fine line in the middle, right? You can both believe on the outside, but you have to come to an understanding in the middle. Right? And that's where conversation, dialogue, and I have a genuinely desired to kill. I never even tried to decide if I could accomplish the act, though. So I'm not sure how to count it. Well, Sean, you count it as your heart. Do you feel ashamed? I think that's a great way to put it. Do you feel ashamed for the way that you dealt with the thought? I think that is probably the best way to say it. If you felt ashamed because of the way that you dealt with it, it's bad. But if you didn't feel ashamed, then it's good because you never had the intent. It was just spontaneous. There was never depth to it, right? Or you could do something jokingly, like I said, we had this guy in high school, and me and my friend would just make jokes about how we would wind up killing him because we just wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave the group. We'd say, "Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here. Fuck off," and he just wouldn't. So we'd just be like, you know what? One day you're just gonna disappear, and we'd come up with all these horrible ways to fucking kill him and shit. But it wasn't ever. It was to be like, dude, this is this is how badly we don't fucking want you here. It was never we're actually going to enact this, and it was done in a humorous way to be like, a juxtaposition of how we feel. The reason I had the desire was petty, so from that aspect, I am fully ashamed. At the time, though, I meant it. So then, Sean, when you look back on it now, do you say, I am a better person and I would never think that way anymore? Because I think that is a redemption through time. Like, you may not originally redeem yourself, but you can redeem yourself at any point in time with any thought. You can also disgrace yourself with any thought. And I think that, again, comes back to the understanding of on a godly level versus on a human level, that ability of redemption. That as long as you take accountability for yourself and go to that position where you're at, you can really hit a point where you need to filter yourself and look at yourself and say, is this a point of redemption on a thought? Is this a condemnation? Is this ignorant? Is this just me ignoring it, right? Have I simply cast it aside for a simple reasoning without actually holding on to it for inspection purposes? And is society or conscious, like, inevitability of thought the consequence of my understanding and scale of what depth of evil the thought is? You know, it's a I don't like that person versus I want to kill that person versus I'm gonna steal everything from that person, destroy their entire reputation, drive them into the ground, and then I'm gonna make it so they're gonna kill themselves. Go to such and such a land, for there are people there who worship God, so worship God with them, and do not return to your land, for it is a land of evil. So he has set out, and when he was halfway there, death came to him. So then, at that point, Assini, do you go to heaven because you made the journey to leave? Or are you condemned because you never fully committed the journey? Person in question was a teacher who was directly responsible for bringing the senior project into the school I was attending. He also tied it to 4 of the required classes, and you couldn't pass the class without doing the senior project. GPA of many students was far lower than it should have been. We had 3/4 of the time to do the same amount of work. Angels of Mercy and the Angels of Punishment argued about him. The Angels of Mercy said he came repentant, turning his heart to God. The Angels of Punishment said he never did any good. Then an angel came to them in the form of a human being. Well, then what is an angel, Assini? Like I said, like if we go back to the definitions, an angel, if it's beyond, talks, what does this views from channels mean? Because it says I get views from Kai Sanat. It means, Callie, when you look at your Twitch, there's like the main, So they placed in between them, and he said, measure the distance between the 2 lands, and whichever of them is closer, it is his. So they measured it and found to be closer to the land he wanted, and the Angels of Mercy took him. How far along the journey are you? So, Assini, do you take that as to be a physical, real, actual understanding, or you take that as a parable in order to learn from it? So you think that, like, you would say this is as real as me and you right now, as opposed to a concept like gravity, or a concept like sin, or a concept like infinity, where it doesn't have any physical grounding in reality. It is simply a hypothetical understanding of an extrapolation of a lived experience. And would you say angels are just higher forms of consciousness? So if you look at, like, you know, you have, like, an animal is here, a human is here, an angel is here, and God is, you know, unscalable. It applies to both the physical and the abstract. Your journey as being a better person, to being a better person, is just as valid as a physical journey to reach a better place on the earth. No, Sean. I mean the story that Asani is saying or Asini is saying in, like, that it is empirically true that there was a physical event in the past that involved physical beings of matter that had this event happen. Meaning that angels are physical beings made out of matter that can interact with reality. Or is it simply, I'm not American, I don't understand anything, just following along? I'm Canadian, so it's another thing as a scene is like the difference of culture is what I thrive on. And like seeing where different people have different perspectives and where those different perspectives come from, and integrating that into expanding my creativity as a writer to be able to see from different perspectives and why those perspectives are so important on such a different thing. And sorry, to go back to what you were saying, Callie talks, what does views from channels mean? Because it says I get views from Kai Sanat. So when you're on Twitch, Callie, I believe there's like top 3 channels. So they'll say the top 3 channels that the person watches via watch time. And if they go to another channel, their Twitch account is locked to those 3 channels. So if someone watches Kai as one of their top 3 and then they watch you as one of their tops, like top 10, then it'll say that they came from that stream, essentially. It'll say people that view this stream also view you, because they've put, you know, just as much time into those streams as they have your stream. There were a great many physical events in the past. The Exodus was proven to have happened. The physical cause of the plagues was discovered to be a supervolcano erupting. Angels in Islam are not spirits in the sense we usually understand the human soul, but rather beings created from light. There's an important difference between angels and the human soul. Okay, so by definition, angels are a form of alien that is an invocation of pure light. It is like the consciousness inside of light. And if you know anything about quantum mechanics, this can be proven through actual wave particle functionality. They neither eat nor drink nor marry, nor get sick nor die. They are creatures completely obedient to God, never disobeying his command. Angels have the ability to manifest a human-like body. Manifested through light, Sean, but I don't think it's manifested through physicality. So you can see them in the fact that they're a reflection of light, but I don't think you could, like, you would be able to pass through them, I think is the idea, that they don't have a physical particle of existence. But I will say there, Asini, so was Lucifer specifically created by God to fall? If angels can't disobey God, then how did Lucifer disobey God? Was it God's intent? They can, in their manifested form, interact with physical objects. Interesting. So there are people that you could have met in your life, Sean, that could be angels, and you would never know it. Those people that you're like, man, this guy is just too good to be true. Oh my god. Guys, Callie's an angel. Callie is clearly 100% an angel. Hands down. It has been done. You know the angel of death. He's next to every person, every human waiting. Well, it's the point that angels were made for different purposes, right? Like, there's different categories. It's like, are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse angels? What about archangels? What about archangels, Asini? The difference between, like, an angel and an archangel, like Gabriel. Like, named angels. And congratulations on level 2, Asini. And it's like... Manifestation of the understanding of trying to see from an angel's perspective, and why you could see, for instance, Lucifer would have the jealousy towards humans. Tried to send a message twice and it failed. That's weird, Sean. You should be able to spam whatever the fuck you want in my chat. They, however, aren't genuine physical beings. Their manifested forms don't require food or drink. They also do not lust in any way. There have been angel interactions recorded on video simply vanish after the encounter. There, it finally sent. Sean, they're trying to shut you down. They don't like this discussion that we're having. They're trying to shut us down. Like, no! Why? We're just having a conversation. This is what the world should be about. We should all be sitting here talking about this. Instead of being like, nah, I don't want to talk about that because it makes me... Or, like I said, fundamental religion where the idea of, do you... Okay, I guess here's a good one, Asini. Is killing in the name of your religion justified by God? Does God say, if you can't find a way to convert... Like, because to me it's like, if you kill someone, you can't convert them. So where's the line of, okay, we tried to convert this person, but it didn't work, now we have to kill them? Like, that's my biggest problem with religion, is, oh, if you don't believe me and you don't have the exact definitions and the exact words that I use, you have to die. Like, to me, that's... You're escalating yourself or elevating yourself to the level of God in order to judge other humans and enact God's judgment on other people. Which I would think the simple idea of that would condemn you to hell. There is an angel of death, an angel who blows the trumpet. When he blows it, everyone on earth will die. An angel of rain, and angels who count the good and bad things you have done. Yeah, like each angel has an individual specific purpose, right? Like, Lucifer's purpose was to fall from grace and become the devil. Like, he was literally brought into existence in order to do that. And that's the thing, is angels don't have the free will. Humans have free will. And you could say free will is God's greatest gift because it allows us to actually be. And that's where it's like, what is the point? And I think that's the God created beings in order to worship him, and then realized, well, what's the point in having beings that worship you if they don't have an inability to worship you? Then he's like, let's create beings that have an inability to worship me and see how many of them actually wind up worshiping me. Like, to me, if I was God, that's what I would do. And then it would validate the people that actually worship you. And you say, well, I don't care about the people that don't worship me. I mean, I created you. You have no say in it. What's hard to believe, Asini? Lucifer was always meant to be the tester, to tempt us to break the rules and sin. That part was part of his creation. Without Lucifer, we can't ever make the choice to be good. I am unsure if Lucifer fell or not. I think it's, Sean, it's based on the mentality of Lucifer himself. God made Lucifer the way that he was so that Lucifer would fall, and I think he wanted to make Lucifer genuine in that fall. So I think that the genuineness of Lucifer comes from the jealousy of humans in general. And his like, I don't want you guys to turn towards God. And that was like God's first attempt at free will. Because Assini, nothing you've said so far is something that I don't believe. Like, I believe everything that you're saying, I just may not believe it in the same way that you do, right? But whether you're talking about it's the actual reality of it or it's simply the message of it, I think both are just as powerful. I exchange worship for love. We worship while on earth, as it's the only way to show our love. In heaven we will physically hug him, whatever the heavenly body is capable of doing. I could see that, Sean. And then there's always the thought of your dreams are like mini trips to heaven, and your nightmares are mini trips to hell. And then calculate how many nightmares you have versus how many like dreams you have, and because my thing is, I hate people that dismiss things based upon the idea of, oh, this is religion, and can't extrapolate from religion an understanding that could either be psychological, philosophical, or, like, actionable. If we can't choose to hate God, then we likewise can't choose to love him. Love is what he craves. Oh man, when Islam was established in the year 800 AD, the Quran and the words of Muhammad, the Prophet, mentioned several signs that would occur, including frequent earthquakes and the increase in naked women who do not cover themselves. Well, I can definitely see that, because if you look at it originally, right? The knowledge of good and evil and the idea of shame is what makes people, like, other than temperature, right? Like being cold outside and you wanting to put more clothes on, one of those signs is that Palestine will be liberated, so they did not surrender. Well, I always wonder, Assini, if, like, for instance, you know, in like a hypothetical situation, what happens if someone nukes Palestine? And then a new nation moves in on top of Palestine. Is it the land itself? Is it the people? So because if you look at something that's like 700 years ago, or like 700 AD, so 1300 years ago, and now, via migration and just like human genome, the people that live there now are fundamentally different than the people that lived there, let's say, when the book was written. So what if the people that are fundamentally supposed to liberate Palestine don't actually live in Palestine in our current time? And what if a mass exodus and destruction of Palestine in order to reinstate those who are supposed to be in Palestine happens? And theoretically, what if those people are the Jews? Like, does this become a massive issue for Islam? Or is this an extrapolation that takes it too far to a point of you can trace back the lineage? There are things that are not in doubt, man. Palestine will be later liberated. If God had not said so, they would have surrendered to Israel. But what happens in the next 50 years, Asini? And then there's the fact of, are you unwilling to even what's the word? Indulge in the hypothetical that the people that are in Palestine right now are not the people that should be in Palestine, and that Israel is actually in the right. And that once Israel conquers Palestine and moves into Palestine, that will be the event that liberates Palestine. Like, can that not be an interpretation of it? If you look at the fact of lineages of where the origin of Palestine comes from versus, like, Israel. And what about the pressing of Palestine before 1949 when Israel was established? Like, what happened in the last 1,300 years that would also indicate a liberation of Palestine? And this is coming from a person who has absolutely no knowledge of it. I am using the fact that I have no knowledge of it to allow myself to think outside of the box and not be grounded. I don't know, maybe the war will last for 100 or 1,000, only God knows. That's true, Asini. So, but I like the fact, Asini, that you're at least willing to engage in the conversation. Like, I'm not trying to change your mind or say that your beliefs are wrong, because I don't know if your beliefs are wrong. There's no way to prove it. I can't prove my beliefs are right or wrong. I can't prove your beliefs are right or wrong. So at the end of the day, we should just listen to each other and say what makes sense out of these understandings. Israel is the one who invaded Palestine. Do you want me to explain it to you? No, Asini, what I mean is, like, if you're looking at it from a biblical understanding and saying that Palestine needs to be liberated, and, like, the Palestine-Israel thing is, once that's clarified, Palestine will be free. But I'm asking, is there a chance that there's a misinterpretation somewhere where the original people of Palestine moved out of Palestine and the infidels moved in, and now Israel has actually become the original people of Palestine, to the point of it is God's will that Palestine is conquered by Israel, because that would mean that the infidels are dead and Palestine is now reclaimed by God's true people. Thus the liberation of Palestine, thus enabling the next line, right? Because isn't that like the end of the world essentially lies upon that pedestal? That when the chosen people return to their home, that's basically the end of the earth. It's like, okay guys, time's up, timeline's over, we're cutting you off, servers are shutting down, guys, Earth is going offline in 24 hours. Sorry, we lost all funding, and it's not sustainable anymore. People have become super, desensitized to the point that even the craziest thing now doesn't even affect them. So, yeah, we've lost all of our funding, all the investors have gone, and as of tomorrow, we will be shutting down the Earth servers. Sorry, everyone. Super unfortunate, but it is the way that it is. Remember, we still have Qualls on Cookity 41068, so head on over to that server and Israel will not be. I don't know if that's what you mean. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, Asini. And the whole point of this is to gauge your ability to interact in the conversation and be able to say either yes or no, and say, I concede that there's even the smallest, slightest chance that that's true, but that's not what I believe. Right? Then there's people that are like, that's impossible. And it's like, okay, well, I can believe that you say it's impossible, but could you believe that I believe it? The Jews claim that they originate from there and had to leave. Then the Palestinians came in and wouldn't cooperate with the rightful residents. Since history is written by the victors, we can't know how that happened. Exactly, Sean. So I think that's the biggest problem with being fundamentally on one side or the other, is we have no way to truly, authentically trace the origins to the point of saying who's right or who's wrong. So we can only level it to the idea of a belief. We can't go beyond the belief to the level of, oh, this is fact. Now, you can believe that it's fact, but belief doesn't make fact. You can also disbelieve facts, but at the end of the day, the fact is something that can be reproduced over and over like an experiment. Man, it's hard to explain what I learned in 18 years in 2 hours. Oh, no, it's totally understandable, Asini. That's where it's like, I just want to have a basic conversation about it and say, what do you believe about it? And then tell you what I believe about it and see how long that is. See, you believe that I'm wrong. That's fair to say. But can you prove that I'm wrong? That's the difference, Asini. Like, I can prove that if I drop this lighter, or if I let go of it, it will fall, by demonstrating it. Okay, I'm gonna let go of the lighter. Oh shit, it fell. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Ah, shit, it fell. I'm gonna do it again. Ah, shit, it fell. I'm gonna do it again. Ah, shit, it fell. That's something that you can, that's a fact, that's something you can prove. Theology and understanding, you can't prove. It's abstract. So, in order to say that I'm wrong and you're right, you have to prove it. And it's not something you can fundamentally prove. So, the fact of saying that I'm wrong because of my interpretation of it, or misunderstanding of it in your eyes, in my opinion, is an overstepping of, before Islam, women were buried alive and adultery was widespread, but Islam came and forbade this. Well, I mean, you can say that, Asini, but that still happens today. Humans are humans. You're not going to change humans. I think whoever is physically born there belongs there and should get along with all those who are also physically born there. I agree, Sean, because at the end of the day, humans started as migrating creatures. We migrated before we became, like, when we were hunters and gatherers, we were migrators. It's hard to convince you, especially since I don't understand what you're saying. Well, Asini, it's not that you're going to convince me. You're not going to convince me that the only interpretation that you can possibly have is singular. I don't believe anything in the world exists that can be singularly applied. Not even gravity. Because gravity is perspective. If I was in space and I let go of this, it wouldn't fall. So even gravity, something as fundamental as gravity, has different interpretations and different understandings and different applications. So for you to say that there is only one singular way to interpret this and every other way is wrong, I think is just simply a arrogant way and a bad way of communicating. Hey, Queen, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. On the other hand, if you were in space, would fall forever. Well, it's more of, Sean, if you're in space, you're falling already. So this is actually a great thought experiment, Sean. If I was falling and I let go of this, find some proof. No, Asini, you can't. It's not something that you can prove. Like, a singular perspective understanding is provable factually statable scientifically. Man, I don't want you to burn in fire forever. But Asini, yeah, faith isn't proof, that's the point. Asini, what makes you so sure that you're not going to burn in hell because you're actually preaching the wrong thing to people? Like, is that a thought in the back of your mind? That, oh, maybe I've misinterpreted it and maybe I'm the one who's going to hell for preaching what I'm preaching. I'm not saying you're going to, I'm saying, is that a consideration inside of your head? That there is even the slightest possibility that you could be wrong. Because I think that's very important to look at. Because if you can't even conceive of the fact that you might be wrong, then fundamentally, I think under your own interpretation, you've proven yourself to be, of course it isn't. He has faith, and thus he couldn't be convinced he's in the wrong. The same as I have faith, and nobody can convince me I'm wrong. But it's not convincing, Sean. It's just being able to state, is there the possibility, even in the slightest, that I am wrong? Well, exactly, that's the question I'm asking, Asini, is do you believe that there's the possibility that you could go to hell as well? And if that's the case, then I'm completely willing to accept that. Because you saying, man, I don't want you to burn in fire forever is completely fair to say. Because I don't want the same for you, right? But since we don't know what's actually true, the best we can do is uphold our own genuine faith, like Sean said. So like me, I believe that religion is just a construct of human understanding of consciousness. So fundamentally, and hello Raymond, welcome, welcome. We are having a theological discussion about Islam, Christianity, and consciousness. It is an amazing conversation, and I am so glad that Asini has been willing to contribute to the conversation and not just like, you know, freak out and bitch out because I don't think the same way that he does. Which most people do. Yes, maybe. And that's very important, Asini, and I absolutely respect you for that. And I respect your beliefs more because of that. Because that means you've had cognitive thought in your head, and it's not just cultural or like grooming bias that I've been raised this way, so I will always believe this. You've taken it under a microscope, you've critically thought it over, and you've still come to the same conclusion. And I think that's extremely important to differentiate between fundamentalism and belief. Fundamentalism is, I was taught this, I was raised this way, thus I will never question it, thus I am always right. Belief is, I believe this because either I've been raised to believe it, I've seen these things, I want to believe it, or it is my lived experience. And no matter which one of those, as long as you critically think about what you're doing, I think at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And to me, that's the redemption factor. The redemption factor is simply critically thinking about your thoughts and how they impact your actions and your words impact the world itself. And I think that's the fundamental basis of what redemption is. It is clear which religion you will follow, one that forbids alcohol, murder, cursing, adultery, nudity, tattoos, and homosexuality, or one that considers all of that to be right. See, Asini, and that's the different thing, is I am bi. I love dick. I ask you this, Asini. Why did God put my G-spot on my prostate in my ass if he didn't want me to pleasure myself from it? And, you know, the whole point of that is like the population control. Homosexuality is ingrained in genetics as a degree of population control. I was raised to be a Nazarene, but I realized that what's taught in any specific denomination is fundamentally flawed. I have faith in God, and that I must live the best life I'm capable of living as a person. Exactly, Sean. So it's like the outcome, one doesn't choose their orientation, God does. God also dictates who we love. And in my opinion, Sean, God is consciousness. And if you replace the word God with consciousness, everything makes sense. And that's how I live my life. Because I can't reconcile the idea of God without saying God is consciousness. God is just fundamentally consciousness. Boom, you solved it. We figured out what God is. I don't understand how that's so hard for people. Is it blasphemy to say that, hey, I understand consciousness because I'm consciousness, so all I can do is extrapolate that to a greater size and a greater understanding of saying, looking at an animal, looking at me, saying me, looking at God? I think that's completely fair extrapolation. And that's provable through empirical science, through evolution of knowing how brains and consciousness evolves. But that comes back, it's a difficult question. We must start with the arguments of what is faith. Many distinguish authentic faith from blind faith, which accepts the irrational without examination, dogmatic and without conscience. Some philosophical definitions include that faith must be coherent, capable of doubt, and capable of engagement with reason and evidence. For example, the concept of Shraddha indicates a faith with attention, reverence, and spiritual responsibility. Therefore, if it exists, it is by the will of God. If God did not wish alcohol to be drank ever, then he would never be able to create it in the first place. The issue is abuse, not the substance. And abuse, Sean, is human. The substance itself is not fundamentally bad. We use alcohol to sanitize. It is the human function of abuse that goes along with the substance that is the problem. So, fundamentally, the problem is human. Whoever never hears about Islam in his life will enter paradise. Well then, shouldn't it be, Asini, that you would want to destroy the religion? That would be entering the theological topic of sin. Yes. We've been talking about this for a while, Raymond. We are basically talking about the religion, consciousness, and science. And how they all play together intricately. And all are just perspectives of understanding. But fundamentally by that, Asini, shouldn't you want to destroy the religion so then no one would know of it, no one would ever hear of it, and thus everyone would go to heaven? If you truly believed that you didn't want anyone to ever go to hell? Because I think that would be the most moral choice, would just be to annihilate the religion. No one would ever learn about it, no one would ever know, and everyone would go to heaven. But that is impossible. There is no one who has not heard of Islam. Well, that's the thing, Asini. Not now. So shouldn't it be a collective thing of anyone who ever learns about Islam to never spread it? So as soon as you know, furthermore, if according to certain Protestant groups it is necessary to read the Bible and the works do not matter, the illiterate will go straight to hell, and just by reading the Bible you'll be saved. I've heard the term, but do not know the teachings, hence in that respect I have not heard of Islam. True, Sean, because I don't know what the fundamental differences are. But just extrapolation, shouldn't you want to kill the religion? And never spread the religion so everyone goes to heaven? And those who spread the religion would fundamentally go to hell, because by spreading the religion, you would be forcing people that would have gone to heaven to have the possibility of going to hell. So by spreading the religion, you are condemning people to hell. And that's another thing, Raymond Dow, is what kind of Islam? And then it comes back to interpretation and doctrine. So at the end of the day, the most realistic and God understanding way is to simply let people figure it out for themselves. And that's free will. You can be as ignorant or as knowledgeable as you want to be, especially in the day and age that we have now. So in that aspect, if there was like World War III and all religion disappeared, lots of religions don't believe on free will. That's another thing too, Raymond. Don't preach, live. If someone asks why you live the way you do, answer them. That will spread genuine faith like wildfire. Exactly, Sean, and that's why I live on principle. The principle that I live on is that I am 99% rule. Nothing is 100%. There's always that tiniest chance, so always be open-minded to that tiniest chance. So, and that allows me to listen to people without getting angry over their perspectives. It allows me to enter into conversations that normally people can't have because of emotionalness. And even being an extremely emotional person, I can detach emotion from a conversation that doesn't have to do with a physical act that happened to me in my life, let's say, right? Imagine that whoever goes to hell, he is thrown into the fire. When his skin is burned, his skin returns as it was, and then he is in the fire again, forever. Just think about it. You'll burn forever. Think about it. It is scary forever. But that's the thing, Assini. If fear of burning forever is the reason that you turn to God, is that not a cop-out? Is that not fake? Is that not coercion? How is that true love? Would that not in and of itself be false love that would taint God in and of itself? If your only reason for turning to God is fear-mongering? I think it's much better to praise the good reasons why you should versus the bad reasons why you shouldn't. It's the same with science. A true scientist is happy to be proven wrong or to find fault with an established scientific proof. Exactly, Sean, because you just want to know what the world is. You don't care what the world is. You just want to know what it is. You're not invested in what the answer is. You're invested in the answer. Also, in German philosophy, Glaub can be understood as Verwalten Igner Walhornren Mugen Ubertzugungen and Schlussfolgerungen die hier doch nicht zwingeld logisch sein müssen. That is easy to say. Believing something as true without the need for it to be based on logical evidence. The Bible says if the most perfect God were to create a torture chamber for the souls that failed to be pure, then it would be better to cut your own hand off for stealing than to go there. I didn't understand what you said. Do you mean that burning forever is cruel, or what? No, I'm saying, if the only reason why your belief and why you have your faith is because we need to clip of Scotty reading German. I should have done this. This would have been a much easier thing to do.
Hier war alten eigener warnemen gen, Ubersiegungen, UND Schlussfolgerungen, die hier jedoch nicht zwingend logis sein müssen.
I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close. Okay, so Asini, if your whole reason of preaching your religion is to tell people that they will burn in hell, and the reason why you're preaching is, if the only reason you are good is to avoid the fire, then you aren't choosing to be good, you're choosing to avoid the fire. Sean, there you go. See, Sean's really good at taking my long rants of what I say and putting them into one fucking sentence. Sean, I'm so glad you're here to be able to do that. Plus, it's in writing, so it's a lot easier to do. It's the difference between, a lot of people say, like, for instance, if you're having an argument with someone, and someone's talking and someone's writing, the person who's writing always says it's better for the person who's talking. It's way better for the person who's writing than it is for the person who's talking. Discussion would be way better if it was in written form, because then you could go back and actually look at it and say, this is exactly what they said. I think all discussion should be in written form. All this is solved using the Kantian categorical imperative. I choose to be the best person I can because it's right. I have no faith in hell. That's a great way to look at it, Sean. And then there's the twisting of it to say, like, there's the world we live in now and the things that we abide by now that we think are good. But, you know, like for instance, like Asini said, like prostitution, porn, sex, alcohol, drugs, gambling. You mean you didn't choose to be a bad person or a bad person? No, I'm saying the reason that the reason that you're a good person is out of fear. You're not a good person because you're a good person. You're faking being a good person because you're afraid that if you don't fake being a good person, you're going to go to hell. So everything you do is fake, and you have no principles and no standing. You are simply regurgitating what you believe will make it so you don't go to hell. Versus someone who is genuinely good and will genuinely try to do the right thing. And that's the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because those people that have the good intentions are usually doing it for bad reasons. And if you're doing a good thing for a bad reason, you're going to hell. So the simple fact of saying, I don't want you to burn in hell, is completely counterintuitive to preaching your religion, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Which is what I said, you should, what's the word? There's a philosophical argument about whether it's better to be a Christian or an atheist. The philosopher responds by saying, if there is a hell, it makes more sense to be a Christian. If there isn't, I lose nothing. Do what's right because it's right. Don't fear the fire that has nothing to do with you. You become a bad person for fear of hell and wish to enter heaven. If that's your only reason, Asini. if you don't believe and you are only acting out of fear. And I feel that is what a lot of people who are projecting religion, they are actually people who are acting out of fear and they do not actually believe what they're preaching. They are only preaching it to avoid the fire. Which, in my opinion, automatically puts them in the fire. On the flip side, if you don't believe, then how can you fear? It's true, Sean. But then comes the, what is fundamentally being a Christian in the fact of what is the minimum that gets you into heaven? Right? Like, every time I sin, I just love? Which is the fact of someone who has no understanding would still get into heaven, such as a baby or a child. Because they have no understanding, thus they've not eaten the apple, thus they would get into heaven because they do not know the difference between heaven and hell. Sins are more mistakes than anything else. Love yourself, love your neighbor, love your enemy, love those who don't believe. Love is the key. What do you say to that, Asini? Because I think at the end of the day, whether it's science, philosophy, psychology, religion, theology, or belief, it all comes down to, I can agree with Sean, even without it being any religious thing, that love is the definite power. Fear of hell and desire for heaven can be powerful motivators, but they are not the only things that make a good person. Mistake can always be forgiven. A sin is a conscious choice to do wrong. I think that's the difference, Sean. Ignorance in wake of action versus conscience in wake of action. You know, it's like by association. Fear of hell and desire for heaven are part of the motivation to do good, but they are not the only reasons why a person is righteous. Sincerity of intention, compassion, conscience, love of good, so it's sacred deeper, and more enduring reasons. Versus righteousness combines fear and hope, and love of God and love of people. Not paying attention and knock the vase over and break it, you're forgiven. Take the vase in hand and deliberately break it, you're a criminal and must take make amends. Alright, I'll be right back. I can grab a drink. Every sin is a moral error, but not every error is a sin. Nobody taught you to keep it in your pants, and you have unwed sex, is it still a sin? I think not. It's people who know it's wrong and still do it that are sinning. There are many types of sins. Mortal sin, venial sin, original sin, structural sin. In this world, many oppressors die without punishment, and many oppressed die without justice. There is no accountability after death. Where is justice? The existence of hell guarantees that every oppressor will be held accountable, no matter how much they've gotten away with in this world. I mean, to me, Asini, that idea is just so human that it's like, how do you say it? It's like wishful thinking. Cancer will be cut out, but a loving God doesn't torture his children. Or you could say that via proxy, Sean. Right? So there's a lot of different things that have nuance in that they can be very structurally questioning or questionable, right? It's like, at what point do you... At what point do you separate the... How do you say this? Like... The want for justice and as humans, 100% heaven and hell come out of that extrapolation. Because you know that people won't be judged... most people will get away with things in real life, and you don't want that to happen, so you create a construct within which people can't get away with everything, right? I think if a man forces intimacy on a woman, he will be reincarnated as a woman and a slave. They will learn they were wrong the hard way. For example, Sean is the devil trying to convince you otherwise. Can I be the devil? I mean, if you want to be, Raymond. Definitely, but I will say this, Raymond, no matter what you do, you could never be as bad as the devil. But I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm stating my position. Yeah, I think that's what we're all saying, right? Right? It's just like how we're not preaching. We're just stating how we all feel, what we all believe. Not everyone who sins or commits corruption goes straight to hell, because God is just and merciful. Some people repent, and some sins are forgiven by good deeds or by misfortunes that befall the person in his life. God's judgment is more precise than any human judgment, and there is never injustice. Just to me, Asini, that just seems so cop-out. You know? It's it like slightly invalidates itself, because it's like, It's something that you want to believe. Right? But I mean, that doesn't make it real, or not real. I'm just saying, like, I can see the perspective that someone would say, oh, this is a human imagining out of fear. There's a phrase my brother said, the devil will roar and stomp as a dragon to conceal the truth. In this understanding, it means that whoever yells or slams their fists is wrong. True, Sean, because you shouldn't need to escalate to that. If the other person's not listening to you, then either you need to change the way that you're conversing, or you need to understand that that person's not, has absolutely no intention of listening to you. And then it's like, if you're engaging with someone is dishonest, that's not on you, that's on them. You break the connection. You'd be like, you're not being honest. I'm done here. It's like, and again, it's kind of a cop-out, but it's like, if they have no intention of listening to you, what's the point in having a conversation? That's where it's like, seeing your perspective but not changing my perspective is something people just don't understand. If you believe someone is lost, pray for them. That's a loving thing to do. Move on. Yeah, exactly, right? You have to find that point of, like, I can't fix you. I'm not going to destroy myself because of you. Because at the end of the day, that's just the devil tempting you to fall from grace. They want you to stoop to their level. And they're willing to pretty much do anything to get you to stoop to their level. But I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, guys. Thanks for engaging with me with it. I know sometimes it can be a little divisive and there's another word, but I don't remember what it is. But yeah, something like that. Alright, back to the story. Before the sun set on this same day, I ran the same risk. Madden was implacable. Rather, to be more accurate, he was obliged to be implacable. An Irishman in the service of England, a man suspected of equivocal feelings of not an actual treachery. How could he fail to welcome and seize upon this extraordinary piece of luck, the discovery, capture, and perhaps the deaths of 2 agents of Imperial Germany? I went up to my bedroom. Absurd though the gesture was, I closed and locked the door. I threw myself down on my narrow iron bed and waded on my back. On the day of judgment, you will know that this was the most important discussion in your life. I mean, you can think that, Assini, but I have had many discussions with many people about religion, about Islam, and everything like that. So, This isn't the first and it won't be the last. But I still believe that God is consciousness, and the nuance of understanding doesn't matter to him. Only the genuineness of the understanding matters to him. The never-changing rooftops filled the window, and the hazy 6 o'clock sun sang and hung in the sky. So it's like, if anything, everything you said just reinforces more what I believe. It seemed incredible that this day, a day without warnings or omens, might be that of my implacable death. In despite of my death, Father, in despite of having been a child in one of the symmetrical gardens of Hai Fang, was I to die now? I really hope you know the truth. Well, I mean, it's understanding. It's not words, it's understanding. And from my understanding, despite the words that we're using, we're telling the same story, Asini. We're using different words in a different method in a different genre, but we are telling the same story. That there is something greater than us that we can strive to be a part of, or we can choose to run away from it and separate ourselves from it. And I don't necessarily know whether one is good or bad. All I know is that the human definition of good or bad comes down to how the actions that you take affect other people. And that is the only thing that matters, is what you do and how that affects other people. Everything beyond that is nuance and breviary. And, like, human construct, and, like, the wanting to be right, the need to, the need to be validated. I think that's a big thing, too, is you shouldn't need to be validated. You shouldn't... Your ideas don't need to be validated. Your belief doesn't need to be validated. Yes, but you think that religion is only about believing in God. No, I don't, Asini. I believe that what we understand as religion is a simple human construct on the understanding of something that's greater than us. And rationalizing that understanding. Because there are religions that have multiple gods. Religions that don't have gods. Religions where you are God. Because this is like my ultimate thing. Okay, if you were God, so imagine you're God. Eventually, you would have done everything. And you'd get bored. So what's the ultimate solution to that? You make yourself forget that you're God. Oh, what a fucking roller coaster. What a fucking roller coaster. And to me, that's existence. We are all individual pieces of God spread across all of reality. See, but Asini, you can say all wrong, but that's not proof, that's your belief. Sure, I respect that that's not what you think, but in my belief, that it is. Islam simply puts the belief in one God, the creator of the universe. and that he sent messengers to teach us how to live with justice and mercy. The most important aspects of Islam are threefold. Religion is what you do. Faith is what you believe without question. People with no faith can be religious, such as religiously watching every sports event in which a specific team is playing. Exactly, Sean. That's a very good way of putting it. But what I find is when I say something, Assini says that you're wrong. Okay, well, where's the proof that I'm wrong? Because I'm not saying you're wrong, Assini. I'm saying both possibilities could be true. But you're saying no, only one possibility is true. And my question is, well, how do you know? Worship. Like prayer and fasting, it is not just a ritual, but rather a means of self-discipline, strengthening the relationship with God. Okay, Assini. But what if your way to pray to God, morals, honesty, trustworthiness, helping people, justice, these are all an essential part of religion. But they're not, Assini, because most religions preach death to other religions, including Islam. So, your own religion contradicts its own moral by the simple fact of spreading its own religion. So if you were honest, you wouldn't be able to say that I was wrong. Because I worship consciousness, I have morals, and I stand by my morals and my principles. Even when it comes to, like, self-detrimental advocation, like eugenics or something like that. As I said before, if you believe that someone is wrong, lost, pray for them and move on. God gave us the right to make mistakes, so who are you to attempt to stop us from our choices? Exactly, Sean. So that's why it's like, now my problem, Assini, is with you saying wrong. Islam is the true religion because it declares the oneness of God without partner. Its book is preserved without distortion, and it presents a complete and just way of life that is in harmony with human nature. And Assini, you think that that idea makes it divine. I agree that even if all three of those things is Christianity says the same thing. Exactly, Sean. So, like, Assini, even if all of those things are true, it still doesn't mean anything. It still has no divinity in it. It is created by human hands with human minds. So, even if it preaches do good things, good is a human construct. Like, justice is a human construct. Right? So to say that these things are fundamentally of God is not proof. That's all I'm saying. My problem is you saying that it's proof when it's logically counterintuitive. Right? Because you would think we are told that God dictated our scriptures as well. So if God told us we are right, then how can you prove we aren't? You can't, Sean, and that's what I'm trying to say, is you can't. There is no way to prove that either side is right or wrong. So my stance is all sides are right in genuine thought. As long as you're being honest, truthful, thought-provoking, and Islam believes in the oneness of God, the Quran is preserved, and the worship is the way of life, the comprehensive. Believes in the Trinity, the Bible has been distorted, and salvation is through faith in Jesus, with greater emphasis on the rituals and moral principles. And again, Asini, well, which is why I keep telling people to live their own best life and not to worry about others' understanding of the truth. And that's kind of the way that I preach it too, Sean, except I want to know. I want to discuss it. I want to live it. I want to feel it. I want to know it. I want to calculate it. And I want to come to a conclusion. Because without knowledge, you can't come to a true understanding. And I don't want to remain ignorant. I want to become knowledgeable. And the only way to become knowledgeable is to discuss it. So what I'm saying, Asini, is even if everything that you say is factually true, that still doesn't mean any part of it is divine or from God. And proof is like a tangible, unalterable perspective, which in this case you can't have in a theoretical. You can't have a concrete theoretical understanding because the idea of theoretical is that it's not concrete. It doesn't fall within the normal framework. The whole point is that it's a constructed framework in order to perceive ideas in different lights. I have been in churches where God's love is obvious, even when no other person is there. I have been in churches where, despite the amazing people within, it feels sick and wrong to be there. And that can also come down to, like, picking up on different types of energies and stuff like that, right? And it's like the idea of feeling that a place is holy or a place is cursed. And I think that can all be broken down to, in the most basic of categories, consciousness. Because consciousness leaves an imprint on reality. So consciousnesses that are pushing positive feelings create a positive energy barrier, and that's holy. Negative thought processes and projections create a negative space, and that's cursed, demonic, evil. And you can break that down to two simple factors: positive energy versus negative energy. And I think adding the religious aspect of it is just making it complicated, when you can just basically say that it's energy. A good church is entirely donated time, donated effort, donated material, no aggrandizement, just a place to share faith with others. What is the crime and murder rate in America? In my Muslim country, I can open the door at night without fear. If it doesn't matter, you're a Christian or a Muslim, can you leave the door open? Asini, I'm Canadian and I'm neither. I'm a spiritual atheist. I believe in consciousness. I don't believe in... I believe that we use different words, but we all have the same definitions. And I would say, Asini, there are places in your country that you can leave your door open at night, and there are places in your country that you can't leave your door open at night. So, I don't see the correlation between that. Same with, like, crime and murder rates and stuff like that, is... that's not necessarily a correlation, right? because there are other sins. So, for instance, America might have a higher rate of murder, alcoholism, rape, violence, and, like, death, but your country might have more, I leave the door open all the time. Being a Christian doesn't make you safe or not. However, a great number of deaths in the U.S. are caused by radical Islam. Does that mean all those who are of Islam are radical? No. Exactly. It's like, being a Christian has nothing to do with it, and that's what I'm trying to say, Asini, is that you're projecting onto us this religious aspect, whereas I'm trying to say, try to take your mindset out of the religious aspect and break it down to fundamental ideas and concepts that don't relate to religion and don't have a religious connotation but have the same denotion and definition, like God and consciousness, spirit and consciousness, like different planes of existence, different levels of consciousness, different existences, the difference between animals and humans, the understanding. So, being an Islamic country isn't the reason why your country is safe. Right? There may be absolutely no correlation between that. People may just be, you know, the laws are harsh and you're following the laws. China's a great place like that, you know, but China, I wouldn't want to live in China. But I bet China's pretty fucking safe until it's not. It's safe except for from the government. So, we also have many faiths in this country, including Islam. This causes tension across the entire country, and then there are those who have no faith. They will not stop doing something because of our faith. We do not fear death because we know where we are going, same as you. Muslims don't hate people of other religions. On the contrary, they love you and treat you well. But in America, you think Muslims are terrorists. That's the difference between them. But Asini, it's like factual that there are Muslims that are bad people. Like, that's what I don't understand. Can you not... My country is safe because 99% are Muslims. No radical Muslims, not normal Muslims. But normal Muslims are not Muslims, they're normal people. Right? Asini? It's not because they're Muslims, it's because they're normal people. Does that make sense? Like, if you look at on an individual basis level, right? It's 2% of the people that do 95% of the crime. So even if 95% of the people in America were all Christians, just like they were Muslims in your country, Asini, you would still have that 2% causing 95% of the problems. And I bet in your country, you have 2% of the people causing 95% of the problems. And I don't think religion has anything to do with that. Because morality is not derived from religion. Morality is derived from existence. Yes, normal people of the Muslim faith are great people. Their faith has nothing to do with them being good. How do those same people being raised as Christian, they'd still be good people? Exactly, Sean. If they were raised atheists, they would still be good people. The last time I heard of a murder in Morocco was in 2017. But Asini, like I was saying, there are other kinds of crimes as well, right? Like, they may be crimes in the West, but not crimes in your country. They may be crimes in your country, but not crimes in the West. So a dictation of law, the law is not moral. The law is just a dictation of society. When people start to believe that the law is moral, crime has more to do with financial instability. By the way, I am not asleep. Callie, have you been listening to us this entire time? By the way, how did the stream go, Callie? I had your stream up for like the first like 40 minutes or so, chilling with you, but then we needed to get into the stories. But we definitely had a good time. So did you guys carry on with the conversation after I left? Go to sleep. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. Couldn't resist. Man, you left Mary, had a shower, chat got quiet, I got bored with the game, I stopped stream. No, Callie! What? It happens. We should, next time, Callie, we should do a stream together. And we should go on Discord. And we should fuck around. Oh, dude, Callie, I just had an idea. You know what we should do? Thought you were going to make a 3-sentence story, or was that something else? Oh, no, I did that, Sean. Guys, check it out. I made my story. Actually, let's just go. Let's just go here. Let's see how it did. Let's see how it did. All right, guys, let me know what you think.
My fellow Americans, this is a most dire situation. 7 million Americans dead. North Korea has taken accountability for the nukes that went off tragically an hour ago in Washington, New York, and Los Angeles. We are now at war. My fellow Americans, this is a most dire situation. 7 million Americans dead. North
What do you guys
Korea
think?
has taken accountability for the nukes that went off tragically an hour ago in Washington, New York, and Los Angeles. We are now at war. My fellow Americans, this is a most dire situation. 7 million Americans.
Oh, that one was pretty good. Pretty basic, but you know, it is what it is. I think anyone who targets DC is an idiot. Target Yellowstone instead. Wait, dude, Sean, if you nuked Yellowstone, I'm pretty sure you would fuck the entire world. If Yellowstone blows, we are talking global fucking annihilation. I think that would be the last thing you would want to do. Like, we're talking extinction level event. Like, the only humans alive would be the ones on the fucking space station. Nah, but it would cut the population way... No, I'm serious, Sean. End of humanity would not wipe out humanity. Catastrophic lava flows, likely extremely low. We'd be insane, though. How far would the reach be? Most of the US would become an ocean. How far would the range be? Yellowstone erupted. How much of the world would be affected? I guess that's a better way to say it. Significant. It doesn't say a percentage. I'm just gonna go to fucking goddamn. This is why I go to Grok. Yellowstone erupted. What would be what percentage of the world would be affected? On the day of judgment, your mother, father, brother, sister, wife, or son will not care about you. No one will care about you. Everyone just wants to go to heaven. Yeah, that makes sense, Asini, because no one actually really cares about you. Everyone only actually really cares about themselves, and by proxy of themselves care about you. But they only truly care about themselves. That is human nature. That's why I want drilling rigs to pop the crust and release some pressure, at least back to the point Old Faithful is an hourly event again. Man, this is really being a bitch. Why is it taking so long to figure this shit out? So it means 100% of the world will be affected to some degree, though the severity would decrease distance from the eruption site. It's not extinction level current event for humanity. Okay. So we were, what? We're talking like 60 to 70% of the population, but not the entirety. So like of the population would remain after, let's say, 100 years. So you killed 10% of the planet. 800 million people. That seems a little low. In these factors, the conservative estimate was just 80 to 90% of the global population relative to today's could remain after 100 years. Assuming moderate recovery. Initial 10 to 20% loss. Search for the two C's that never meet. These are rough estimates. And that's a huge thing with, like, certain, like, population centers, right? You could say it's 10% of the world population, but it's like 40% of the land mass. Or something like that, right? Because of the distribution of things. So what am I looking for? Two C's never meet. The North Sea and the Baltic Sea in Denmark. Oh, these are the ones... Oh yeah, I know of this. The sea line, because this is one is fresh water and one is salt water. So they don't mix, so it creates this barrier between the two of them. And it's like the specific salinity of the water. Is that what you were talking about? Whoa! Then I reflected that all things happen to one, precisely now. Century follows century and things happen only in the present. There are countless men in the air, on the land, and at sea, and all that really happens to me. Do you see this? This is the greatness of God's creation. Yes, Assini, it's called science. And if God is real, God created science. But the fact that science exists doesn't prove that God exists. I don't think you understand the fundamental understanding of the word proof. There is evidence, and you build up evidence, and enough evidence builds up that you eventually get proof. Because you can relate back to these things and say, this is the reason why. This is the correlation. This is how you can predict it, and this is how you can manipulate it. The almost unbearable memory of Madden's long horse face put an end to those wandering thoughts. In the midst of my hatred and terror, now that it no longer matters to me to speak of terror, now that I have outwitted Richard Madden, now that my neck hankers for a hangman's noose, I knew that the fast-moving and doubtless happy soldier did not suspect that I possessed the secret. The name of the exact site of the new British artillery park on the Ancre. A bird streaked across the misty sky, and absently I turned it into an airplane, and then that airplane into many in the skies of France, shattering the artillery park under a rain of bombs. If only my mouth, before it should be silenced by a bullet, could shout this name in such a way that it could be heard in Germany. My voice, my human voice, was weak. How could it reach the ear of the chief? Well, give me science on how sky doesn't fall. So there's these things called atoms, and they're really, 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 really small forms of matter, and they bounce around and bump into each other. And the more of them that you have in a condensed area, the harder they hit each other. So the higher the pressure. And this builds on top of each other. So the reason the sky doesn't fall out of the sky is because the sky is made out of particles that are stacked on top of each other. So imagine you're inside of a ball pit, and you're walking through a ball pit. Why don't the balls at the top of the ball pit fall? Well, because they're touching other balls. And that's basically the simplest way I can put it. And then you have differentials of temperature, pressure, and like chemical consistency, right? Certain gases are heavier than other gases, different densities create different heights, and this is why you can have, for instance, things float on air. I don't know, man, it's all bullshit. Well, then explain to me, this. If my explanation doesn't work for you, balloon floating on gas. Maybe ball floating on glass? Yeah, shit like this. So you fill the area with gas.
My voice sound, oh, it's getting there.
Right?
Here's what we're gonna do. You pick up the boat.
And then you look at the weight of something.
Here like this. You hold onto that end. Okay, ready? Let's just set it in here like this. And we're gonna let go. Ready, set.
It's heavier than, because the air is heavier. That is literally science explained right there. It's floating in air because the gas difference and the pressure difference between the different gases and the collection, and how the mass, size, and buoyancy of the weight of it. Quran says God raised the heavens and placed them firmly in their place, and that they are under his control and cannot collapse except by his will. Yeah, but that doesn't give you anything to work off of, Assini. Whereas saying, like, the understanding of gravity to be able to replicate it it's the same way a steel ship can float on an ocean despite its weight. Exactly. It's science. Now, whether you say science is God or not, it's the understanding and predictability in order to replicate it. So basically, you have no substance in what you're saying because you can't replicate placing something in the heavens. But oh wait, yes we can. Using science, we can replicate putting something in the heavens, and that is satellites. The ISS going to the moon. So the acts that we have performed as humans, whether you want to call that science or God, is simply understanding it. And all you're saying is, oh, anytime we understand anything, it's actually not what we understand. But our understanding allows us to predict it to be able to, like, reenact it. So, I'm sorry, but the one that can predict and reenact versus the one that can't, the one that can predict and reenact is the one that's true. If you believe that science will answer every question, that's a pure faith. Since logically, no matter how many questions we answer, we are left with the question, why is that true? Exactly, Sean. And then there's the last question, which we read yesterday by Isaac Asimov, about the idea of the last question is in existence is the question of can existence be created? And the so-called AI quantum hyperspace computer, I love that story. Yeah, we read that yesterday. The idea that God is simply an abstract of something like that, right? That God could be what we perceive, and consciousness is just a machine that was created at some point in time. It was, can the effect of entropy be reversed? Yeah, exactly. The exact question asked. Because eventually there will be nothing left in the universe because of entropy. Particles will be too far apart to be able to do anything. Called the heat death of the universe. where all heat dies. Because at all points in time, the universe is cooling down. And eventually, it will die. So what happens at that point? Is that just the end of existence? Or is it a new type of existence? Consciousness still exists inside of that space? Is space and time gone simply because there's no matter within space? If time is simply the movement of matter and there's no matter that moves, how can there be time? Yet we have evidence that our universe is not the only one, or even the oldest one. We have found planets that, according to our readings, predate our own universe. Which Sean brings into question, is our science and fundamental understanding of the universe wrong? When we have contradictions like that, we have to take a step back and say, is the science right if we're getting these conclusions? But, you know, at the end of the day, it all adds up, so it has to be. 2 plus 2 is 4. Simple as that. Don't argue with it, just accept it. You've done all you can to try and prove that it's not. Same with like the idea of multiplying by 0 versus dividing by 0. You can multiply by 0, but you can't divide by 0. Because dividing by 0 will get you infinite. The opposite of 0. Whereas multiplying by 0 just gets you 0. I'd say that we call a universe is a galactic cluster and not only one of many such galactic clusters. Well, Sean, there's a difference between the observable universe and the universe. The observable universe is whatever light will actually reach us. And over a period of time, things will be so far away due to the expansion of the universe that the expansion will literally be faster than the light. So light from those areas will never ever reach us. So there's the observable universe that we can see, and then there's what's outside of the observable universe. And our extrapolation is, if all of the observable universe is homogeneous, then outside the observable universe should also be homogeneous. But you could say the same thing, Sean, if you zoomed in enough to even such a large enough space on, like, Earth, for instance, and it was just desert. You could say, oh, the entire planet is desert. Because of, like, a survivorship bias. Because you're like, well, this entire area is desert. It's such a vast area, of course, and it's all the same. So, there are theories that there are different biomes of universes, and the light from our observable universe is only within, let's say, this one part of it. So there could be a desert type of universe, a jungle type of universe, and the fact of the laws of physics could be different. Everything could be different within those, and they could all just be within smaller spaces of themselves. And then there's the bubble theory with, like, black holes, where the matter that gets sucked into a black hole becomes its own universe, and then that becomes the entropy within its own black hole of it expanding and eating more, while the black hole grows smaller, everything inside of it expands. And it kind of reverses how, like, inverse space. And that's how, at every moment, the actual expanding of the universe is actually every particle in the universe halving in size. Or just, like, shrinking in size. And gravity has a huge role to play on that as to the reason of things that would connect together and things wouldn't. And that's the, like, weak and strong nuclear force. Sorry, I'm late. What did I say? You were talking about the heavens being placed, and then I was talking about how humans can do that with satellites. How using science we can replicate the effects of God. Essentially. Is that hubris? Well, it can't be, because we've proven that we can do it. It would be hubris if we couldn't do it. But there is the hubris in, like, flying too close to the sun and not understanding what we're doing, right? But that's what science is all about, is finding understanding. Except one, we can't create matter from nothingness. That's actually not true, Sean. At least not theoretically true. So I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding of quantum mechanics and how particles pop in and out of existence. So you have a positive and a negative that pop into existence, they hit each other, and they nullify, creating energy. That is the cosmic microwave background of the universe, essentially. The leftover energy of everything. We manipulate matter that exists. We can't create even a particle without existing matter to work with. So, the idea of matter and antimatter is that when those particles pop into existence, these theoretical quantum particles of probability pop into existence and annihilate themselves. If you could make gravity strong enough that once those particles popped into existence, instead of being pulled together and annihilating each other, they were pulled apart and sent to opposite sides of the universe. So, if you had matter on one side of the universe and antimatter on the other side of the universe, and there was nothing down the middle, it was just emptiness, because of, like, pulling gravity apart, they would fundamentally be the same particles in the same existence, only mirrors of each other. And you would continuously have an expanding universe that grew bigger because it was always pulling those energies out of the ether. But this comes down to a fundamental understanding of why did God forbid pork? Asini, the reason why people believe that pork is biblically or like religiously not eaten is because if you ate pork and it was cooked the wrong way, you would get worms and die. So it's actually a food safety reason why pork was forbidden. Because if you didn't cook it properly, it was not good. Pork has no sweat glands and thus can't excrete toxins. So if you cook it improperly and eating it, it has a negative effect on humans. Same thing with chicken. But chicken you just need to cook thoroughly. Whereas pork, you can't cook it like you can cook steak, for instance. Another question, why did God forbid the apple? Did the apple truly contain the knowledge of good and evil, or was it a metaphor for good and evil? And by eating the apple, God gave man the knowledge of good and evil and said, here is your reward for disobeying me. Either improper cooking or letting the pork eat toxic foods can cause bad things to happen when people eat them. That's, you know, the scientific, logical understanding of why pork is religiously forbidden. You can extrapolate most what's it called? I'd say like habits maybe to a point of people based upon like habits become fanatical when they're so widespread and universal. Why to the Hindu forbidden eating beef, though? Because they think it's their ancestors reincarnated. Yeah, and you wouldn't want to eat the soul of your ancestor. And my thing is, well, if eating beef and eating pork is gonna get me to hell, life sucks. Fuck it. You know? It is what it is. I guess I'm deemed for hell. Right? It's like, there's no point in fighting against the machine. Sorry, if I came back as a cow, I'd want to be eaten ASAP. Yeah. Pretty much, Sean. Reincarnate me again, man. Fuck this. Why is suicide forbidden? Suicide is forbidden. If you want to go with a religious route, it's because you've been given life by God, and that's basically a slap in God's face. If you want to go by society, then it's because life sucks, and killing yourself is not a way out, and shouldn't be a way out. So in order to hold people accountable in life, we've made suicide forbidden so that people won't do it. It is simply a social construct of power. In order to control people, we have made it so if you kill yourself, you go to hell. And then we make the worst possible world for them to live in and make them slaves to it, but we tell them that if they kill themselves, they go to hell. That is a power construct. You leave behind those who depend on you. That's wrong in both religion and law. I just think it's purely a power construct. Because if people just killed themselves because they didn't care, because life was bad, they'd have to make life good because people would just kill themselves. But they want people to live in the horror that is life that they've created and have hope so that they can do their bidding so people can stand on top of them. That's human nature. Islam considers that life is not entirely the property of the individual, but rather a trust from God, and man must preserve it. Yeah, that's the religious aspect of it. I gave you life, therefore don't squander it. Which, again, I think is completely fair. I'm off, need to cook. Alright, Sean. Enjoy your food, good sir. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. You know what happens when you die and get buried? You go back into the earth, and the essence of you is consumed by other bits of life, and you are returned to nature. You are returned from whence you came, dust to dust. But what if you're burned? What if there's nothing left of you but ash? Smoke and ash. How could it reach the ear of the chief? The ear of that sick and hateful man who knew nothing of Runeberg or of me, except that we were in Staffordshire. A man who's sitting in his two-aired Berlin office leafed infinitely through newspapers, looking in vain for news from us. I said aloud, I must flee. I sat up on the bed, the senseless and perfect silence, as if Madden was already peering at me. Something, perhaps merely a desire to prove my total penury to myself, made me empty out my pockets. I found just what I knew I was going to find. The American watch. The nickel-plated chain and the square coin. The key ring with the useless but compromising keys to Runeberg's office. The notebook. A letter which I decided to destroy at once, and which I did not destroy. A 5-shilling piece, 2 single shillings, and some pennies. A red and blue pencil, a handkerchief, and a revolver with a single bullet. Absurdly, I held it and weighed it in my hand to give myself courage. No, man, you are asked 3 questions about your religion, and Christianity is not the correct answer. If you do not answer, you will be tormented in your grave until the day of resurrection. I mean, you can believe that, Asini, but that's not visibly what actually happens to you. Like, that's not physically, empirically what happens to your body. Right? So you can abstract it in your mind as much as you want, and say whatever you want. Because I can say the same thing where I say, okay, but when you die, your consciousness is stuck where you are. And to me, heaven is being able to live with your own mind for all of eternity, and hell is not being able to live with your own mind for eternity. So essentially, you're just a ball of consciousness stuck in the same spot that you died. And you just exist there. Forever. And that can be equivocally measured as EMP fields by science through technology. And if you get strong enough EMP fields together, you can create light. So, via this, if you have enough people die in the same place that their consciousnesses create enough of an EMP field to actually project their consciousnesses into reality, you now have a scientific explanation for ghosts. Vaguely, I thought that a pistol shot can be heard for a great distance. I know that. If you dig up the grave of the murderer, you'll find his body intact, but he is suffering in a way that only God knows. And then that brings me back to this concept again, Asini, is how can we dictate to know the will of God as humans? Because a book that was written by humans says so? Yeah, that's what we call a circular logical argument. Its foundational basis only relies on the context to the foundational basis. The more things that you can extrapolate a scenario to, the more valid that extrapolation, right? Indala! What? Yo, how's it going, Indala? How are you, good sir? Sorry, I missed the movie night, Indala. My sister and my nephew came over. So, I kind of got distracted, and next thing I knew it was like 5 o'clock, and I was like, fuck! But it is what it is. Next Sunday. Movie night. So we are talking, Indala, we are talking about religion, consciousness, and science. And how fundamentally all 3 of these are like branches of the same thing. Religion is trying to understand, consciousness is the ability to understand, and science is replication of understanding. And my belief is that all 3 of these components are required in order to basically be the best you can be in existence. Well, information ideally should never be where you are, and a 1/4 ratio to extrapolate is all I know. I have no idea what you mean by that, Indala. Ideally should never be where you are. A 1/4 ratio to extrapolate. A 1-to-4 ratio. I'm not 100% in what you're saying there, Indala. It's 5 a.m. and I have to go to high school at 8 a.m. trying to convince you. How else would do that? Honestly, Asini, someone who doesn't understand. Cause, like, no matter what you say, everything that you say is all smoke and mirrors, right? There's no empirical evidence to recreate what you're saying other than the logical scientific evidence that I'm giving you in order to state proof of the statements that you're making. So you make a statement about something in a religion, and I say, okay, well, let's extrapolate that to consciousness and science, and let's replicate it, and let's go through the process of saying, how do we get there? And as far as our basic understanding and accepted understanding of reality, I've done that with everything that you've said. And all you can say is, I believe. Which I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I have evidence to back up what I'm saying. But only from my own perspective. I'm not certain that's the best way to know something. Well, there's a difference between knowing and believing. Right? Like, I know that this is gonna fall when I drop it. I don't believe that it's gonna fall. I know it's gonna fall. Right? Like, I don't know that I'm gonna rehydrate when I drink this water. It's a fact that I'm gonna rehydrate when I drink this water. It's a noticeable reaction in reality. That's the difference. Whereas philosophy, psychology, theology, and hypotheticals don't fall under that category. Right? You can say whatever you want about basically anything. See you later, bro. Alright, have a good one, Asini. Thanks for talking, man. It was a good conversation. But, like, me saying the reason that I get hydrated from this water is because of God and not because of the bodily functions of reality, I think is, like, I really hope you look this up. Why would I look it up, Asini? Like, you said... you sound very, very, like... what do you call this? Like, unmoved with being able to state. That sounds more like silly ideation about what thoughts are meaning. If you ground in faith, okay, but the water just is. No, but I mean, like for instance, Indala, Asini asked me why the sky doesn't fall out of, like, why the sky doesn't fall. And I said because particles stack on top of each other and hit against each other in order to imagine being in like a ball pit and there's balls all around you. The top balls don't fall because there's balls underneath them. But as humans, we have replicated that to the point where we can go into space. With wind, the sky does move and cloud fall. I mean, technically, yes, the clouds fall out of the sky, but he was talking about the sky itself, like the firmament. And I was like, but then we can put things in the sky. And he said that God raised the sky up and put the sky there. But then humans can also do that because we have satellites, the International Space Station, the Chinese Space Station, like other things in orbit. Like, our ability to manipulate and understand the real world is fundamentally more important than a belief system that tells you that the world is fairy tales and fairy dust, and your understanding is actually gibberish, and my interpretation is the way. Because Indala, what Asini keeps stating is that the Quran says it, therefore it is. And I said, but the Quran is written by a human, and humans are fallible, so believing in something that is written by a human, therefore, is a self-contradiction. So by its own definition, you shouldn't listen to it. But the book did not cause water. No, Indala, what I'm saying with the water reference is when I ingest this water, it's not the water going into my cells and re-energizing my cells and then taking the oxygen and hydrogen that's inside of it. It's just, I drink this water, and via proxy by drinking this water, God hydrates me. To me, that's what Asini is saying when he says, oh, no, it's not science, it's actually God. He's saying, when I drink this water, God is rehydrating me. It's not the water, it's not the particles, it's not the chemicals in it, it's not the molecules, it's not its physical existence, it's God is rehydrating me. Yes, I'm stating God does not act in you. Exactly, Indala. And Asini is saying that yes, God does. If gambling was not forbidden, I would have gambled my whole life that Islam is the true religion. Asini, if the religion is the reason why you didn't gamble, then you don't understand gambling, because you shouldn't gamble because the gambling is set against you. And it's not true, Asini. You gamble every single day. Every decision you make is a gamble. So just because gambling has to do with currency, nah, gambling is saying, do I put my left foot forward or my right foot forward? Gambling is saying, do I wear a black shirt today or a white shirt today? Gambling says, do I have a haircut or do I not have a haircut? We try to master before we know. Exactly. You're taking a bet on a situation based upon previous information and statistical evidence. I didn't mean that, but there are things in science and things that even science doesn't know about. Exactly, Asini. So you're saying things that science doesn't know about are God. Whereas science has proven over time that people say that and then science figures out what it is. So just because you say, oh, it's God because science hasn't figured it out yet, doesn't mean that it's God. Now, I'm not saying it's not God. Because like I said, Indala, I believe that God is just consciousness. And that God is a universal consciousness. And that extrapolating everything in existence down to consciousness is the best way to do it. That consciousness is fundamental, and like when you die, your consciousness returns to the great consciousness. And our bodies are vessels that pick up tiny pieces of that consciousness. Like your TV picks up, or Like your browser picks up one web page of the entire internet. You can never have the entire internet on one web page, just like you can't have all of consciousness in one vessel. But when you leave your vessel, consciousness expands out and joins the rest. Like, can science explain how jinn disappear and disguise themselves? Technically, Assini, yes, with light. Using quantum mechanics, it's possible. Light, form, energy, frequency, ghosts. Ghosts, like I said already, ghosts are consciousness that is either so powerful and so attached to reality that it even after death, it has a physical existence where it can project itself as light. Light, like all things are consciousness, and it's using the waveform function of wave-particle duality in order to invoke a reaction into reality. And at the end of the day, that's what consciousness does. Consciousness evokes into reality. You must think before you do, even if it's subconscious. So, there is a scientific explanation if you extrapolate to consciousness is real, consciousness is fundamental. But you have to put on these stipulations throughout it, right? And context. And I fully admit that yes, it is with a certain context and a certain set, right? So, I'm not saying I'm right, I'm saying it's possible. And my problem, Assini, is you're saying I'm right, it's not possible. And all I'm saying is I don't think that's a good attitude to have, because that leads you to fundamentalism. Because you never truly question why you believe what you believe, or why you're being told the things that you're being told. And if you come to the conclusions that you have now through that critical thinking, that's an extreme positive, because you have gone through the process and come out with this conclusion. But I feel like there is this set of point where it needs to be said that I don't think I'm right, and I don't think that you're wrong. But the fact that you think I'm wrong makes me question the validity of what you say. Because if you're not able to take a step back and even have the conceptual idea that you might be wrong and I might be right, I think is a fallacy on your part. And that leads to a bad place when there is no ability in your mind to perceive the other person's side. Does that make sense? So I think it's a huge problem with people thinking that either I'm right because I'm talking about it. There's not a way to know, is there? But you could converse instead. Exactly, Indal. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's just over and over. Every time I try to converse with Assini, he simply states, "No, you are wrong." And then I say, "Okay, you're absolutely allowed to believe that. But all I'm saying is that this is what I believe." Does that make sense, Indala? And then he is like trying to convince me otherwise, and I'm trying to say that if you can't even look at my perspective, you're not going to be able to convince me because you're not looking at my perspective. You need to look at my perspective and say, okay, what is it about my perspective that makes me think this? Add that to your perspective and say, oh, here's the connecting dots. Oh, these three things might make you change your mind about your perspective. Like, to me, that's the extrapolation. My last request is to listen to a minute of the Quran. I mean, sure, but like what I'm saying is, no matter what the Quran says, I'm not going to say, oh, that's 100% real. There can be no other interpretation of it. That is 100% what it is, and there's nothing else to it. There's no nuance. There's no exception. There's no nothing. It is simply is. I don't believe that that's how the world works. Yeah, there's not really a reason to be heard. Sometimes it's only because we want to like who they are. I could agree with that, Indala, and that's why it's like I'm open to the discussion, and you can completely probably convince me and change my mind. People do it all the time, but you have to do it with facts. You can't simply state, this book says that when you die, you will be judged and go to hell, so I believe that I go to hell. And there's no, like, fundamental knowledge that's going to change my mind about that isn't there. Who is this guy? But it doesn't say, okay, but where does it say anything about, like, the research that he's done? You know, like, what institutes did he do research at? Where is the evidence to proclaim what he's saying? Has he had, like, a religious experience? Like, an out-of-body experience? But sometimes acceptance of a view is more important to the relationship than seeing it all as a realist way. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's an agree to disagree. Like, I don't believe what you believe, but I don't believe that what you believe is wrong. Both of these things can be true. I can believe that I'm right without believing that you're wrong. Because I fundamentally think that we are saying the same definitions with different words. God to me is consciousness. Faith to me is understanding. And belief is critical thinking. Science is extrapolation of the real world. So, like, no individual piece of knowledge or information is going to invalidate or validate a certain thought, right? Well, I know that power is through, and that at the end you want to know way to you. Want to know way to you. And to reason that power is all. Does this make sense? No, Indala. Power is through, and at the end you want to know way to you. And reason that power is all. Not 100% getting that. Like, breathing is power. Do you mean like energy? Like, when I think power is like different than energy. Just watch a video? Alright, we'll post a link, Cassini, then. I'm 100% down to watch a video. Which video do you want me to watch? That's okay, Indala. You could try rephrasing it. And again, to say Asini, the main thing is like... So, like, Indala, one of his main points, Asini's main points, is that the Bible is corrupted and has been changed, but the Quran is not corrupted and has not been changed. And I said, even if that's a true fact, that the Quran's never been changed, the Quran was still written by a man, so it's like a self-imploding problem, right? Like a circular logic. It can only revert back to itself. It can never extrapolate to anything else. I mean, like, power is either through you or the other beings, but also a stick is a power of shape, but it doesn't have to be just energy, and I like Quran. See, and I never said there's nothing wrong with the Quran. I just think taking the Quran because he was protected, I don't think taking the Quran as word for word, this is exactly how God wants you to live life, and you should never think any other way, never have critical thinking, and never change the way that you ever act in your entire... Like, I think that's ridiculous, and if I was God, I wouldn't want that. So I think, what would I do if I was God? And I'm like, well, this is what I would do if I was God. But it's like, that's still coming at it from a human perspective. So everything has to be placed in that human perspective. When you say, no, this is divinity and this isn't, and the only reason for you stating that this is divinity is because it speaks of God, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. Right? Like, you can think it all you want, but, like, there's not enough evidence for me to believe that. Sure, it could be true, but I mean, all the evidence in the world says that it's not. So what are you going to go with? The evidence or not the evidence? I'd go with the evidence. But Asini, what video do you want me to watch? Like post a video, a link, and I'll watch a video. But I'm not just going to randomly go through and try and find a random video or something like that. My YouTube is fucking lagging. Not a single letter was distorted because it was protected from distortion, and copies of it were written and preserved in minds and in books. But Asini, you can say that all you want, but people say the same thing about the Bible. Right? So just because you say it doesn't make it true. Just because people believe it doesn't make it true. I've seen unofficial Qurans. Yeah, of course. And I mean, like, again, let's say, so you said it was written in 700 AD, and there's the original manuscript from 700 AD. What language is it written in? Do you speak that language? Can you read that language? Has that language been preserved and not modified in order to make it so the scripture says something different because the translations are different? Was the language completely different at the time and meanings of words were different? All words have multiple interpretations, so Asini, for you to say that there's no such thing as a secondary interpretation of the words in the Quran, to me just means that you don't have a fundamental understanding of language.
Okay, I'm really confused what this video is supposed to tell me. Like, I'm looking for like Indala, do you know what I mean? Like I'm looking for like evidence, right? And understanding, not a bunch of random words that anyone can say. I'm a writer. I work with words. I know how words like work. How did I feel? I felt like I wasn't like, oh, like supporting facts. Yeah. When you're talking about something, you should have supporting facts to it. Like, for instance, when you say, God created the heaven and the earth, and in the Quran it says that God lifted the sky into the heavens. Okay, well, how did he do that? Give me supporting empirical facts of how he did that. Oh, I don't know. Well, then why am I going to believe you? Right? Whereas if I can say, well, we have these things called particles that we work with, that we know, and we can manipulate them, and we know what gases, liquids, and solids are. We know what plasma is, and energy, and elements, and we can manipulate it to our will in order to know to create things and with chemicals and things to the point where we can send spaceships into space. That's supporting facts behind something. Right? Not a feeling, right? Okay, this evokes a feeling in you. Yes, psychology, sounds, and everything are very, very powerful things. Vibration, frequency, and, what's the third one? Structure, I think. But either way. But do you see what I'm seeing, Asini? If you say, oh, they lifted them into the skies, but you have no empirical supporting facts, and I say, well, we do the same thing. We put satellites in space. Like, this picture here is from fucking space. Like, you're proving my point with the video. Like, I think that's the problem here.
For example, I'll ask you a question. Does anyone look after God?
Does anyone look after God?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't need anyone to look after God, does he?
Wait, no, that's not true. We look after God. That's why we're here. I wish I could find a Taoist Buddhist server on Discord that's not racist. Oh, good luck with that, Indala. It's really bad to say, but yeah, it's a huge Chinese base, and China is just culturally racist. It is ingrained in their culture, in their government, in their raising, in everything, to be racist. So, yeah. Mostly American MAGA. Just continue. Hi, Callie. I looked at my stream. What's up, Callie? Guys! And I got a lot of my viewers from 2 streamers who rated me. Hell yeah, Callie, that's what it's all about. Fuck yeah. I'd raid you, Callie, but... yeah, we don't stream at the same time.
Why does he need someone to look after him?
Okay.
He looks after us.
Are you sure about what you're saying?
Well, why does he need someone to look after
Okay.
him?
I'm asking you a question. Is Jesus God?
Is Jesus God? Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Did Mary look after him as a baby?
Did Mary look after him?
Did Mary look after God?
Did Mary look after God? No, God created mankind.
Oh, so Jesus ain't God.
So he is God.
Did Mary look after God?
Did Mary? I don't understand that. You have to say it in a roundabout,
Okay.
like say it in a very.
Is Jesus God?
Is Jesus God? Yes. It
Was
claims.
Okay.
There's a claim in one. If you look at 1 John, it says the Word
It's okay,
was
you don't
God.
need to-
The Word
you don't have
is
to-
God. So
I don't
Jesus.
take the Bible as evidence. I'm asking you, if you believe it, you don't have to prove it. I'm just asking you what you believe. Is Jesus God?
Yes.
You realize.
Hold on,
Sorry.
no.
What's his character?
I'm asking you a question. Is Jesus God?
Okay, so this is what I'm getting out of this. Is Jesus God? Yes. Okay, well, if Jesus is God, then someone took care of God because Jesus was raised. Therefore, someone took care of God. That's the logic. If I were God, I would want to enlighten and then wield my thoughts to know I could heal. See, that's what I thought, Indala, until I became a writer when I was like 14. And I wanted to create really fucked up worlds where people suffer and have problems and everything's terrible and bad and horrific. And you know why? Because it's to show the value of life. Life doesn't end when you die. Your consciousness doesn't end when you die. Death is not the end, death is the beginning. We all die 1,000 deaths every day. So, I, as a creator, want to create... And this is the duality of my book. There's the evil enemy, Anima. Anima wants paradise. He wants all the species on all of the worlds to just be perfect. Never fight with each other. Just breed, evolve, expand themselves, so when he comes to eat them, he has more food. Then, there's Gaia, the good planet. She wants horror, strife, terror, disappointment, conflict, because it shows the value and the worth of living, the worth and value of consciousness, the worth and value of virtue over evil. Because without that, what is the point of life? You have a lot of value in your enlightenments? I think so, Indala, and I don't think it needs to be a specific word. I think it just needs to be a feeling and a genuine definitional idea. Right? I don't care what word we use for it. It's just whatever comes from whatever. The fact that we can't agree on a word for it, to me, is superficial. We've all agreed on the definition. What's the definition of God? A being that is all-powerful, all knows everything, and is basically everywhere. Well, what is consciousness? Consciousness is an extrapolated idea of thought, of experience, of knowing, of thought. So obviously, the definition of consciousness and the definition of God are the exact same thing. So whether you call it God or you call it consciousness, it is the extrapolation of knowing, thinking, being, and interacting with the world. Whatever that world may be. Whether it's your own thoughts, it's heaven, it's earth, it's hell. Just watch videos like this and I guarantee you'll change your mind. I'm no expert. But see, Asini, what I don't think you get is I agree with what this guy is saying. So how am I supposed to change my mind if I already agree with it? I just don't necessarily agree with the words. I agree with the definitions, 100%. And you can use whatever words you want, just the words that I use are different. Because they're not religiously charged. And I think that's a big problem because there is a lot of charge to religion. So, having the ability to step back and have this conversation without Asini being like, oh, you need to change your mind. I don't think I need to change your mind. I don't think you need to change your mind. So I should just make friends everywhere. Then I ask for raids. Callie, I think you've literally solved streaming. Callie, I think you just solved streaming. You should make that into a TikTok, Callie. How do you increase your viewers? I found the way, guys. You engage with communities, you build connections with people, and then people come. Oh god! Who knew? It was so simple to just build connections with people. My problem, Callie? Time. That's why we've taken time off work. And I think it's worked. Like, if you look at it, Callie, we've gained like a bunch of new viewers because we're not streaming at the same time. Right? So the whole time has changed up and we've gotten like an entirely new spread of viewers just from that. Because, you know, people would normally be in bed by the time I start streaming. So if you're coming for the first 5 or 6 hours of the stream, the 6-hour mark is where I would normally start streaming. So anyone who's here before then wouldn't have been in the stream. And like I said, I'm trying to go longer, but like, fuck, man. It is hard doing 9 hours or 12 hours. And then doing all the editing and everything like that, bringing everything into the YouTube videos, doing all of the side stuff like we did that today. I still have to do Smokey's story. I still have to do all the other ones. I think Frankenstein has the answer to what it's like on the Northern Sea. Have no idea, but I love it, Indala. I love the imagery. To me, that's take all the good pieces of all the different things and put all of the good pieces together and discard all of the bad. You talk about lots. Oh yeah, I have a very wide degree of, like, conversational depth, let's say. Like, I can talk about religion, I can talk about politics, I can talk about snot, I can talk about farts, I can talk about statistics, I can talk about creativity, I can talk about music, I can talk about science, quantum mechanics, I can talk about food, I can talk about clothing and fashion, I can talk about drugs. I don't have like a category. If I learn that I don't know something, I learn it. There are some things that are too big. Like, I don't have the time to literally go read the Quran and to learn the Quran and all the different religions and stuff. I mean, you can get a gist out of it, right? It teaches morals. It's a good thing. It's just a book written by a human. I'm not religious. If you are, great. I don't have anything against it. I don't think you're wrong. I'm spiritual, not religious. Because I think the power of religion combined in the hands of man is the problem. We manipulate and fuck with the structure that should be, like, natural religion. But we have gotten to such a fucked up place that we have literally spent tens of thousands of years killing each other over our ideas. And like we were talking about yesterday with like the blame game thing, we need to get over the blame game thing and we need to go back to everyone's to blame. Everyone's at fault equally. There's no point in blaming other people. What we got to do now is we got to figure out how to fix the problem. No whataboutisms. Just how do we fix the problem? And I think at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Do we fix the problem with religion? If it works, it works. Do we fix the problem with science? If it works, it works. Do we fix the problem with culture? If it works, it works. I don't care how we do it. We just have to do it. Or we're not going to survive the next 1,000 years. or what does survive the next 1,000 years isn't going to be what I would have wanted for humanity, right? It's the wishful thinking of the future can be better than the past. I think I should expand what I do into joining Discords where streamers raid streamers. There you go, Callie. Why don't you... Have you joined the TLC yet, Callie? Have you joined the loyal community? Because you would pop off in the loyal community, bro. Simple. By staying to you. Don't tell how to fix a set of issues outside beyond. Just know that it is to you to not witness. Fair enough, Indala. Vaguely, I thought that a pistol shot can be heard for a great distance. In 10 minutes, I developed my plan. Telephone director gave me the name of the one person capable of passing on the information. He lived in a suburb of Fenton, less than half an hour away by train. I'm timorous. I'm a timorous man. I can say it now that I have brought my incredibly risky plan to an end. It was not easy to bring about, and I know that its execution was terrible. I did not do it for Germany, no. Such a barbarous country is of no importance to me, particularly since it degraded me by making me become a spy. Furthermore, I knew an Englishman, a modest man who for me is as great as Goth. I did not speak with him for more than an hour, but during that time, he was Goth. I carried out my plan because I felt the chief had some fear of those of my race, of those uncountable forebears whose culmination lies in me. I wished to prove to him that a yellow man could save his armies. Besides, I had to escape the captain. His hands and voice could at any moment knock and beckon at my door. Silently I dressed, took leave of myself in the mirror, went down to the stairs, sneaked a look at the quiet street, and went out. Station was not far from my house, but I thought it more prudent to take a cab. I told myself that, and thus ran less chance of being recognized. The truth is that in the deserted streets, I felt infinitely visible and vulnerable. I recall that I told the driver to stop short of the main entrance. I got out with a painful and deliberate slowness. I was going to the village of Ashgrove, but it took a ticket for the station further on. The train would leave in a few minutes, at 8:50. I hurried, for the next would not go until 9:30. There was almost no one on the platform. I walked through the carriages. I remember some farmers, a woman dressed in mourning, a youth deep in tactitious annals with a wounded, happy soldier. At last, the train pulled out. A man I recognized ran furiously but vainly the length of the platform. It was Captain Richard Madden. Shattered, trembling, I huddled in the distant corner of the seat, as far as possible from the fearful window. From utter terror, I passed into a state of almost abject happiness. I told myself that the duel had already started, and that I had won the first encounter by besting my adversary in his first attack, even if it was only for 40 minutes. By an accident of fate, I argued that so small a victory prefigured a total victory. I argued that it was 3 not so trivial, that were it not for the precious accident of the train schedule, I would be in prison or dead. I argued with no less sophism that my timorous happiness was proof that I was a man enough to bring his adventure to a successful conclusion. From my weakness I drew strength that never left me. I foresee that man will resign himself each day to new abominations, that soon only soldiers and bandits will be left. To them I offer this advice. Whosoever would undertake some atrocious enterprise should act as if it were already accomplished, should impose upon himself a future as irrevocable as the past. Thus I proceed, while with the eyes of a man already dead I contemplated the fluctuations of the man which would probably be my last, and watched the diffuse coming of night. The train crept along gently amid ash trees. I slowed down and stopped, almost in the middle of a field. No one called the name of a station. Ashgrove? I asked some children on the platform. Ashgrove, they replied. I got out. A lamp lit the platform, but the children's faces remained in a shadow. One of them asked me, "Are you going to Dr. Stephen Albert's house?" Without waiting for my answer, another said, "The house is a good distance away, but you won't get lost if you take the road to the left and bear to the left at every crossroad." I threw them a coin, my last. Went down some stone steps and started along a deserted road. At a slight incline, the road ran downhill. It was plain dirt. It was a plain dirt way, and overhead the branches of trees intermingled, while a round moon hung low in the sky as if to keep me company. For a moment I thought that Richard Madden might in some way have divined my desperate intent. At once I realized that this would be impossible. The advice about turning always to the left reminded me that such was the common formula for finding the central courtyard of certain labyrinths. I know something about labyrinths. Not for nothing, I am the great-grandson of Tsui Pen. He was governor of Yunnan and gave up temporal power to write a novel with more characters than there are in the Hung Lao Meng, and to create a maze in which all men would lose themselves. He spent 13 years on these oddly assorted tasks before he was assassinated by a stranger. His novel had no sense to it, and nobody ever found his labyrinth. Under the trees of England, I meditated on this lost and perhaps mythical labyrinth, imagined it untouched and perfect on the secret summit of some mountain. I imagined it drowned under rice paddies or beneath the sea. I imagined it infinite, made not only of 8-sided pavilions and of twisting paths, but also rivers, provinces, and kingdoms. Thought of a maze of mazes, of a sinuous of ever-growing maze which would take in both past and future and would somehow involve the stars. Lost in these imaginary illusions, I forgot my destiny, that of the hunted. For an undermined period of time, I felt myself cut off from the world, an abstract specter, a hazy and murmuring countryside. The moon, the decline of the evening stirred within me. Going down the gently sloped road, I could not feel fatigue. The evening was at once intimate and infinite. The road kept ascending and branching off through meadows misty in the twilight. A high-pitched and almost syllabic music kept coming and going, moving with the breeze, blurred by the leaves and by distance. I thought that a man might be an enemy of other men, of the differing moments of other men, but never an enemy of a country, not of fireflies, words, gardens, streams, or the wise wind. Meditating, thus I arrived at a high, rusty iron gate. Through the railings I could see an avenue bordered with poplar trees, also a kind of summer house or pavilion. Two things dawned on me at once. The first trivial, and the second almost incredible. The music came from the pavilion, and that music was Chinese. That was why I had accepted it fully, without paying it any attention. I do not remember whether there was a bell, a push button, or whether I attracted attention by clapping my hands. The stuttering sparks of the music kept on, but from the end of the avenue, from the main house, a lantern approached. A lantern which from moment to moment was crisscrossed or put out by the trunks of the trees. A paper lantern shaped like a drum and colored like the moon. A tall man carried it. I could not see his face, for the light blinded me. He opened the gate and spoke slowly in my language. I see that the worthy Si Peng has troubled himself to relieving my solitude. No doubt you want to see the gardener. Recognizing the name of one of our consuls, I replied, somewhat taken aback. The gardener? The garden? The garden of forking paths. Something stirred in my memory, and I said with incomprehensible assurance, the garden of my ancestor, Sui Pen. Your ancestor, your illustrious ancestor. Come in. The damp path zigzagged like those of my childhood. When we reached the house, we went into a library filled with books from both east and west. I recognized some large volumes bound in yellow silk manuscripts of the lost encyclopedia, which was edited by the third emperor of the Luminous Dynasty. They had never been printed. A photograph record was spinning near a bronze phoenix. A phonograph. I remember also a rose-glazed jar and yet another, older by many centuries, of that blue color which our potters copied from the Persians. Stefan Albert was watching me with a smile on his face. He was, as I have said, remarkably tall. His face was deeply lined, and he had gray eyes and a gray beard. There was about him something of the priest and something of the sailor. Later, he told me he had been a missionary in Tientsin before he had aspired to become a sinologist. We sat down, I upon a large, low divan, he with his back to the window in a large circular clock. I calculated that my pursuer, Richard Madden, could not arrive in less than an hour. My irrevocable decision could wait. A strange destiny, said Stephen Albert. That of Sui Pen, governor of his native province, learned in astronomy and astrology and tireless in the inscription of the canonical books. Chess player, a famous poet, and a calligrapher. Yet he abandoned all to make a book in a labyrinth. He gave up all the pleasure of oppression, justice, of a well-stocked bed, of banquets, and even of erudition, and shut himself up in the pavilion of the limpid sun for 13 years. At his death, his heirs found only a mess of manuscripts. The family, as you doubtless know, wished to consign them to the fire, but the executioner of the estate, a Taoist or a Buddhist monk, insisted on their publication. Those of the blood of Sui Pen, I replied, still curse the memory of that monk. Such a publication was madness. The book is a shapeless mass of contradictory rough drafts. I examined it once upon a time. The hero dies in the 3rd chapter, while in the 4th he is alive. As for that other enterprise of Sui Pen, his labyrinth. Here is the labyrinth, Albert said, pointing to a tall lacquered writing cabinet. An ivory labyrinth, I exclaimed. A tiny labyrinth indeed. A symbolic labyrinth, he corrected me. An invisible labyrinth of time. I, a barbarous Englishman, have been given the key to the transparent mystery. I found a place! Ooh, Callie, send me it. I want to join too. Get me in, please, Callie. Can you get me in? Oh, pretty please, Callie. Pretty please, invite me. Thank you. I'm going to follow in your footsteps, Callie. I'm going to trudge behind you like your little brother, okay? Always being in your wake. But you'll always have someone to rely on. I'll always be there for you. After more than 100 years, most of the details are irrecoverable. Lost beyond all recall. But you're older than me! Doesn't mean I can't act like your younger brother. I don't know how to be an old... Well, I do. I know how to be an older brother to a sister. I don't know how to be an older brother to a brother. I have an older brother. Thought I lost my meds. That wouldn't be good, Callie. Meds are there for a reason. After more than 100 years, most of the details are irrecoverable. lost beyond all recall, but it isn't hard to imagine what must have happened. At one time, Tsui Pen must have said, "I'm going into seclusion to write a book," and at another, "I'm retiring to construct a maze." Everyone assumed these were separate activities. No one realized that the book and the labyrinth were one and the same. The pavilion of the limpid sun was set in the middle of an intricate garden. This may have suggested the idea of a physical maze. Tsui Pen died. In all the vast lands which one belonged to your family, no one could find the labyrinth. So now I'm an older brother for two people who are older. Hell yeah, Callie. I love it. That's what life is all about. Exploring things that seem beyond your reach. Going out of the box. Going out of your comfort zone and trying to find new things. No, please don't make me do it. I don't want to. No. Get away from me. Bad. 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 Bad, 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 bad. Alright, we are back. The novel's confusion suggested that it was the labyrinth. Two circumstances showed me the direct solution to the problem. First, the curious legend that Tsui Pen had proposed to create an infinite maze. Second, a fragment of a letter which I discovered. Albert rose. For a few moments he turned his back to me. He opened the top drawer in the high black and gilded writing cabinet. He returned, holding in his hand a piece of paper which had once been crimson, but which had faded with the passage of time. It was rose-colored, tenuous, granular, quadrangular. Tsui Pen's calligraphy was justly famous. Eagerly, but without understanding, I read the words which a man of my own blood had written with a small brush. I leaved various future times, but not to all, my garden of forking paths. I handed back the sheet of paper in silence. Albert went on. Before I discovered this letter, I kept asking myself how a book could be infinite. I could not imagine any other than a cyclical volume, circular. A volume whose last page would be the same as the first, and so have the possibility of continuing indefinitely. I recalled, too, the night in the middle of the 1001 Nights when Queen Scheherazade, through a magical mistake on the part of her copyist, started to tell the story of the 1001 Nights. With the risk of again arriving at the night upon which she will relate it, and thus on to infinity. I also imagined a Platonic hereditary work, passed on from father to son, on which each individual would add a new chapter or correct with pious care the work of his elders. These conjectures gave me amusement, but none seemed to have the remotest application to the contradictory chapters of Tsui Pen. At this point, I was sent from Oxford the manuscript you've just seen. Naturally, my attention was caught by the sentence, "I leave to various future times, but not to all, my garden of forking paths." I had no sooner read this than I understood. The Garden of Forking Paths was the chaotic novel itself. The phrase, "to various future times, but not to all," suggested the image of bifurcating in time, not in space. Rereading the whole work confirmed this theory. In all fiction, when a man is faced with alternatives, he chooses one at the expense of the others. In the almost unfathomable Tsui Pen, he chooses simultaneously all of them. He thus creates various futures, various times, which start others that will, in their turn, branch out and bifurcate in other times. This is the cause of the contradictions in the novel. Fang, let us say, has a secret. A stranger knocks at his door. Fang makes up his mind to kill him. Naturally, there are various possible outcomes. Fang can kill the intruder can kill Fang, but can be saved. Both can die, and so on and so on. In Tsui Pen's work, all the possible solutions occur, each one being the point of departure for other bifurcations. Sometimes the pathways of this labyrinth converge. For example, you come to this house, but in other possible paths you are my enemy. In others, my friend. If you will put up with my atrocious pronunciation, I would like to read you a few pages of your ancestors' work. His countenance in the bright circle of lamplight was certainly that of an ancient, but it shone with something unyielding, even immortal. With slow precision, he read 2 verses of the same epic chapter. In the first, an army marches into battle over a desolate mountain pass. The bleak and somber aspect of the rocky landscape made the soldiers feel that life itself was of little value, and so they won the battle easily. In the second, the same army passes through a palace where a banquet is in progress. The splendor of the feast remained a memory throughout the glorious battle, and so victory followed. With proper veneration I listened to these old tales, although perhaps with less admiration for them in themselves, ran to the fact that they had been thought out by one of my own blood, and that a man of a distant empire had given them back to me. In the last stage of a desperate adventure, on a western island, I remember the final words, repeated at the end of each version like a secret command. Thus the heroes fought. With tranquil heart and bloody sword, they were resigned to killing and to dying. At that moment, I felt within me and around me something invisible and intangible pullulating? It was not the pullulation of 2 divergent parallel and finally converging armies, but an agitation more inaccessible, more intimate, prefigured by them in some way. Stephen Albert continued, I do not think that your illustrious ancestor toyed idly with variations. I do not find it believable that he would waste 13 years laboring over a never-ending experiment in rhetoric. In your country, the novel is an inferior genre. In Tsui Pen's period, it was a despised one. Tsui Pen was a fine novelist, but he was also a man of letters who doubtless consistently considered himself more than a mere novelist. The testimony of his contemporaries arrests to this, and certainly the known fact of his life confirm the leanings towards the metaphysical and mystical. Philosophical conjectures take up the greater part of his novel. I know that of all problems, none disquieted him more, and none concerned him more than the profound one of time. Now then, this is the only problem that does not figure in the pages of the garden. He does not even use the word which means time. How can these voluntary omissions be explained? I proposed various solutions, all of them inadequate. We discussed them. Finally, Stephen Albert said, I'm guessing in a guessing game to which the answer is chess. Which word is the only one prohibited? I thought for a moment and then replied, the word is chess. Precisely, said Albert. The Guardian of the Forky Path is an enormous guessing game, or parable, in which the subject is time. Rules of the game forbid the use of the word itself. To eliminate a word completely, to refer to it by means of inept phrases and obvious paraphrases, is perhaps the best way of drawing attention to it. This, then, is the tortuous method of approach preferred by the oblique Sui Pen in every meandering of his interminable novel. I have gone over hundreds of manuscripts. I've corrected errors introduced by careless copyists. I have worked out the plan from this chaos. I have restored, or believe I have restored, the original, and have transcended the whole work. I can state categorically that not once has the word time been used in the whole book. The explanation is obvious. The garden is forking. The Garden of Forking Paths is a picture, incomplete yet not false, of the universe such as Sui Pen conceived it to be, differing from Newton and Chopin. Your ancestor did not think of time as absolute and uniform. He believed in an infinite series of times, in a dizzily growing, ever-speeding network of diverging, converging, and parallel times. This web of time, the strands of which approach one another by factor, we believe in an infinite series of times, in a dizzily growing, ever-spreading network of diverging, converging, and parallel times. This web of time, the strands of which approach one another, bifurcate, intersect, and ignore each other through the centuries, embraces every possibility. We do not exist in most of them. In some you exist, and not I. Well, in others I do, and you don't. You do not. And in yet others, both of us exist. In this one in which chance has favored me, you have come to my gate. In another, you crossing the garden have found me dead. In yet another, I say these very same words, but am in error, a phantom. Got you tabbed up to support while working. Have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Enjoy the gaming. Really appreciate it, man. All of them, I am... Cart Mank 18, yo, what's up? Cart, are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Well, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing and reading tips on world building, as well as social commentary for the purposes of expanding and rounding out your world, comparing it to the real world, because the more comparisons and basis you have off of the real world, the more rounded and relatable your writing is, as well as morally questionable and out there stories that push the edge of storytelling. New to the app? Well, welcome, welcome. Always good to have someone in here. None of them, I unicated with a tremor in my voice. I deeply appreciate, and I am grateful to you for the restoration of Tsui Pen's garden. Not in all, he murmured with a smile. Time is forever dividing itself toward innumerable futures, and in one of them I am your enemy. Once again I sensed the pullulation of which I have already spoken. It seemed to me that the dew-damp garden surrounding the house was infinitely saturated with invisible people. All were Albert and myself, secretive, busy and multiform in other dimensions of time. I lifted my eyes and the short nightmare disappeared. In the black and yellow garden there was only a single man, but this man was as strong as a statue, and this man was walking up the path, and he was Captain Richard Madden. Future exists now, I replied, but I am your friend. Can I take another look at the letter? Albert rose from his seat. He stood up, tall as he opened the top drawer of the high writing cabinet. For a moment his back was turned to me. I had the revolver ready. I fired with the utmost care. Albert fell without a murmur. At once, I swear that his death was instantaneous, as if he had been struck by lightning. What remains is unreal and unimportant. Madden broke in and arrested me. I've been condemned to hang. Abominably, I have yet triumphed. The secret name of the city to be attacked got through to Berlin. Yesterday, it was bombed. I read the news in the same English newspaper which were trying to solve the riddle of the murder of the learned sinologist Stephen Albert by the unknown Yu Tsun. The chief, however, had already solved this mystery. He knew that my problem was to shout, with my feeble voice, above the tumult of war, the name of the city called Albert, and that I had no other course open to me than to kill someone of that name. He does not know, for no one can, of my infinite penitence and sickness of the heart. This is a short story by... God, I can't say his name. It's a French guy. The story I wrote is this one, which is the one we're on right now, which is The Banquet. This is the final version of the first draft. Needs a lot of work, but that's what we're editing. What we have been trying to do is like kind of shorter flash fiction stories, like something really fast, really quick, and easy. So we want, like, we have one here, flash fiction. Okay, so we want new, let's call this one Upended. I couldn't take it anymore. The voices they called. It used to be just the nightmares. Then it bled into reality. Voices like banshees. Death throes of those long gone.
I have been gravekeeping my entire life. I even wanted to be buried here. But not like this. Not by my own hand. At the behest of the voices. They wanted me to sleep with them. They said this allowed them to experience the world. And now I lay here with them. Joining the call of the voice. Something like once more a siren's call to the living. A jealousy unkempt in death. I cannot have it, neither can you. Gravedigger, who goes crazy and winds up burying himself alive next to, one of the graves. Like inside one of the caskets. Digs it up, puts himself inside of it, and buries himself. The mind goes after a certain period of time. That's my 100-word story. Good history? True. Alright, since Sean's not here, I don't think we have anything else to read, because... Oh wait, no, we have Catgirl Isekai that we have to read. Alright. So, we are doing research for a story called Stoner Girl Evolution. So we are reading Isekai type stories, and so far I have like an entire world. Also, nice bong. Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. Yeesh. Oof. Oofers hoppers. I think part of my brain that narrates random knowledge doesn't do it anymore. I just word nothing out of that side of me now. Harder to get it from your head onto paper, like that transitional mode just doesn't work in Dala.
Fire crackled and coals shifted in the sandstone hearth. The light wore thin, even as the aroma of wood smoke and fire seafood intensified as the evening wore on. On the table were 2 plates with numerous empty shells and one very dismembered and utterly delicious remains of a red lobster. Lingering scent of roasted shellfish, rice, and the very limited spices we had left filled the air as fire filled the room with a dancing light along the periphery. Part of me almost felt decadent. We had not saved one mussel or lobster for tomorrow or later. Every last scrap we'd gathered today had been eaten. Even Mom had eaten a little more than usual. If anything, Mom had egged me on to eat more. Feeling full, Gwen? Mom asked. These stories are good, though? Yep. Learn and improve. That's all we can do. If you don't read, you ain't gonna be able to become a better writer. Reading is extremely important. I nodded sheepily, my belly enjoyably stretched. Stuffed, I murmured. Felt sluggish, my body reluctant to move from my spot. My eyes began to drift closed. A nap sounded lovely about now. No space for dessert. A bag's rustling echoed through the room. My eyes snapped open. Mom was holding a candy wrapper that had my tail ramrod straight and eyes fixated on an image of chocolates bathed in a minty green wave. Proudly printed on it in the words, Magister Monty's Mint Drops. I'd had candy twice in this life. Both were taken over what felt like a year ago. I was saving this for a special occasion, but if you don't want any, Mom trailed off. I stood up and felt myself instinctually wiggling as I judged optimal pouncing positions. Mom laughed and opened the package, taking a handful for herself before handing me the rest. I won't deny I may have made rapid velociraptor noises in the ensuing minute as I devoured the sweet treats. I didn't even like chocolates in my previous life all that much, but something about my life here made them taste so much better than I could ever recall. A delicious, if sadly ephemeral eternity later, the candy was gone, and Mom was patting my cheeks with a cloth. This time I really did feel sleep calling me, but Mom's gentle voice pulled me back. No, Gwen, not yet. Mom flicked my ears. I opened my eyes to see Mom's eyes glinting in the firelight. I huffed. I wasn't tired. Come, sit with me by the fire, Mom said. Do you know why we ate so freely tonight, sweetie? Mom asked as I sat before her. I shook my head. You said we were going to do something special, but hadn't said what was special about today, I told her. It is her birthday. If some accusation was in my words, then I could hardly be blameless. She told me that in the morning hours ago, and I hadn't forgotten. Mom looked pained. Indeed, I did. Today is a special day. Today marks the 5th anniversary of your birth, she said. Wait, it was my birthday? But we never even celebrated it before. How did she... We shouldn't. Well, being here, it's not ideal. I don't have the tools. I don't have the resources. I don't have the support I should, the family we should. It's just us out here, Gwenny. Mom said, her tones low as her fists tight. Yeah, sometimes grammar's a little bit off with these. I've held off on this right. I've wronged you, Gwen, and I don't think you even know how. Mom explained, telling me so much and nothing all at the same time, all at once. When you are older, she said, hissing in emphasis, you'll have reason to hate me, I think. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I wasn't dumb. I knew our situation wasn't right, but this just raised far more questions than I had answers. How could she have even wronged me? She held me, gave me love, cared for me, and more when I was helpless, taught me the first words in this world, and gave me a start. That if it wasn't ideal, then it was more than acceptable. I didn't take much further deliberation before I stepped up to her and hugged her waist. She briefly stiffened before hugging me back. She ran her hand through my hair. I held off far longer than I should, Mom explained, telling me nothing. I understood, but... I can see now. I was waiting for things to change, for help to arrive. But it's just us two now. I've wasted too much time. It is time you were recognized, she said. Fuck you, Smokey. Giggity! True, bro. Are we gonna do maps today, Smokey? Are we gonna do maps? Are you gonna carry me through maps, bro? No? Why not? Why not, Smokey? You're so mean. Why are you so mean to me, Smokey? It's not fair. What did I ever do? Why do you have to wait till 10 a.m.? Shouldn't you just be able to play video games all day, every day, all the time, no matter what? Just play video games all fucking day, every fucking day, no exception. 'Cause I'm watching the dogs. Oh, see, you're saying, Smokey, what you're saying is you're a responsible person. Okay. Ooh, ah, eesh, ah, ooh, I don't, not so sure. Yeah, not so sure about that one, Smokey. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Oof. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's a really tough one. That you're responsible. And that anyone would trust you with anything for an extended period of time is beyond me. Way over my head. But hey, you know, people trust me with a lot for some reason. Going on as if I'm on the spectrum. You play video games, Smokey. You're on the spectrum. I'm on a spectrum. I'm on 4 spectrums. 4 spectrums. Smokey, you're falling behind, bro. Pick it up. I'm on your mom's spectrum. It's getting old now. Boring. Fuck you, Smokey. No, it's not. He said you're boring. Your mom says no dinner for you tonight, Smokey, because you said she's boring. I don't think you're boring. She pulled a dagger from a sheath on her belt. Keeps crashing. Your keeps crashing. You're a crashing keeps. He wants to know what you said. Okay, your mom said no dinner tonight, Smokey. Okay. That's for saying that she's boring. I don't think you're boring. I don't think she's boring. She is spicy lady. Very spicy lady. Very spicy lady. Spicy old lady. Spicy. She's a spicy meatball. He says hi. She says I love you. A woman walking into that attic bedroom, they would suffocate with the smell of femboy. No, she loves my femboy. She thinks I'm adorable. She loves to parade me around with her friends. My mother's is actually sexist. I don't know what you mean exactly by that. Your mom hates men? A little racist. Or a little racist. You know, I hate potatoes. She's a disabled war veteran. I'm sure she has her ways. Unlike the ones she used for hunting and foraging, this one remained pristine, like she'd gotten it out of the factory, or had just polished it. She pointed to the hearth. This will take a bit. Wait here, she ordered. Boo! Boring story. Bye. Fuck you, Smokey. Come back when you can play PoE again. And I might be interested in you. I blinked, but hesitantly followed her instructions. You won't be alive? Oh, damn, bro. So, yeah. Damn, that's harsh. Fuck. No! Ha! Do you have ADHD? No, Smokey. I'm just a streamer. Poof! Callie, I made your walls. Oh, shit. Not the walls! Not the walls! Knock on walls. Walls! Walls! Walls have eyes. I see you! Queen, you didn't show up. I blinked, but hesitantly followed her instructions. It wasn't a place I normally sat unless I was really cold, as was too close to the fire to be comfortable, surging past warmth and into hot territory just short of searing, but I trusted Mom. By the time I saw the notification, you weren't on anymore. I abandoned him because I was streaming his stream, and then I did that for like the first 40 minutes of my stream, and then I went to reading stories and wound up in a theological, philosophical, like, religion, science, and consciousness conversation for like 3 hours, maybe actually 3.5 hours, over some guy who says that Islam is everything and you have to be Islam. And I was like, okay, well, why? Who said? And what are the consequences? And why do you believe it? I was here for some of that. Yeah, that was fun. He still didn't give me any, like, any standing facts behind anything he said. It was all speculation. But at the end of the day, isn't that the magic of religion, is speculation? Yeah, I prefer that, Queen. It's better content, isn't it? Should just take my shirt off already. Oops, that's the wrong one. Nonetheless, I felt my body beginning to sweat at the crackle of flames that seemed more intense than before. Mom rummaged on a nearby work table before coming to sit before me with a bowl full of liquid. I immediately noticed something off. Mom, I said, hair standing on end. Her hair had a rough cloth wrapped around it, already stained with blood. It's fine, Gwen, Mom said. It's part of the ritual, and I can take it. Her words felt airy, almost dual-toned beneath a deeper sound that reminded me of a growl heard only by people who walk dim-lit roads in the dead of night. Tonight, I will give you my family's crest. Her words sent a chill down my back. Her words weren't normal. They felt dense. My eyes shot around the room. Even the shadows seemed deeper than I remembered when the flame burned brighter. Felt my ears folding. But she didn't comfort me. She just mixed the bowl full of something viscous. I held my tail. She paused. For only a second. But resumed mixing the bowl. She dipped her fingers into the bowl, fingertips coming away red. She brought them to my face. I flinched, closed my eyes. Are those people? No, those are lurkers. You can stack lurkers on top of each other and burrow them, and it's like 48 lurkers I all unburrowed at the same time, and then they have to like scrounge around. So it's like when you find one roach, you find all the roaches. And it's like scatter. It's from StarCraft. Roach out is in, like, you know, when you see, like, you lift up a rock and there's like bugs on it and all of them scatter. That's roach out. Everyone scatters. Look, Gwen, open your eyes, Mom said. I opened my eyes to see Mom's face close to mine, so close I could feel her warmth. I will always care for you, my little miracle, she said. Give me your hand. It was a command and a plea. Outside, the wind wailed, kept only barely muffled by thick sandstone walls that I now felt were keeping something out. The fire moved closer. I raised my hand. My mother began to paint. As her brush moved, a strange energy filled the air and made all my hair from my paws on the back of my neck stand on end. I don't know how long she painted. She seemed focused upon it in a way I had trouble understanding. Every time I thought she just covered my hand, she worked on it more, adding patterns within patterns. I felt like I could only see the surface of what she had painted. An enclosed circle with a spiral sigil inside I didn't recognize from any of our grammar lessons. It almost looked like an emerging skeletal hand. Times I felt almost like interrupting, asking what she was doing, but always hesitated in the end. The air felt too stiff, and interrupting felt wrong somehow. Slowly, she moved up my arm, tracing a path only she knew. I glanced and felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes were glowing. They weren't orbs of emerald fire, but they were like an ever-watchful gleam from a distant star. She finished tracing. My bare arm went over my shoulder and came up to my face. Then, with almost shockingly easy movements compared to the strenuous, focused detail of her other lines, painted 2 lines across first one cheek, then the other. I felt something shift, like a lock moving into place. My skin tingled with a faint burning sensation. All the markings receded, taking with them the burning sensation of one in my hand, and to think of those in my face. Thick. True, Smokey. True. For the first time in a long while, Mom spoke. I didn't know the words. I don't think Mom knew either. They felt familiar, but rougher, almost archaic to what we spoke. Yet they were intelligible. To the first queen of the hunt, I stand before you as the last of my line. I, Eliza of House Moore, engrave my crest upon my daughter, Gwyneth, and welcome her into my house with all honors. Let her be recognized in the halls of our ancestors forevermore. Oh, 100% Smokey. We gotta get some of that V up in here. And by that I mean Vegeta. 61,000! Damn! That's some power level, guys. I ain't a Krillin today. I ain't no Krillin today. Ha! 50,000, motherfucker! Ha! I didn't cheat. Just because I used better training techniques than you doesn't mean I cheated. Get good, bitch. Mom looked so happy. She gently stroked my cheek. I leaned into her touch even as my body felt odd. Yet the warmth of her hand was so reassuring I couldn't bring myself to worry about what was going on. She collapsed. I screamed. Shit. It's a dookie. It's a dookie. What is that supposed to be? Spanish Goku? Days later, Mom still isn't awake. I did what I could to make her comfortable. She was too heavy for me to drag back to her bed, so instead brought our bedding to her. I did manage to somewhat roll her away from the fire, but that was the best I could manage. I put a gray pillow under her head and a thin blanket over her body. I brushed her hair out of her face so it wouldn't bother her in her sleep, and tried to tuck in the blanket around her as best I could. Then I sat nearby, arms over my knees, gazed trained on Mom in the dying light of the fire, and waited. I waited a long time. Down syndrome. That's Down syndrome, Goku? Or I'm Down syndrome? Got the boo going on. Swing it. Swing it and a bring it, motherfucker. The hell is that supposed to be? I have no idea. The flames are obscuring the face too much. Yo, sister. Talk about her like that, Smokey. Smack him, motherfucker. Waiting wasn't easy. In my old life, I'd never had patience. Even if I did master the art of lazying around while putting off work. In this life, when I wasn't sleeping, my body wanted to move. I just felt so energetic sometimes that I wanted to sprint from place to place, run around, jump, play, do something, anything to burn off some of that endless wellspring of energy. It was so bizarre to feel this much motivation to move around and feel jittery if I didn't. Yet I stayed nearby, gaze locked into my mom's face. Fear gnawed at me. I pictured it like a worm, except it wasn't one of those cute little earthworms. Instead, it was like the parasites I remember seeing pictures of in my previous life. Long, squirmy, and lined with teeth, squirmed inside me, wriggling, shifting through my belly and my chest, keeping me unsettled even as I remained trained on Mom. At some point, the worm became two. Sometimes they would bite at my belly in surges of anxiety, like it was sampling me in short bursts of cold waves spreading throughout my body. Imagining it helped. It let me visualize things, and visualization always helped. It was easy enough to identify why. This was the first time in my life I truly felt alone. I wouldn't wake Mom up. I couldn't wake Mom up. She was the first person I'd seen in my new life. She was there to stroke my hair, to hold me when I was cold, to play tag with me, to show me my basics of my language and any linguist back on Earth would murder to sample, and far, far more. She was the towering pillar. Oh shit, Hellish Mist! Yo, yo, what's up, bro? How's it going? How are you? Sadly got a dine and dash. No worries, Hellish Mist. Take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for the raid, man. Take care, buddy. Hope everything's good with you, bro. Enjoy the rest of your night. / day, whatever it is, brother. Take care, brother. Welcome in, everyone. We're reading Cat Girl Isekai. She was the towering pillar in my life, a beacon of stability even when I was too small to move on my own. Now she was unconscious and wouldn't wake up. At some point, I tended to the fire. Mom usually handled it, but we had some logs ready, so I tossed them in, stoked the flames. I eventually had to go relieve myself, but I was back as fast as I could. I felt a brief ray of excitement when I came back, thinking Mom had surely woken up in the 5 minutes I was gone. But that didn't happen. She hadn't even shifted. I could barely tell she was breathing. I sat down and waited. I stared at my hand, more specifically, the new thing on my right hand. It looked like an artist's surrealist impression of a flower trapped inside a golden circle if I squinted. I compared it to the one on Mom's hand and saw they were very similar, if different. Hers had many more petals than mine did. What even were they? Mom had said a crest, so it was likely related to our family, but I couldn't say much beyond that. Mom was horribly reluctant to talk about other people, even though there had to be more. It wasn't like she'd just woken up here on this island. We had to come from somewhere. Oh, really? Stuck Kraken! I could have sworn there'd be more markings, but everything seemed to have faded back to just the markings on my hand. I looked back at Mom. She didn't look peaceful or content. She was almost perfectly still. My breath quickened before I made myself slow down. I didn't want to be alone. The realization wasn't anything new. I don't think anyone wanted to be alone in this life, or my old one. Yet, there was a sharp difference, even going beyond situations. In my old world, I craved company on occasion, but could be fine for long periods of time alone, even needing some time to myself, more often than not. Here, I might have additional perspective and knowledge compared to someone my age, but I still had the body of a little girl. Just a few hours with Mom out of action left me nervous, stressed, and jittery. I wanted to hug her and have her run her hand through my hair. Now I go pay to win Diablo Immortal? That's a lie, Smokey. That's a fucking lie, and you know it. Nobody plays Diablo Immortal, bro. Fucking Immortal. What? Bro. Don't even jest. No. It's a lie, Smokey. 100%. You're more likely to play RuneScape than that. Go play old school RuneScape. You can play it on your phone, Smokey. Go be a free-to-play player in old school RuneScape. No, you're missing out, Smokey. You're missing out. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You haven't even tried it. Show me your account. Castrate me? Don't need to try it. You don't know what you're talking about. She was the only person in this entire island. She was the only person I'd seen since Mr. Muscles. She was the only family I had. I felt my breath catch. So I tried to hold back an emotional breakdown and failed. I should have been better. I wasn't. I cried until I couldn't and eventually fell asleep. It's a nostalgia game. You can't just play it. It's not a nostalgia game. It's a really, really, really good game that happens to have nostalgia connected to it. For a lot of people. But just in general, RuneScape is a fantastic game. A new person to learn RuneScape is like trying to get around your mom. It's too much. Oh, the best thing about RuneScape is how simple it is, though. How easy and simple. It's just... It can be super advanced. It's like the floor is here, but the ceiling is here. All my one friends play it. It looks boring as fuck. It's a grinding game. It's like planning, grinding. It's like 97 on everything. Nice. Then you should have inspiration to play, Smokey. Play it hardcore Iron Man. So when 99 you'll stop, right? He said no, retard. He's got to get 200 mil XP in every skill. He's got to be on the leaderboard charts. Forever. If you hit 200 mil, that is your rank permanently forever. I don't believe you, Smokey. You can't cheat in RuneScape. That's another one thing that's great about the game, is you can't cheat. You can cheat people. extensions, yes, you can prayer for your... Yeah, you can cheat people. But that's not a cheat, like auto-casting your prayers, that's not a cheat. Unless you mean he's botting. Like he has like a bot that does, as in prayer, you believe what you want. Well, but he cheats. Does he... He pays? I played RuneScape when I was top down. When it was top down. Nice, Indala. He pays. What do you mean he pays? Like, did he... Wait, Smokey, is he the guy? Is he a guy? Smokey, did he buy his Infernal Cape? Did your friend buy his Infernal Cape? Is he not good enough at the game to do Infernal? And I thought getting a fire cape was hard. I don't know, I don't really care. Her... Just don't play normally, I'll tell you that. Okay, Smokey. He just don't play normally, I'll tell you that. Okay, Smokey. I guess I'll take you at your word for it. I mean, I use extensions for everything, especially like Quest Helper, fucking for bossing, for slaying, for like skilling. Like, I use add-ons for like fucking everything. Am I a cheater? I'll ask him what it is called in a bit. If he says it's Rune Light, I'm gonna laugh the fuck at you, Smokey. Rune Light. It's the program that you use to play RuneScape with. Silly. But I'll be right back. I gotta go put in some food before we watch this. We're gonna do some ballin'. We're gonna do some ballin' first before we watch this. You're not gonna stick around for ballin', Smokey?
Welcome to the Talk Stories, where tales of fantasy and...
Oh wait, Veritas... was it Veritasium have a new thing? No. Oh, we already watched that. That's right. That's what it was. What the fuck am I looking for? Ballin'. Come back when I'm bored. Fuck you, Smokey. Okay, sounds good. See you in a bit. Oh. All right.
Today, I'm going to tell 3 strange but true stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please steal the like button's phone and completely rearrange the location of all their apps. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the afternoon of September 27, 1956, a 13-year-old boy named Neary Morgan was walking with his 2 younger brothers through a desert in South Australia called Maralinga. Neary and his brothers were members of an isolated Aboriginal tribe called the Martu, and they were out right now to hunt kangaroos for their family. So Neary had a spear, and his 2 younger brothers had a club, and they also had a boomerang. And for a while, they had been tracking this particular group of kangaroos. And every time they slowed down and, the brothers got ready to strike, the kangaroos would take off. And it was very frustrating. But eventually, as they were walking, this group of kangaroos stopped at a watering hole, which was just a few dozen yards away from them. And so at that point, the brothers knew this was their chance. These kangaroos were going to stay here long enough that they could strike. And so Neary signaled to his brothers that it was time to move. And so they got down in the brush and began advancing on the kangaroos. But after only taking a few steps, they heard this loud rumbling sound off in the distance. And as they looked to see what was going on, the sky suddenly was illuminated impossibly bright to the point where Neary is shielding his eyes to just see what's going on here. And as he was doing this extremely hot gust of wind came blasting through and literally knocked the brothers onto the ground, totally disorienting them. And then from the ground, at some point, Neary kind of
Ghost Rider be like, release his inner demons. Feel the pain from your sin.
Where the kangaroos were. And then he sees them literally floating in the air, coming right over to him and then dropping on the ground. And then a moment later, it was like everything just went back to normal. The sky went back to a normal color, there was no more rumbling, there was no more wind, except now you have all these kangaroos just dead right in front of Neary and his brothers. Now, of course, Neary and his brothers had a lot to process here. I mean, they really had no idea what had happened. But they're looking at this bounty right in front of them, all these kangaroos, and they're thinking, what's just happened here was a gift from God. Clearly, what we just experienced was literally God lifting these kangaroos up, ending their lives, and putting them at our feet. This was a gift. And so eventually, Neary and his brothers, after kind of standing up and dusting themselves off, began lifting up these kangaroos and carrying as many as they could back to their tribe. And then that night, the tribe had this big celebration honoring this gift they had been given from God, and they had this big feast and they ate all this kangaroo meat. I mean, it was incredible. But then the next day, when the tribe woke up, everybody who had eaten any of that kangaroo was violently sick. Vomiting, rashes all over their body, aches, pain. I mean, people were really sick. And over the next few days, some people did recover, but a lot of others did not. And soon, people from this tribe began dying. And so naturally, Neary and the other members of the tribe did make the connection that very likely whatever was happening here, this sickness, was tied to consuming that kangaroo meat. And then other members of the tribe who didn't necessarily subscribe to the idea that, this had been a gift from God, just said clearly the meat was poisoned. But they didn't know if that was intentional, if somebody had done that, or if it was just kind of a byproduct of something else, but poison, that's what was doing this. But for Neary and his tribe, this whole event remained a mystery until 1967, so 11 years later, when Neary was 24 years old. That's when representatives of the British government came out to southern Australia, near where the Martu tribe lived, and began trying to clean up the mess that they had made. It would turn out all those dead kangaroos that got kind of dumped out of the sky right in front of Neri and his brothers were not the result of, God giving them a gift. Instead, the reason that happened was because of a big scientific experiment that was conducted in Maralinga in total secrecy. The British government was testing nuclear bombs. Neri and his brothers had been a few kilometers away from a detonation site, and where they were positioned was basically exactly in the right spot to where they would feel the effects of the explosion, they would hear it, they would see this huge lighting up of the sky, they would feel the shockwave, but they were just far enough away from the detonation site that the shockwave and the blast and all that did not kill them. It knocked them to the ground and made them totally disoriented and confused, and I'm sure it hurt a great deal, but it didn't kill them. However, those kangaroos they had been stalking were technically closer to the detonation site. They were also smaller and so were more susceptible to an explosion being affected by it. And so they were just close enough that when that shockwave passed through, it lifted up and obliterated the kangaroos and threw them right in front of Neri. They were like right at that perfect separation point. Neri and brothers just barely safe, kangaroos just barely in the lethal zone. And so keep in mind that Neri and his brothers did not know things like nuclear bombs existed. They're very isolated. They're completely cut off from sort of modern society. And so even though they saw a lot of indications that this was a bomb, they didn't really interpret it that way. Instead, they interpreted this as, God has bestowed upon me this bounty. Like this is a gift from God. But in reality, it was just this explosion, and the meat, the kangaroo meat, was not only devastated from the blast, but it was also littered with radiation from the blast. And so the members of the tribe who ate the kangaroo meat immediately got radiation sickness and began to die. An unknown number of people died from these nuclear bomb tests, and it would take 11 years before the British government would come in and begin cleaning up the nuclear waste. The Australian government ultimately paid $13.5 million in compensation to Aboriginal tribes that were affected by these tests. As for Neri, he survived, and today he's actually in his 80s, and he continues to tell his story to younger generations. You know the feeling you get when you're listening to a story and it's so good that you're completely wrapped up in it and you simply have to know how it ends? Well, I can tell you that feeling, that is the power of Audible. Whether you're driving to work or hitting those 10,000 steps or just decompressing after a long day, with Audible, there's always a great story waiting for you. Strange tales, history, conspiracies, and everything in between. And the best part, it's just a play button away. Unleash your adventurous side with Audible's vast library of entertainment. Sink into gripping titles that'll keep you guessing until the very last second. Discover exclusive, captivating Audible originals you literally can't get anywhere else, and also be the first to experience exciting new releases from your favorite authors. I am still totally hooked on Tom Perrotta's thought-provoking title called The Leftovers. Even if you've already read that story, the audiobook version is a whole different experience. Audible always is. Discover what lies beyond the edge of your seat. Your next great adventure awaits on Audible. Start listening today when you sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/MrBallin. Okay, back to the stories. At 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 26, 2019, a 56-year-old woman named Pamela Krymeyer was hanging out in her son's backyard in Knoxville, Iowa. She was there with her son and his wife, who was expecting a child, along with some other relatives. And they were there that day in the backyard to have a gender reveal party. And Pamela could not have been more excited. So during the week, Pamela worked full-time as an assistant at a U.S. Army base nearby. But to her, that was just a job. That was not like her identity. Where Pamela really put all her energy was her family. I mean, she really identified not as somebody who worked at that army base, but rather as a mom and a wife and a grandmother. And she was so excited to find out if her new grandchild was going to be a boy or a girl. And so after a little while, Pamela's son finally signaled to the group that it was time to get started. And so Pamela and the other relatives got really excited and they backed up towards the fence on the side of the yard, and Pamela pulled out her phone to film this because she wanted to make sure she saved this moment for future generations. I mean, this was a pivotal moment in her family's history. And so all excited, Pamela's filming and Pamela's son and his pregnant wife walked towards the middle of the yard where there was this device that was set up that was basically going to reveal whether it was a boy or a girl. Blue for boy and pink for girl. There was going to be some dust kind of shot out into the air. And so Pamela's son turns to the crowd and says, "Okay, you guys ready?" And Pamela's really excited. She gives a thumbs up and she's filming. And then Pamela's son turns away from the crowd and he kind of leans over this device. He does something to it. And then he and his wife backed up along the fence line with the other relatives. And everybody watched and filmed, waiting to see if this device was going to spit out blue or pink. But before anybody could see any color, there was this deafening, booming sound. And then for Pamela, everything went black. A split second later, the backyard was absolute chaos as people screamed and called out to call 911. It would turn out the device in the middle of the backyard that was going to be used to reveal whether the baby was a boy or a girl was a homemade device. Basically, it was like the cylinder that Pamela and her son and family had made that basically would fire off either pink or blue powder. Except the tube that the powder sat inside of was metal, and then what they were using to basically shoot the powder out was gunpowder. So they basically packed gunpowder into a metal tube, sealed it off, and then attached a fuse to the gunpowder. And so when Pamela's son went and lit the fuse, as he leaned over and lit the fuse and said, "Okay, we're gonna see what it spits out," he had lit, effectively, a pipe bomb. And then when the fuse ignited the gunpowder, the metal tubing exploded and sent shards of metal up to 400 feet away. And one particular piece of metal shard went right at Pamela and into her head. When first responders showed up in the backyard, they saw a scene that was absolute chaos. Holes in the fence, holes in the house, metal everywhere, and Pamela lying up against the fence on the ground, dead. Amazingly, despite the shrapnel being blasted out all over the neighborhood and in close proximity to other people in the backyard, Pamela was the only fatality. And because it was ultimately ruled an accident, no one faced criminal charges. On the morning of October 30th, 2014, a 54-year-old Russian pilot named Sergei Galitsky, along with his translator, walked into the Flight Safety International building in Wichita, Kansas. This building was inside of the Wichita National Airport, and it was basically just a big training facility for pilots. Once inside, Sergei walked up to the front desk and explained to the clerk in Russian that he was here that day to try to get a certification for a particular type of Cessna plane. His translator then repeated what he said in English to the clerk, at which point the clerk nodded and said they would go back and get Sergei's instructor. A few moments later, the clerk returned, now with a 78-year-old man named Jay Ferguson, who was the instructor. Jay introduced himself to Sergei and the translator, they all shook hands, and then Jay led the two deeper into the building. And as soon as they were inside, Sergei and the translator saw all this crazy high-tech training equipment basically everywhere they looked. Eventually, Jay came to a stop in front of this big, white, circular pod that was up on top of this electronic base. Now, to the untrained eye, this might look like a futuristic amusement park ride, but to Sergei, he knew what this was. This was a flight simulator. So Sergei had been a pilot for over 30 years.
Catch me up on the
Loads
story.
of experience flying. He'd flown big commercial aircraft and helicopters, but today he was learning how to fly a sort of mid-tier plane, this little Cessna plane. And before he'd be allowed, even with all his experience, to actually go out and fly this thing, he had to do a couple of simulated flights inside of this simulator to kind of run through the motions, get some experience before actually going out and doing it. And so Jay reached out and opened up the door to this pod and gestured for Sergei and the translator to go inside. And so they did. Sergei went in, and he saw right away that the inside was an exact replica of the inside of a Cessna, like down to every little detail. It looked exactly the same. Even out the windows, it appeared like they actually were situated on a real airport runway. And so Sergei sat down in the pilot's seat, Jay took a seat next to him, and the translator took a seat behind both of them. Once they were situated, Jay and Sergei went through the mandatory pre-flight safety checks, something you would do on any flight. You just make sure the plane is in good working order, that your communications are good. Same thing they would do for a real flight, they're doing for this simulator. And then, once they were done, Jay pressed a button, which turned on the engine of this flight simulator. And it actually felt like it really turned on a real engine, like the pod began to rumble, like this was a real plane. Then, once Jay gave Sergei the green light, Sergei released the brakes, at which point it very much appeared like the plane began to roll forward. And as it did, Sergei grabbed the yoke, which is like the steering wheel, and he began to turn the plane, this simulated plane, towards the runway. And it was amazing how lifelike this whole thing felt. The pod actually would move and kind of keep up with all the movements that Sergei was initiating in this simulation. It really felt like they were in an actual plane. And then, once Sergei had positioned the plane on the runway, he hit the gas, and the pod throttled back as the plane rocketed down the runway, and before long they took off and they were up into the sky. Once flying in the sky, Sergei kind of circled around the digital airspace for a while, kind of feeling out the controls, and he quickly found the Cessna was a little bit more sensitive than the other aircrafts he had flown before. So it took some time to kind of get his bearings, and then once he was feeling pretty comfortable, and he relayed as much to Jay, Jay began relaying directions and feedback to Sergei through the translator, just basically testing Sergei's ability to fly this craft, because at the end of the day, this was a test. Sergei needed to prove he could do this in order to get his certification. After a little while, Sergei felt like he was doing a really good job and he had good control of the craft, and Jay as well felt like this had gone really well, and Sergei had effectively passed his test, and so a decision was made to go ahead and land this plane back on the runway. So Sergei circled around and he angled the plane right alongside the runway, and he came down and he was taking his time and everything was going exactly right, and then right as the wheels of this plane touched the runway, the instant that happened, there was this loud crashing sound, and then everything went black. At the same time this was happening, folks standing outside of the Flight Safety International building, they heard this loud crashing sound, and they looked in the direction, which is toward the Flight Safety building, and they saw there was this massive fire and black cloud of smoke coming up from the backside of the building. And so they called 911. And when first responders arrived on scene, they discovered evidence of a plane crash. It would turn out there was another pilot named Mark Goldstein who was flying that day out of Wichita National Airport. Except Mark was flying an actual plane. He was the only passenger inside of a 6-seat passenger plane. And pretty much as soon as he took off, he lost control and he crashed through the walls of the Flight Safety International building. Specifically, he struck the flight simulator where Jay, Sergei, and his translator were busy trying to land their digital flight. The plane crash, along with subsequent fiery explosion, claimed the lives of Mark, Jay, Sergei, and his translator.
Damn. What are the coincidences? A plane crashed into
In case
something
you haven't
that's...
heard yet, our newest graphic novel, Mr. Ballin Presents Where Nightmares Live, is available for pre-order right now. It contains another 9 heart-stopping, strange, dark, and mysterious stories, all based on real events. This was a passion project. It took a lot of time, a lot of people involved, from the artwork to the storytelling. I mean, this is a beautiful piece to add to your collection, so you got to check it out. The book comes out on September 30th, but again, you can pre-order your copy at book.ballinstudios.com, or you can click the link in the description below. There are a limited number of hand-signed copies available, but those are going to sell out very quickly. So please pre-order today, because remember, your nightmares are waiting. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now.
True.
But today, I'm going to...
Talks! What's up, Callie? You ready for a Hello Future Me 7.5 hour react video? Feel like I should have more than one way of getting viewers. You should, Callie.
It's another good way to get viewers. Reddit. I'm sure there's a couple more. Oh, Callie, do you like for YouTube as well? Look for creators in your niche and engage with their content and comment to build a relationship. So yeah, there's like some, you know, there's some ways to get yourself some viewers. And those are ones I can just think off the top of my head. Reddit should be good. I'm gonna drop this in the Discord for you, Callie. I put it in the stream suggestions. Alright, so we got an hour-long video here, guys. The false horror of immortality.
Emperor of China died drinking an elixir his court alchemist promised would grant him immortality, a fate several more emperors would share in his wake. 2,500 years ago, the first emperor of China died drinking an elixir his court alchemist promised would grant him immortality, a fate several more emperors would share in his wake. In another world, a chosen undead chooses to link the flame in hopes of staving off humanity's decay a little while longer. In 1535, a Spanish court chronicler writes of a mythic quest to find the fountain of youth. In 1947, Argentine author Jorge Luis Borges writes of a man seeking out the city of the immortals, only to find it full of impossible architecture and populated by dull, childlike creatures he calls troglodytes. In 1990, almost 3 million people died not from tuberculosis but from a lack of medical care. In 2014, tech billionaire Peter Thiel declares his intention to be cryogenically frozen on his deathbed in hopes of being reanimated in a future where he might live forever. In 2019, my grandfather died after a long fight against his neurological condition. In 17776, humans immune to aging play football forever. In a far-flung future, an artist paints the sky with a color from deep in his immortal past. In a society of digital humans delete themselves from existence. The quest for immortality is perhaps the oldest story humanity has, but does it mean forever evolving or forever decaying? Death has always been 2 steps behind, but we might just be about to outrun it. And it begs the question, should we? And is this really about our fear of death, or something deeper? Almost every From Software game is, in one way or another, fundamentally about decay, about attempting to forestall it and death and the cost of doing so.
Sold me by starting
This
with
is
a
most
Souls
literal in
game.
Sekiro, where you, the player, can live forever, but only by spreading the dragon rot to other people around you, which will, in time, kill them. A blight on the land itself, living not on borrowed, but stolen time. Or consider the decay of immortality in Dark Souls, where humanity's true form is as the Hollows, creatures lacking will and emotions, who also happen to be, of all things, immortal. The Age of Fire prevents humanity from lapsing back into this form, and the fundamental choice at the end of the game is whether to continue the Age of Fire. While Hollows have a kind of bodily, physical immortality, like you do in Sekiro, Hollows are also creatures of disconnection, isolation, echoed in the game's mechanics. The closer to Hollow you are, the less other players and characters can interact with your game. Hollows are unable to build the great empires like the one we see the ghosts of in the game world, shells of who they once were. Like in Sekiro, you can acquire immortality, but only at the cost of yourself, of those around you, of the civilization you have built. This theme continues in Elden Ring, where after the rune of death was removed, people began living unnaturally long lives. While Miyazaki describes the immortality of the demigods themselves as, quote, stemming from having their fated deaths removed from the Elden Ring, fate being something intentional, natural, designed. In both Sekiro and Elden Ring, immortality is presented as a circumvention of natural, even divine law, things not meant to be tampered with. While Dark Souls curiously presents immortality as humanity's natural state here, that is only because decay is the natural state of things, and we defy it by living on,
refusing our decay by holding on to our mortality.
Nothing lasts forever, FromSoft whispers. Not you, not I. An immortal thing is a hollow thing, a tarnished thing. Like this place about me, a ruined thing. Death is a curiously humanizing force in these stories, and perhaps nobody demonstrates that better than Saith the Scaleless. Saith the Scaleless is a boss from Dark Souls, a dragon whose desperate pursuit of immortality leads him to mutilate his body and fall down the path of madness. He obsesses over ancient knowledge, locks himself away in his tower, his quest leading him to experiment on others, forcing them to bear dragon children, all in hopes he might discover sails which can confer on him immortality. He even, eventually, creates a new kind of tortured life. Here, it is not immortality itself which corrupts you and the world about you, but your pursuit of it. Because these stories are so often about obsession. Obsession which controls you, changes you, the deeply human addiction to something you can taste but will never have. This is envy, drawn out. Despite his love of knowledge and learning, Saith's library is ruined by this vast crystalline infection which has taken over everything in his pursuit. If Saith's story reminds you of anything, it's because this is Dark Souls Frankenstein, a man whose obsession which destroys him was also originally about, you guessed it, immortality.
Wealth was an inferior object, but what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame and render man invulnerable to any but a violent death?
The fear of and obsession with staving off decay can ultimately destroy anything worth preserving, especially when it cloaks itself in glory and good, eclipsing any moral boundaries you once had. These stories force us to ask ourselves, if it really came down to it, what would you do to preserve your life? What would you sacrifice? What decay would you succumb to? It's one of those questions we cannot know the answer to till we ever have to try, but history is full of people trying. The first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, was famously terrified of death, obsessed with trying to find a way to avoid it. His fear made him gullible, unwise, susceptible to snake oil salesmen trying to sell him false elixirs of life. In one account, a man called Su Fu promised he could bring back a herb from an island of the immortals, if only the emperor gave him a ton of money and 500 virgin boys and girls. They never returned. But like Saith, his obsession also made him cruel. In his later years, he ordered 460 of his court alchemists buried alive, supposedly for not making enough progress on his immortality, until, legend goes, his desire ultimately killed him, a poisoned elixir. In the age of alchemy, alchemists spent fortunes and lifetimes consumed in their quest trying to create the Philosopher's Stone. Once, like Paracelsus even claimed to have done it, alchemists were obsessed with the idea that substances like mercury, of all things, were magical. They were both solids and liquids, and in those special properties, they end up drinking it, using it, sentencing themselves and others to an early death. Not unlike the nobles of Sekiro or the demigods of Elden Ring or Saith of Dark Souls, it is not immortality which leads to moral and personal decay, but our obsession with it. I know I can be prone to obsession. If something really takes me, I can lock myself away for days. I won't eat, I won't drink, I'll barely sleep, I will neglect myself and others my relationships, caught up in the ambition and hyperfixation like Saith and Frankenstein and Sin Shi Huang. How many times has obsession consumed you?
Match for us.
The curse of obsession is that it can eclipse everything we are. Until eventually it becomes who we are.
When did you start
And what
smoking?
greater obsession does humanity have than not dying? As venture capitalist and immortality quester Brian Johnson puts it,
The only objective we have is don't die.
but if one day our obsession leads to an elixir of
Thank
life,
you,
it begs the
El
question,
Mr.
who should get to drink it?
Infectus. But
In Greg Egan's Permutation City, people can copy their minds over and over into a digital world, becoming extensions of you throughout this digital framework. They offer digital immortality. But many of the copies in Permutation City are not just your average person who wants to live forever. They are billionaires dying from terminal illnesses who go on to live their next best life in VR. These worlds are not only sustained by trust funds, huge fortunes they built up throughout their lives, but they suck up much of the world's computing power as a real resource, just to keep them alive. On the other hand, poor copies live in virtual slums, slow clubs, forced to run at slower speeds and tossed around to whoever can afford to keep them, even frozen or put on hold until living itself is affordable again. An immortal thing is an expensive thing, and currency is life. In Egan's world, not only the quality of life you live, but the length of it can be bought. We see a similar theme in Richard Morgan's Altered Carbon, where humanity has figured out how to live forever. By storing your mind in what they call a stack at the base of your neck, you can upload your mind to a new body over and over, like a USB. Only the technology isn't available to everyone, because of course it isn't. Only the uber-wealthy Methuselahs can afford it. Like the poor copies live in the virtual slow clubs, the Methuselahs live forever in their nigh heavenly estates, while the poor live and, more importantly, die in squalor. These stories too are about decay. Egan and Morgan ask us to look at radical life extension not as a magical hypothetical or philosophical question, but as a practical reality. Because if immortality is to exist, it will not
well, it's kind of like in my book, like you're immortal inside of the tree, so it gets to a point where your mind wears out because you age, but you don't die. So you just get older and older and older until your mind is just like gone. And at that point, it's like ritual euthanasia.
Some rejuvenating natural magical water like in Sekiro, or a magical rune like in Elden Ring. It will be a tangible, invented, real technology to be bought and sold, something people have stakes in, shares in, with quarterly projections and profit margins, something people can own, control, the world's most valuable subscription service, a resource and commodity and luxury.
You live that long, things start happening to you. You get too impressed with yourself. Ends up you think you're God. Suddenly the little people, 30, maybe 40 years old, well, they don't really matter anymore. You've seen whole societies rise and fall, and you start to feel you're standing outside it all, and none of it really matters to you. And maybe you'll start snuffing those little people, just like picking daisies, if they get under your feet. They deal with humanity the way you and I deal with insect life.
Where Sekiro's decay comes from the existential role death plays in us, or Saith or Frankenstein's moral decay is deeply rooted in their obsession, Permutation City and Altered Carbon invite us to look at immortality's decay as something sociological, anthropological, another way for society itself to decay as wealth and power are further concentrated in the hands of the few, entrenching the systems which already exist. Stagnation. If this sounds hypothetical, well, in 2016, the Salk Institute for Biological Studies managed to extend the life of a mouse by 30% and reversed the signs of aging in human and mice cells in vitro. Mice share 85% of our genetics. They did this in part by activating genes which have the capacity to convert adult cells back to an embryonic-like state. Slowly, more and more, we are identifying the real, tangible causes of aging and death and circumventing them. The most valuable pharmaceutical drug ever made and the most inelastic good an economist could ever imagine, a monopoly to die for. But much of this research is funded by billionaires like Henry Beaufort, owner of the French pharmaceutical company Ipsen, or Yuri Milner, Robert Nelson, Peter Thiel, who has poured millions into, of all names, the Methuselah Foundation. And they don't just do it out of the good of their hearts. Famously, tech billionaire Brian Johnson can sell you his magical pill set, one I'm sure Emperor Xi Jinping would have paid through the nose for just $420 a year, or get 5% off with your subscription fee. In 2014, Peter Thiel announced he would, amongst other billionaires, be cryogenically frozen on his deathbed for a measly $200,000, or just $80,000 if you're only interested in the head. None of this says it'll work, but I think Kelsey Yu said it best in her short story, The Orchard of Tomorrow.
It's a guarantee that they'll stay eternal, stay in power, a gift for those who already have everything.
Unless we stop it. Inhumanity starts with intense inequality here. Like the Hollows of Dark Souls, the immortality of the Methuselahs is a life of disconnection, a lack of perspective. In the case of Permutation City, they literally inhabit a different world.
People like this become literally, physically, metaphorically, and morally disconnected from the rest of humanity.
Especially because if immortality is something which can be bought and sold, then living longer becomes a choice. And if it's a choice, then it's your fault for not living longer, for not working hard enough. You deserve what you've got. It's easy to get caught up in this concept of deserving. Like, it's an easy rationale for why the world does not need to change, but it always obscures more complex realities. Tuberculosis has been around in one form or another for 150 million years. It kills by attacking the lungs. It starts with chest pain, then a vicious cough, night sweats. Then, over the years, it slowly destroys your organs so systematically that we still find the scars of it on bodies from thousands of years ago. Tuberculosis killed 1.3 million people in 2022 alone, more than COVID, more than malaria, more than HIV. Charles Dickens once described it as a disease which medicine never cured, wealth never warded off, or poverty could boast exemption from, but slow or quick is ever sure and certain. Only that isn't true. Revolutionary technologies have allowed us to diagnose and treat TB effectively for years now, and this revolutionary technology is even available across the world for anyone who can afford it. 80% of TB deaths occur now in low or middle income countries, while only 2% occur in North America or Europe. To the wealthiest countries in the world, tuberculosis is virtually no more real than smallpox is, a disease humanity eradicated some decades ago. There's something ironic in us pouring billions into finding this magical, uncertain, holy, technological grail elixir of life, when radical life extension for millions is already real. We just refuse to pay for it. One study estimates that even survivors of TB lose a decade of life with their increased mortality, not to mention the 1.3 million who never see the collective millions of years of life between them, something immortality research could only hope to imitate. Sci-fi is so often a cautionary tale, something that's meant to happen in the future if things aren't going well, but we already live in a world where wealth separates you from a longer life. We already live in the autoverse of Permutation City. The corporation Danaher, responsible for much of the revolutionary technology able to diagnose and treat TB, records massive profits year on year, but only because they drive the price up with a 300% markup. Inhumanity starts with inequality again.
While Danaher did lower the price of one TB test by 20% in response to recent pressure, they did not lower it for the more vital kind of tests for the more deadly strains of TB, nor many of the other necessary technologies that could save lives.
Decay here is not something that happens to us outside of our control. Decay is something we allow to happen.
It's decay in the fabric of society itself.
Like many new technologies, radical life extension has the capacity to make the cracks already in society bigger, cracks where the decay can seep through, if we let it. But if that's the case, is immortality really a bad thing? Is it really one of those we kept asking whether we could rather than whether we should things, or are we just trying to make living with death easier? Is death really a fundamental part of being human, and is moving beyond the human a bad thing? And to answer that, I need to tell you about Jorge Luis Borges' Impossible City.
I think I've heard of this short.
In his story, The Immortal, Borges writes of a man seeking out the legendary City of the Immortals, only to find it full of grotesque nonsense architecture, upside-down staircases leading to deadly shafts, designs which make no geometric sense just looking at them. A city, he writes, so horrific that its mere existence pollutes the past and the future. More than that, he finds it populated by these troglodytes who appear mindless, immature, slow, only to learn they are, in fact, the final form of the immortals he has been seeking.
There is no more complex pleasure than thought, and it was to thought that we delivered ourselves over. Taught by centuries of living, the Republic of Immortal Men had achieved a perfection of tolerance, almost of disdain. They knew that over an infinitely long span of time, all things happen to all men. I know of men who have done evil in order that good may come of it in future centuries, or may have already come of it in centuries past. Viewed in that way, all our acts are just, though also unimportant. There are no spiritual or intellectual merits. No one is someone. A single immortal man is all men. Like Cornelius Agrippa, I am God, hero, philosopher, demon and world, which is a long-winded way of saying that I'm not.
There is a lot to unpack here, but do you remember that old thought experiment about how a monkey with a typewriter, given infinite time, would eventually create the entire works of Shakespeare, word for word, line for line, beat for beat, in chronological order? Well, if that's the case, then is writing Shakespeare's to be or not to be all that impressive? Someone's gonna do it eventually. When Borges writes of how in eternity all things happen to all men, he's not only saying how eventually everyone would write a Shakespearean masterpiece, even if by chance, but eventually we would all become morally equivalent, having done enough good things and bad things to just look on the world and each other with disdain. Everyone, as he says, a god, a hero, a philosopher, demon, and world. Or, in other words, we would decay to become nobody at all. Aim not. After all, is that not the fate of these ponderous troglodytes? They have decayed into nobodies. Are they not unlike the hollows of Dark Souls? For Borges, the decay of immortality is not just immorality, but apathy, regression to the mean, to sameness.
Like the Ashina nobles, or saith the Scalus, or the Methuselahs, or the rich copies, everything unique in us will decay to a shell of what we once were. It's not just death that gives us perspective or the ability to create great things, but only in our finitude can we define ourselves and our moral and social value.
When time is scarce, our choices become valuable.
But then you ask, what of the impossible city they built? For Borges, infinity would see us lose any wonder, joy, interest we have in the world. Hence why the troglodytes have retreated into thought, the last complex experience they have. He mentions how occasionally, extremely unusual physical experiences like the smell of rain at dawn might cut through the monotony, but the city was a last-ditch effort to maintain interest in the world, constructing a place so bizarre, so complex, so unearthly, so unnatural, they might find something stimulating just in trying to navigate it. But it doesn't work.
This story, like all the rest, is ultimately about decay, just of a different kind. Decay of identity, of meaning. Immortality just guarantees that. The age of fire ends. An immortal thing is a meaningless thing.
In 1926, Czech composer Karel Čapek wrote an opera called The Makrokolos Case. It recounts the story of a woman, Elena, who is granted immortality in 300-year increments, able to renew it each time she chooses by drinking an alchemical elixir. If this sounds familiar, it's because Neil Gaiman shares an almost identical setup to the character of Hob Gadling, a man granted immortality in 100-year increments, like Elena having to decide whether to continue on each time. In both of these stories, unlike Borges, the choice to live on is more important, a choice we all have to make. How long do we live with that decay? There's an escape hatch built in. Only these two stories diverge in one important way. Hob chooses to extend his life several times over, proclaiming death is a mug's game, whereas Elena, reaching the end of just her first 300-year life, chooses to accept death, claiming only mortality gives us a sense of transcendence and purpose.
Exactly.
Oh, life should not last so long. For you, everything makes sense. For you, everything has its value, for the trivial chance reason that you are going to die so soon. But in me, life has come to a halt. What a hideous solitude. And one comes to learn that the soul has died inside one.
This is not unlike Hob Gadling's final moments in the Sandman comic, where, having lived through the centuries, he finds himself disconnected from the world he now inhabits.
I used to think death was a big, sudden thing, like a huge owl that would swoop down out of the night and carry you off. I think it's a slow thing, like a thief who comes into your house day after day, taking a little thing here and a little thing there. And one day, you walk around your house, and there's nothing to keep you, nothing to make you want to stay. And then you lie down and shut up forever. Lots of little deaths until the last big one.
Even though these are both more grounded depictions, it is hard not to see Borges' immortal here. Hob has been a slaver, a slave, a noble, a poor man, a widower, a murderer. He has been everything, achieved everything, been all men, and now feels little for the world. In the end, he returns to this old Renaissance tavern, curiously like the one he started in, seeking out perhaps some feeling like the troglodytes did in their impossible labyrinth. His line about suffering a lot of little deaths reflects Borges' own, that immortality only multiplies a man's deaths. And what is decay if not the slow death of 1,000 things? Like the troglodytes, Elena and Hob retreat into themselves, into the past, into nostalgia. For a large part of my life, Doctor Who was everything. It's honestly difficult for me to communicate, to put into words just how transformative that story and that series was for me and who I am and how I look on the world. I've tried to put it into words so many times, but I can't. I have gone back and held onto the series for so long. I have followed it and enjoyed it, but so much of that is trying to recapture the magic of that part of my life, of what that story meant to me, and yet knowing that I can never go back to that. I can never have that again. And I don't know if I ever will. I hope that I will, or I hope that I'll find it somewhere else, but I don't know if I ever will. How often as an adult have you tried to recapture some specific joy you had as a child? Some wonder you seem to have lost, or maybe something inside you decayed that prevents you from enjoying it the same way you used to anymore. Maybe it's so wrapped up in how new it was at the time, how we were at the time, and so we go searching, we look for bigger, better, more extreme experiences, hoping to mimic, hoping to recapture that magic, and yet, at some point, it never gets as good as it was the time before. As it was reading that book, playing that game, and crying yourself to sleep at 2 a.m. As playing Dungeons and Dragons with that group of people, as loving that person. And so we beat back, boats against the current, borne ceaselessly back into the past. There's a reason that even as we grow old, we listen to the music from our youth, that as time moves on, a part of us remains in the past, till eventually all of us
Thank you for
is.
redeeming chair dance.
And with
The
that,
house will
we
now
get
dance
straight
for
to
you.
like
Please
butter
fully
scraped
enjoy
over
this
too much
immersive
bread.
experience.
Copic suggests this can happen in as little as 3 centuries. Game
I was
maybe 1,000
sleeping,
or
bro.
so
Why'd you
books
wake
even
me
more,
up?
But they all promise it will happen. That life is sand slipping through our fingers. We desperately try to mold into the shape of something we can believe in, but eventually we can't see anything at all. We think we're telling stories about an endless future, but we're really telling stories about the realization
dancing,
that
bitch,
as we
it ain't
grow,
over yet.
a part of us remains in the one place we can never return to, the past. And how long can you bear the weight of that? An immortal thing is a nostalgic thing. And so, some of them argue, we should not seek out immortality at all. But, like, how much of this is really true? How much of this is, cope? The idea of death as a natural, moral, even important part of human existence goes back a long way. Socrates even suggested once that death might be the greatest blessing that can ever happen to man. So don't tamper
You did
with
good,
it
you
too.
can rest now, babe.
FromSoft suggests there is something indefinably, existentially human about coexisting with death. But humanity has a long history of trying to moralize terrifying realities we cannot control and have to live with. Natural disasters, pain in childbirth, disease. It's easier to deal with if it feels morally deserved or part of some justice in the grand scheme of things. Would immortality really deprive us of meaning and identity? Or is this just us going gently into that good night when everything demands that we should rage? When you take a step back and think about it, it sounds almost paradoxical to say death somehow makes life more meaningful than living more could. In fact, existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre even goes as far to say that death is the killer of any meaning we have.
Death is never that which gives life.
And that's the difference between the value of life. What value is there in
Even
life?
when a waddler waddles towards a waddle, do you think they waddle each other?
Damn, Smokey, holy shit. Wait. And then which go. You're a genius, Smokey. I think you just solved fucking fusion. Like, how are you such a genius, Smokey? It's beyond me. I'm so glad that I know you, Smokey. I'm gonna like, what's the word? Piggyback on your success because of your intelligence. I hope you know that.
Its meanings. It is, on the contrary, that which on principle removes all meaning from life. If we must die,
like turtle.
then our life has no meaning, because its
Long
problems
live
receive no
turtles.
solution, and because the very meaning of the problems remains undetermined.
But that's the question of the difference here is saying that life is the only.
Why are you not mapping?
Because why are you not mapping? You must be on, like, what, tier 11, tier 12 maps?
Because I have a duty.
Fuck duty and responsibility. Just be a bitch. Walk away. Neglect everything in your life and just play video games until you die. That's what real men do, Smokey.
They'll shit in the floor and I don't want to be cleaning popo.
Oh, that was fucking beautiful. Okay, but the idea is that if life is the only life that you live, but in my book, consciousness goes beyond that. So having strife and death in life to show the value of life is because life is not just life itself. It's consciousness beyond that. If that doesn't exist, then life is meaningless without... Life with death is meaningless. So you should get rid of death. But it depends on the concept of the afterlife and what the afterlife actually is, what your consciousness actually is, that kind of thing.
Confers a meaning from the outside on everything which I live in subjectivity. Death reapprehends all this subjective, which while it lived,
The other day,
defended
like
itself
7 a.m.,
against
one had a shit
exteriorization.
right, then I was cleaning it, then the other comes bombing, runs straight through the shit, big skid lines, fuck my life.
Oh my god. Oh my god. But they're adorable, right? It's worth it because they're adorable when you're not
And
cleaning
death
up their
deprived me
shit.
of all subjective meaning,
Bro,
and
it
to
was
hand it over
bad.
to any objective meaning which the other is pleased to give it. The final value of my conduct remains forever in suspense.
Any meaning we find for ourselves necessarily deteriorates after we die. It is left in ruins. We cannot control what other people say or do about us, what they read into
I
our
see a
lives,
rainbow.
and more importantly, Putting a deadline on human life prevents us from seeking out certain kinds of meaning. For example,
You don't
if a
know what I
mankind
wish,
born as conscious
Smokey?
and intelligent as a human, they could not craft a Shakespearean masterpiece, but not for a lack of skill, but a lack of time. If death keeps us from some mysterious decay we've never seen,
So
then it
that you would
also
fall for
keeps
me.
us from new meanings we've never been able to pursue, from rising to new heights we haven't yet been able to conceive of.
There's a video called Long Art by Solar Sands, talking through art pieces designed to play out over years, even millennia, far beyond their lives and possibly beyond humanity itself if left untouched. But these are rare
You're gonna fall
projects,
for
hard
me.
to justify in an ever-temporary world, but it begs the question, free of death, what would you pursue? If our sense of value comes from death, then it necessarily skews what we must count as meaningful. What projects might we pursue? What identity might we find if we had 2 centuries, let alone a millennia? You might hike every mountain in the world, master every cuisine, but one of the obvious answers is, of course, climate change. One of the issues with solving climate change is that humans are incredibly good at dealing with problems and divining meaning from things which directly affect them, but not so great otherwise.
Yeah.
If your house is on fire,
Watch
you
the
know
way
what
it
to do.
hurts.
But if your house will be on fire in 200 years from now when you're dead and gone and it belongs to someone else, unless you fix the insulation now, well, that's probably their problem, isn't it? Longer life would give us a longer view of meaning, unlock new joys and identities and values that we have no
I know you
concept
want to.
It could
Yes,
even
I
paint us
know.
lives
Shut
of
up,
greater
Smokey.
moral
Shut up.
purpose. More than that, plenty of
You
meanings
want
independent
to.
of any deadly
Not
deadline.
me.
The race to the moon wasn't against death, but another nation, for prestige, for pride. Whether you will be the next Shakespeare isn't really a matter of time so much as whether you get there before others do.
Yes,
At the end
I
of the
do.
Sandman, Hobgadling is given one more chance
I
to
really
end his
do.
life, seemingly deep in his own misery. But unlike Elena,
I'll
he
indulge
chooses
you.
not to, saying his girlfriend Gwen would kill him, suggesting that even in eternity, we can still divine meaning from the constantly evolving risk and deadline of human relationships.
That there may never come a time we would prefer to die, even in our misery, because of the meaning
I have a
we
crush
can
on
find
Timmy.
in each
And our choices
No!
inevitably have risk built into them.
Not
if 10,000
him.
years from now I choose to scale a mountain instead of help this person,
Timmy
I will
versus
forever be
John.
the person who chose not to help that person.
But all of this is deceptive. The argument is about how we live with ourselves when meaning slowly slips
I
away
picked
from us,
John.
when decay is inevitable. But that's already a problem we face in our mortal lives. We already have to repeatedly find and craft new meaning and purpose for ourselves as we age.
John Matthew Fox!
Well
Book
before death
Fox!
is ever on the radar, immortality might compound these issues, but it is by no means unique to it. And so writers and philosophers have been arguing about solutions since ever. And so,
I don't know.
to find
Book
our
Fox.
answers, I need to ask you to come with me to
The other guy we watched.
17,000 years in the future.
Shut the
In
fuck
John
up. You know
Lewis's
exactly who I'm talking
1776,
about.
or what football will look like in the future, one day humans stop dying. They just go on living forever. And so what do? They play football. Massive games with hundreds of players each side, with football fields multiple states wide,
Autocorrect,
and games
fuck
played over
off,
hundreds of
Mr.
years with bizarre rules that
You mean
spiral
Mr.
into
Ballin?
smoking.
No.
People who would enjoy
Fucking
playing
Book
football
Fox.
inside Borges' immortal labyrinthine city of nonsense architecture. And one of these thousands of games takes place on a thin bit of land stretching from Washington to
This guy.
Only owing to some planning error, the ball gets stuck in the canyon. Sheer cliffs either side, which neither team can ever scale without getting pulled down. You can't move the ball forward, can't move it back, and so the 22
Story
players
seeding is
fight
absolutely
on.
a key thing.
Not for
you-
days, not for decades, but 13,000 years down in there.
One time I can't find the
If
actual.
this
There
sounds
it
like a
is.
terrible game of football, it's because, well, it probably is. I actually don't know. I've never watched the
Holy
game.
shit, this is bad.
But you start to wonder, are these people happy? Are they broken in some way? Are they even human? Humans aren't meant to be like that, right? And Boyce goes on to say,
A human being will
This guy,
vary
I'm gonna give you a
with
whole
this,
bunch of-
but they tend to be terrified
Him
of living forever.
versus
now
him.
boredom is their only enemy. And if you find yourself in a football game that's such a gargantuan task that seems undefeatable, that will claim eons of your time and your passion, I think that makes you one of the lucky ones.
Play TO2 in 2 hours. Not sure if that's helpful.
The term, offered
I don't know if I'm
one
gonna be
solution.
alive in 2
They
hours,
argue that
Smokey.
faced with the realization that everything we do ultimately doesn't matter, we have to construct our own meaning and find joy in that. But that's not easy. That's not simple. How are you meant to do that?
throwing ourselves down to be more and more involved in the world, and importantly in each other, we can find more meaning. To Sartre, death is the killer of meaning. It always looms and prevents us from seeing greater meaning we might otherwise pursue. The humans down in that canyon are ultimately engaging and constructing their own meaning. Football gives you a constructed deadline, a constructed set of rules through which you can define success and failure and meaning and identity and relationship, even though they know on some level that game will never truly be won. That eventually people will forget this game is happening at all, and they do.
You hate me.
Yes, Smokey, shut the fuck up, okay? I'm trying to
but
sleep.
I can't stop thinking about that one
Why do you
line,
hate me?
a gargantuan, undefeatable task. Do you know the legend of Sisyphus? He was a Corinthian king condemned to push a boulder up a hill in Tartarus forever. The parallels to the 22 players trapped in the canyon trying to push a football up an unscalable cliff 13,000 years are uncanny.
So
It
hey,
is a
cause
Sisyphean
you
task. The
wait.
Myth of Sisyphus is also a book by
So
absurdist
wait,
philosopher
what?
Albert Camus, who
The
tackles the
fuck
same
are you
question.
saying,
What do we
Smokey?
do about craving a sense of purpose and the realization the universe has none to offer? Camus calls for us to what he calls live in revolt. Discard all hope that you can ever truly find
swipe
meaning and lose
to
yourself in the
text.
struggle against this absurd
Okay,
reality by living the
sometimes
best you
I
can.
fail.
Where existentialism suggests we can be at peace with our reality by finding our own meaning, Camus doesn't think we can ever truly be at peace with our purposeless existence, a reality that an immortal person might grapple with even more. And so life has to
Smokey,
be
how
a
could you?
constant rebellion, resisting the horror by living as happily and as long as we can, while pushing our
Can't even
boulder
spell that
pointlessly
word for
up
real.
that hill. For Camus, death is the end of that revolt
What,
he
the
implores
word
us to
height?
fight. And perhaps those 22
Kushin
players at the bottom
Hogers
of that
Hadden?
canyon are doing just that.
Had Hoob
They're laughing in the
Hobhobens?
face of the absurd.
Hoobin op
never
open
settled,
in
never at
options?
peace,
Actually, I can.
pushing that ball up that hill regardless and living better for it. Your mileage may vary with absurdism as
What the-
an answer
what
to this
high
problem, but it is one we already
sir
face in our mortal
tier
lives, so why not a longer one? Viva la
Cal? I don't know
An
what that
immortal
word
thing
is.
can be a meaningful thing.
And yet, perhaps, one day, the day will come when none of these approaches are sustainable for us any longer. We would have done
Means
all
laughter.
we ever wished or imagined we
Funny.
could. We cannot sustain our rebellion another
Hi,
day. And at this point, some
stir.
stories suggest that death is okay.
Greg Egan put it well
Sturry-
in describing a
high
whole society called the
sturry-
Transmuters in his book
He was high
Diaspora, one of the weirdest books I've
sturrical.
ever met,
High
who, having done
stur-
everything they wanted in the
high
world,
stur
decided to simply
equal.
delete themselves from existence.
It won't be death. The Transmuters didn't die. They played out every possibility.
His
themselves.
testicles.
That's not death.
Why do you say his testicles?
If the tragedy of death is leaving life
Damn it,
incomplete,
Smokey.
then the tragedy ends here. And yet,
There's one line that people
His
often pass over in the myth of
testicles.
Sisyphus, which has always stuck with me.
His
If
testicles.
this
Okay.
myth is
His
tragic, that is
testicles.
because
All right.
its hero
I guess
is
that's what it is. His
conscious.
testicles.
The workman of today
means
works
laughter.
every day in
I didn't know his
life at the
testicles means
same
laughter,
tasks,
man.
And
That's
this
something
faith
else.
is no less absurd. But it is only
Hello, Queen.
tragic
Hello,
at the rare
Queen.
moments when he becomes conscious.
Camus does not mean literally conscious here. He means for us to be aware of our meaningless fate.
And Borges alludes to the very same idea in The Immortal, that what is divine
His
and terrible and incomprehensible is to know oneself
ter-
immortal. To know what you're doing will ultimately never mean anything.
Cow.
The Transmuters were only conscious of their fate so
His
long as they needed to
turrico?
be. But other stories offer that no,
His
there is another way to go on, that
turrico.
death is not the
Bro,
only
shut
option.
the fuck up.
In Alistair Reynolds' Zima Blue, which I recently learned was a Love, Death and Robots episode, an immortal artist becomes obsessed
You
with the
are a
he
book
fondly
writer.
remembers.
Hi,
His art
Smokey.
becomes saturated with it as he tries to divine
Okay, I'll break the
exactly where he
fourth
knows
wall.
it from,
I know
why
it's
so special to him.
pronounced
His art grows larger and larger,
hysterconical,
till the
okay?
pieces can't even be
I know
hoisted
it's
on
pronounced
fancy.
that way.
Zima uses these 10,000
I'm just fucking with
across
you
canvases
guys.
in space, with whole stellar economies competing to host his work. Zima achieves everything an artist could ever hope for: money, fame, influence, revolutionizing the industry, and he finally finds where that color comes from.
Oh,
The
fuck.
color of the tiles in a pool he used to clean when he was a child. See, Zima was once a robot vacuum cleaner, of all things. Over the years, he was built out, made more advanced, and evolved until he acquired sentience and intelligence, a cyborg from the other direction. But it's the end of Reynolds' story which matters most to us. Having achieved everything he could ever dream of in his immortal life, Zima decides he is finished with consciousness. He decides to revert back to his childlike form as a vacuum cleaner and clean the pool with those blue tiles forever. If the tragedy of Sisyphus is being so conscious of our boulder,
Why are you bullying the
as
streamer
Zima
so
was, then the tragedy
cute?
ends here. If, as Borges says, it is only divine material to know
True,
oneself
Queen.
and
Why does he
know,
come in here and
he has
bully
achieved
me?
kind of enlightenment.
He's so mean.
But something would remain.
Guys, why is he
Enough of a
doing
mind to recognize
this?
its own existence. Enough of a mind to appreciate its surroundings and to extract some trickle of pleasure and contentment from the execution of a task, no matter how purposeless. The near mindless euphoria of a pollinating insect. That was enough for him.
Zima here has accomplished what the transmuters have. He has played out every variation of himself
Jesus.
he can. He's 100% of the game, gotten all the trophies, but he takes a different path. Zima chooses to become something else, to transcend the human, and in that, find a new happy existence.
Literally change into a new kind of life with a new consciousness, a new way to continue the revolt, to construct new meaning when stamina runs out, even if this is only putting off the eventual end.
A lot of these stories focus on how a longer life makes us inhuman, but sometimes the better question to ask is, what's wrong?
Well, we'll be playing some PoE. I just don't know
Zima
if I'm
sorts out
gonna
a
be
lower level of consciousness,
like
but many of these stories focus on technological augmentations
playing
that give them
long
a
enough
different
for
kind
Smokey
of
to play.
existence. Perhaps one even
This has
higher
been
than
highlighted
it
again.
has. But maybe these
Smokey
don't make us
highlighted this
worse.
message.
Maybe they just make us something new, a new way for us to find meaning and identity. And this might sound strange and alien and frightening, but the truth is, we are always becoming something new as we grow and age. The joys we had as children are not the same joys we have as adults. The fears and desires and modes of existence we had at one time in our life are not the same as the next. The meaning I have now is not the meaning I will have in my old age. It won't even be the same body. And so we ask, what might we become? What new existence might we seek out?
He's shit at PoE, that's why he, they, them isn't
Maybe we ascend to a higher level of existence, of cognition, of awareness, and in that, new joys, new identity,
He, her,
new
she, he.
rebellion.
All of these stories, in one way or another, are about decay, about the inevitable decay.
Should be she is hit at PoE. That's why he, they, them isn't playing. Yeah, because I'm so good, Smokey. I'm bored of the game.
100 years or 1,000. But I don't know if I'm convinced death is.
I've done
necessary
everything,
to being
killed
human,
everything,
as if our imaginations
completed
are
all
so
the
limited.
content,
I don't even know if
got
I'm
level
convinced death is
100.
what we're truly afraid of, as if that's the thing we're trying to run from. Death is just a final symptom of a very specific kind of decay we all have to grapple with. A decay these stories speak to more real than the Hollows, more devastating than saith the Scalers, more universal than Zima Blue, and more certain than the Troglodytes. When you start the game, the world of Before I Forget is largely colorless. It lacks texture and definition, like a half-rendered asset. That is, until you move around and interact with things. Whatever you pick up slowly gains that color and texture, as if the world itself becomes more real again by you interacting with it. The things you don't make the effort to interact with remain alien. There are notes from someone all over the house about the gas bill, the fridge, about the absurd number of canned peaches you have.
Message brought to you by Synced Toke. Synced Toke. It's a toke you take with smoke. Get your today for just an easy $9.99. Just call 1-800-365-2756. Get yours now for just $5. Smokey, Smokey, Smokey! I'm to call. Please answer, Queen. Whoa.
Your name, as you figure out, is Sunita.
That was great, Queen. Alright, I can sync Toke. Let's sync Toke. Everyone, get your Tokes ready. Smokey, you better be fucking ready.
WSD controls, but as you move through the house, it changes around you. Doors open that go to rooms they never did before. Hallways stretch and curve. Any orientation you've built up playing the game so far
Call it, Smokey.
is gone. A game
It's
which
all
is
on you,
entirely
bro.
based around feeling your way through the environment takes that away until, well, the worst happens. It feels uncomfortable. It feels humiliating. Your body lets you down. But there's an even sadder kind of decay in Before I Forget. As you wander through this house, you find scraps of your life, including a copy of the Modern Scientist magazine with your face on the front cover. But you don't recognize why. You come across a trophy for Scientific Discovery of the Year awarded to you, of all people, but...
Yeah, he said 69. That's the sex number.
Sounds impressive, but I don't think it was me.
Some of the most important parts of you are leaking out the cracks in your mind, caught up in a decay you can't control. The horror of Before I Forget is unique. A decay more real than Dark Souls or The Immortal or Permutation City. It's the inevitable and unstoppable decline of our bodies and minds.
I mean, we kind of deserve this, don't we,
Queen? Our
Queen?
future from us, the simplest capacity to go to the bathroom, but it takes our past too. Like Dr. Small's Applebee, people forget who they are.
I'll go take a shower, be right back.
They forget themselves. The things which make you who you are, achievements, loves, failings, they all fall through the cracks of our mind.
We do not become less of a person if we suffer from these conditions, but we can feel parts of us we had before slipping
56.
away.
Humans have been living longer and longer, but we can't always take our minds with us
78.
into those latter years. Sunita's rage
45.
and anger at herself at the pain of forgetting is palpable. The unfairness of it, the
67.
rules changing around her. You recognize the condition soon enough, but Sunita doesn't recognize it in herself. Perhaps doesn't even want to. Throughout the game, you also hear piano music. Your partner, Dylan, is said to be a classical pianist, but as the game goes on, the music starts to decay. It fills with static, the notes are a little off. It's hard not to see this as a reference to Leyland Kirby's Everywhere at the End of Time, a 6.5-hour composition and one of the most interesting and uncomfortable pieces of art I have ever encountered. The music is deceptive. It starts out coherent, composed.
Oh, I love
before
that
decay
album.
starts to creep
Yo,
in.
Levi,
The
how's it
odd note
going?
might be off, the distortion is so brief and subtle you can convince yourself it didn't happen. But then musical cues repeat and the static creeps in till it's so loud that you realize it's there, and suddenly you can feel where everything's going wrong. Progressively, the music decays, slowly at first and then very
Oh,
quickly.
well, hell
losing
yeah, brother.
definition and composition, drones pitching in until there is no definition.
Resident
it is
sleeper.
an empty, echoing shell, and all that's
I mean,
left
he's
are the
dedicated.
No musical
Wait.
note can take shape in here.
Wait, you just went 12:21. You went the entire way and then you fucked up at the end, Smokey. Wow, you fucked up at the end. I cannot believe that. You have to start over now,
Of those afflicted with
Smokey.
degenerative conditions. The newest memories, like Sunita's awards, often go first. The final section of Leyland's piece is called "The Long Decline Is Over."
79.
Another word for decay.
You hit 77. You hit 77, you fucking idiot.
About maintaining
Start over.
desired youth. In the earliest mythic stories of the Fountain of Youth, the quest is more about finding waters which might turn an old man young than the idea of living forever. The Philosopher's Stone confers not only life on those who created but bodily youth. Even in Sekiro, in your final battle with Ginashiro, while the country is burning down around you, Ginashiro summons the leader of Ashina not just in his prime, but his youth.
You made 77 again. You fucking idiot.
Of his own life and body. Youth becomes the way to victory, to vitality, to something worth preserving. These stories don't just channel our fears of a nebulous eternity, but of the loss of our bodily and psychological integrity. Immortality isn't just about
I'm calling it.
it's about
I'm calling it. Just go. Just fucking go, Queen. I don't do
Yes. When these stories talk about immortality depriving us of our ability to find meaning, it's hard to see how that isn't caught up in our ideas of youth and being able to.
I'm dying. I'm not gonna be able to take this toe. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Interfere with. This isn't even true necessarily, but it is a fear a lot of people have. The fear of getting old isn't just about the loss of bodily autonomy, but loss of our position in society from which we often derive a lot of meaning. The horror that one day we won't be able to write or talk or make art or keep up or do things for ourselves, that our own bodies will become prisons, our own minds sinking sand. When we're drawn to nostalgia, it's not just to the past, but to a day we felt we were more beautiful, our minds were sharper, our knees didn't hurt. when we were at the center of
Always
society.
my arm is
After all,
affected.
retirement is often coupled with the loss of a job or children moving out. When so much of the world exists in the online, ever-evolving technological arena, our bodies and minds getting slower and losing the ability to keep up with the ever-evolving technologies of the world means being disconnected from much of the present society. The feeling of being a burden, of loneliness, is a legitimate, widespread issue. Our meaning and identity are caught up even more so in youth, more than they are in death. When we imagine ourselves as largely as needing to write that book, make that movie, climb that mountain, get that job before a certain age, an era of our lives, not before we die, and especially before we lose the bodily or mental ability to do these things at all, as Sunita loses her greatest achievements in the labyrinth of her mind, afflicted by her condition, as her body fails her, as she reaches everywhere at the end of time and the end of the Age of Fire.
Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray isn't just about a man selling his soul to live forever, but one desperately trying to preserve himself against the inevitable march of it.
How sad it is. I shall grow old and horrible and dreadful, jealous of everything whose beauty does not die, jealous of the portrait you have painted of me. Why should it keep what I must lose? Every moment that passes takes something from me and gives something to it.
It is no wonder the anti-aging movement has taken off in the age of social media, where identity and value have become so wrapped up in one's appearance. Almost all of the
jeez, color my name, but I don't know what color.
Immortals finding purpose primarily in pursuits easiest when you have an able body and mind, raising children, games of physical prowess, competition, art with perfectly controlled finesse, memory, and building.
Can you
And
do
more
white?
Importantly, these stories are about the horror of losing those things.
The horror here is not living without these things, but losing them after finding so much of ourselves in them and knowing they are slipping away from us.
I'm not reading that, Smokey.
And not being able to stop it.
There are times when I'm not willing to act that dumb.
Hands-on, do it yourself, present in the world, see everything, do everything.
No.
You could imagine.
No.
He was out sailing and fishing and building and landscaping, and he had this gorgeous house up on this
What's
hill.
it like being an old
Right at
man?
his old age, he was funny, smart, really
It's
with
fucking brutal,
intellectual sparring
Levi.
partner, until
It's
one
fucking
day,
brutal.
several years ago now, he was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP, an extremely rare and aggressive neurological disorder caused by a buildup of these unusual proteins in the brain. It started out in small things. He lost his balance while walking. He got tremors in his hands, or his muscles stiffened up so he couldn't pick up a knife or fork. But I think the thing I remember the most was his anger. I watched him lose his ability to walk, but before that, his ability to work with his hands at all. And he hated that. God, he hated it. It made him so angry that this was his fate. He couldn't garden or fillet a fish or help with his hands in the way he used to, and he could feel the whole time that slipping away from him. Eventually, he lost his ability to speak, and he couldn't look you in the eye. He felt his body and mind were turning against him, and so suddenly, all of this happened in just a couple of years. And he was angry. I remember that so vividly. Angry that so much of what had given him meaning in life was just being ripped from him, day by day, week by week. Death was an afterthought compared to the decay. Eventually, my grandparents had to move out of their home up on that hill, a home I knew he loved. It was full of all this sailing memorabilia. He was a sailor in his youth. But the stairs and the heights were too dangerous for him. His own body could literally not exist in the place he called home, even if his mind wanted to. He never made it to their new home. He was
Yeah, you are gay, Smokey.
He lived with us in those final days. He lay on this bed, mouth agape, death just one gasp away. And as bad as it sounds, I really struggled to see him like that. I struggled to go to him and talk to him as he faced all of this, knowing how much he hated the fate life had left him to, that he didn't feel like it was him lying on that bed anymore. And I really didn't know how to face up to that. When I finally went to him, I remember thanking him, not only for being the best grandfather I could ever ask for, but because there's a decent chance that I wouldn't be doing this at all if it wasn't for him. He was the one who gave me my first tripod. One day he came to me and he said, "Hey, use this, and then when you're done with it, sell it on Trade Me." That's New Zealand eBay. And I did, I took it,
And what did I do? I went out and I bought a $150 camera and I started making videos. And I never looked back. But I also know
New
why
Zealand
I struggled so much in his final days. The truth is, I am terrified of death. The idea that I could just cease to exist one day and there is nothing I can do about that terrifies the hell out of me. I am 28
Yeah, I
now,
use Trade
so
Me.
statistically,
We don't
I'm about
really
a
have
third of my
Amazon
way
here.
through my life. But I also know that when you ask people what the middle of their life is, they tend to say somewhere around the age of 30. So in that way, I'm already halfway dead.
Yep, same.
But even more so, I'm afraid of the decay that might come with that. I'm terrified of losing myself before death.
That's like
I'm
eBay
painfully
for
aware
New
I have a
Zealand.
countdown with these hands with which to write the stories I want to write, or these legs with which to hike the mountains I want to hike. Limited time before my brain slows down and the world keeps moving faster. When I think about immortality, I'm thinking about preserving some semblance of who I am in body and mind. I regret not spending more time with my granddad. I am ashamed that I struggled to go to him when he was suffering because I was uncomfortable with watching someone suffer a fate that I might one day too. It's a human response, but still. I know that if I was given a chance at eternal youth, I would take it. And I'd love to say it's because all the skeptics are wrong and actually immortality will be completely fine. But if I'm honest, it's because my fear of losing myself is probably stronger than my will to examine all of that particularly rationally. So much of my identity is wrapped up in my life as a creative, as a writer, and those are inherently caught up in the parts of my body. They're physical, tangible things I need to protect, my hands and my brain. Those are the parts of me that I would want to preserve as long as possible. No wonder my granddad was so angry when he lost the use of his hands. Or think about their minds as a scientist, like Sunita does, the finesse of their finger as an engineer or artist. Those who suffer through conditions like this can become new versions of themselves, just as worthy of protection and respect. But it's hard not to see the sadness in what was lost in that transition. Unlike Zima Blue, we do not get to decide who and what we become. That choice is taken from us. I don't know what lurks in my genes, and I don't know that I would want to know. My fate might already be written there. But I don't think that makes it designed, I don't think that makes it fair or deserved, that I should just surrender to it. Death is already written into all of our genes. At some point, even we in our cells decay and our ability to renew ourselves runs out. But that doesn't make it right or deserve it, does it? We lament death, but we lament the persistent temporariness of youth even more in that. The further we grow from it, the greater reminder of its value we get, and in that, immortality becomes more about reaching into the past than it does into the future. Of course, even faced with the inevitable decay of everything we know, we do try to immortalize some modicum of the meaning we have found through legacy. What we pass on, the seeds we plant for later generations, the art we leave behind. It's weird to think that these 400 or so videos so far of me in my 20s are gonna probably outlast me in some shape or form deep in the bowels of the internet. But they are not me, not in totality. And eventually they will vanish too. My name will disappear. Right now, I am standing in the ruins of a village in rural France from the 1790s. Right here, there was a mill where people used to bring their grain from around and turn it into flour. Over there is the well where they used to draw up water. It's since been filled in, covered with ivy and barred up so that no one falls in. Other ruins are scattered around the fields, just home to owls and rats now. You might have heard them in this video, funnily enough. But they are all that is left of the people who lived here, just a shadow of their handiwork. I don't know why they cried or laughed, their crowning achievements. I don't know what meaning they found in this world. Don't they deserve to see what they might have become, what new meaning they might have found? I think my granddad did. I think the 1.3 million people who died from tuberculosis last year did, or the 700,000 people from malaria did. Everyone knows the first line of Dylan Thomas's famous poem, "Do not go gently into that good night," but fewer remember the second and rest. Old age should burn and rave at the close of day. Rage, rage, against the dying of the light. It's both a vindication of this quest and a demand that we make it worth it. We have eradicated suffering after suffering already, and what louder way is there for us to rage than to reject the death written into our genes? I do not mean to say a longer life will not be fraught with its own problems, that there will not be decays we must resist and fight off. Knowing when the age of fire needs to end matters. But shouldn't we get to make that choice? To rage, to keep up that revolt as long as we can, to not let the sun set until we are finished with it, when we have, as Thomas writes, done every good, made every difference. I only rage because I am unfinished with this world, as too many die.
Smoke, you gotta
unfinished
drop a Whitaker video in the chat, bro.
The poem ends with a man begging his dying father to fight on. I couldn't help but see my own grandfather's righteous anger in those words. And you, my father, there on a sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage, against the dying of the light.
Did I hear Whitaker? Oh baby. Yeah. Put a link in there. Well, that's a Hello Future Me video. You can go check him out. He's fucking awesome. He hasn't done anything very recently, but we were originally working on his stuff for world building purposes. Then we moved into editing. This is for Smokey, because Smokey just apparently loved this. I don't know what one to watch, though. This one? I don't know which one to choose. Hey, Pluto Moni, what's up? I don't know which one to choose, bro. Going to the courthouse. Whitaker family visit. It's just these are so long. I want something that's like short. Taking Timmy home this morning. This Whitaker family goes to IHOP. This sounds good. What's soft white underbelly? This one? Mobile home fire? I am delayed, oh my god, so annoying. Yeah, it is annoying that you're fucking delayed. Smokey. Mobile home fire. This sounds good. Watch the one you pulled up. Whitaker's go to IHOP. Taking the Whitaker family to IHOP. What is IHOP? Shut the fuck up, Smokey. You know what IHOP is. It's where your mom works. No, I don't. I'm British. IHOP's an all-you-can-eat breakfast place.
Wanna go eat breakfast? You ready? Oh yeah?
I got 7 o'clock.
Did you get you some coffee?
Make me a cup of coffee, sit down and drink it. Y'all turn around and fed the dog. They were jumping on me. I knew what they want.
What they want?
Dog food.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where is my cutie Timmy?
Think about me giving you a hard way to go the other day, Betty.
Who?
You.
You?
Couldn't take you to Golden Corral because you're shoving biscuits and chicken down your pants. I'm trying to sneak it out of there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's a lot of fun, ain't it?
Yeah, yeah.
How many times you ever been taken out to dinner?
Oh, I got several times.
How many times have you had somebody to take you to dinner?
Nobody.
Nobody?
No.
Nobody's ever
I'm
taken
from
you out to
Alabama, and that's
No.
the siblings.
I guess it's the first time for everything, isn't it? Take you out for breakfast, same thing. I like eating breakfast for dinner.
Okay.
I gotta get some fuel. What do you think about that?
Well, until y'all can get gas and then drive, you'll be on the side of the road.
It ain't just gonna be me on the side of the road, it'll be everybody in here on the side of the road.
Well,
What do you think about that? Oh,
Bro,
like sitting in the middle.
I really don't like this accent.
Where you going?
Whose accent?
Yeah. That's good.
Also New Zealand. Joke, Levi.
Oh, he didn't want to go?
No, he probably going to get the doctor.
Oh, he thought he was going to take him to the doctor. Oh, that's next month.
So this is about New Zealand? Smokey's saying it, so it's probably not a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, next month is whenever he has the doctor's appointment. I think Eric will be down for that doctor's appointment. Eric and Ray
Kiwis
are
don't
buddies.
have an accent.
You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Yep. I hope I make it to the store without running out of gas. Yeah. If I run out of gas, I got a chain in the back of the truck, Larry, and I'm gonna hook it to the front of the truck. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna hook a chain to the truck. If we run out of gas, I'm gonna hook a chain to the front, and I need to wrap it around your waist to you to pull us to the store. It's gonna take a little while to get there, but what? Well, why not?
I hear you.
This is why I told you to give me the video.
They just parked that truck. You know the engine's still running. Here come the rain. Jimmy and Larry and Kenny, and you know they're all hungry. I took the Whitaker family to IHOP. They're about to eat everything they got. Ain't no table for one, it's a table for five. And if you don't mind, we're gonna bring the dogs inside. I took the Whitaker family to IHOP. They're about to eat everything they got.
This song is so good. Why didn't he start with this?
I took the Whitaker family to IHOP. They're about to eat everything they got. Ain't no table for one, it's a table for five. And if you don't mind, we gonna bring the dogs inside.
Man, I miss IHOP.
I took the Whitaker family to IHOP. They're about to eat everything they got. Ain't no table for one, it's a table for five. And if you don't mind, we gonna bring the dogs inside. I took the Whitaker family to IHOP. They're about to eat
Timmy.
everything they got. Ain't no table for one, it's a table for five. And if you don't mind,
He's like, I want this one, I want this one! This one! Wait, look! Look! Did you see I wanted this one? This picture. He's like me. You can only, yeah, you're just like, the pictures. You don't care about the words, Smokey, the pictures. All about the pictures. He's like, yeah, that was the picture I wanted. The picture became real. Oh shit, don't give her a knife. Dude, she fucking stabbed herself. Dude's like, I got a knife. You made this happen, Smokey. I genuinely thought they ate with them claws. He has no idea what the fuck he's doing. I mean, they gotta have some sort of mental state to be able to use cutlery. Well, that was an adventure.
My baby. Your baby.
Jimmy's just fucking with the window.
Feel better, Maddie? Huh?
What?
You feel better?
Yeah, I want to wipe my face on my face.
You just got hot and aggravated, didn't you? Huh? Huh?
Jimmy casually gets his head stuck in the window.
What? What'd you say there? Mary. What? What'd you say? Oh, you're welcome. Betty, tell everyone thanks for taking you out today.
Thank you, Frank, for taking me out today.
somebody gonna get a hug real bad.
Or it's a going on now. Oh no, you set it up a Smokey. Oh no, what do we do now? I do not know. I have no idea. I didn't even look. I just knew it was you, Smokey, because oh god, you are just a you. You know what is going on, and you don't take a note when I know that you know. Okay? It is a nor, so don't worry about it until you have to. Okay, that is when you will get on it, and I do not know when that will be, but it will be very much now. So don't worry about the dog shit. Get on the POE, okay, sir? I do not know what else to say. It is a no. You must do what you are told. Okay, sir? No, not 1 hour. Now, sir.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit-ass accent is killing me.
It is very much now. As you can see, I am on the PoE now. That means you must be on the PoE now. Do you not see how this works, Smokey? It is a team effort. There can not only be one, there must be more. And if you cannot get with that, I do not know what I could possibly go to for after that. It is no. I do not. I do not. I cannot. I will not. I do not. It is a no. So you will get on and you will carry me through the very much end of Path of Exile. And there is not a much you can say. Just stay up 1 hour, then we will blast. Well, I am going to stay up an hour. It's after that. You wouldn't let me sleep during the Hello Future Me video, Smokey, so that's your fault. I completely blame you for that. I blame you. It was such a disaster, Smokey. There's nothing we could have done about it, you know? He just went up and then came back down. I said, don't go for it. They said, hey, that's your prerogative. I said, next thing you know, it's gonna be on you. And then it fell. I fucking told them. Nobody ever listens to me. Okay, I'm pretty sure we crashed here, because this is fucked. Why are we still in the loading screen? Why are we still in the loading screen? I blame you, Smokey. You hijacked my game, you got inside of my computer, and now you're living inside of my walls. I can't trust anyone anymore. What the fuck is this? Thought you were my friend, Smokey. Thought we trusted each other. Thought we had good things going for us. You know, we were on the right team. Okay, this is just fucked up. Can I just not get into the game? Guys, okay, well, there we go. Turd. First mistake was trusting Smokey. I can tell you what you did wrong right there! Oh, man. And then it's gonna be like 3 o'clock comes around, he's gonna be like, no. I'm gonna be like, what do you mean no? And he's gonna be like, no. I'm gonna be like, shut the fuck up. He's gonna be like, yeah, I can't play, bye. I'm gonna be like, you motherfucker. He'll do it, too. I know it. I fucking know it. I know Smokey like the back of my hand. You know? It's got 4 lines on it. See? Just like the back of my hand.
Go on.
Who sent you?
If you must.
Algold is worth more than this. For Doriani.
Oh, what? Okay, well, I guess we have to do tier 1. Or, well, fuck that. Regal. Alright, slaughter time. Let's fucking go. Let's kick some ass, take some names, cut them down. Nothing like owning the corruption. Sit on a throne of lies. No, Smokey. I lie on a throne of lies. Get your shit straight. If you're not gonna worship me properly, don't worship me at all. I don't want your fake fucking bullshit. What the fuck?
Ha 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 ha, skill issue.
No, look how fucking laggy it is. Like, what the fuck is going on? Game's unplayable.
If you didn't die, this wouldn't happen.
Smokey, if you were playing with me, this wouldn't happen. Just gotta play safe.
Need mana. Desert fire. Sands, take you.
buy a perfect jeweler's orb yet?
Need mana.
No.
Didn't break a sweat. Wall of flame. Need mana. Need mana.
How many of these fucking are there?
A touch of luck. Need mana.
Stone, yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? Another day on the grind at PoE, waiting for Smokey to get off his ass and get in here and help me kill these guys. I know nothing with PoE, but good luck. Thank you. What have you been up to today, Stone?
Out of mana.
Just in the door for work. Oh, that sounds fun. Currently 9 a.m. You're on the same time as Smokey. So I'm waiting for 10 so Smokey will start playing.
Desert fire! Out of mana! Sands, take you! No mana! Out of mana.
Holy shit. Woo. Coming in hard. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Sands, take you!
shit, what the fuck? Why is there a boss here? I didn't know this one had a boss on it. Well, that'll do. Complete a tier 3 plus corrupted map. Hey babe, hey Fireblade, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you?
The source of corruption was a creature? I wish I could perform a detailed autopsy of its corpse. But its passive
We're playing video games today. Yeah, we just started playing PoE.
It looks to be significantly more mutated than other beings we've encountered.
I'm well, how are your toy? I am your toy.
Until we know more.
I'm doing good. I'm going for this jewel slot, I believe. And then we're going for these ones here for skill spell, increased shock, and then these ones for increased crit. But first we want that jewel socket. My first corrupted map! And we leveled up, which means we can probably get higher tier maps now. You're definitely my toy this late at night. True.
The sheer force of the cataclysm scoured away much of the surface.
Yo, oh, Mr. Ahmed, how's it going, sir? Welcome, welcome.
Precursor towers
True.
You should find one and secure it for our research. Indeed.
That could actually be really good. +4 to all skills. Critical.
Indeed.
We already did that, Fireblade, earlier. We read some stories. Read a short story. And we had a theological conversation about religion. Yeah, religion, consciousness, and science. I don't know where to go. Wish I was there to listen. I'll just have to wait after the stream to watch the VOD. Yeah. It's a good conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Wow, you have almost been streaming for 8 hours. Yep.
To accommodate your request, you should find things somewhat different next time you venture out.
They're all just tier 1s. Grind. True. It's why I took 2 months off of work, guys, so I can stream longer. Alright, the bluff. Six modifiers? I need a frickin' 6 modifier map? Well, this is gonna be interesting. We gotta play really fucking carefully. The dedication? Oh yeah, I'm dedicated to my audience, guys. I fucking love doing this shit. It's a good old time. You guys are totally worth it.
By moonlight. I'll break you.
Holy fuck, I almost died. Smokey, I need you, man. This is bullshit.
Victory is mine.
I'm so scared.
Wall of flame.
Sorry, I've been away last few days. My daughter been sick and I'm taking care of her. Yeah, no worries, bro. Don't feel bad. Especially if you're like actually doing something that matters in real life, like doing something like that. Well, use motherfuckers. Thanks for understanding. Yeah, no worries, bro. No one's obligated to come watch the stream. I appreciate that you do, and I hope I provide content that you want to see. And if not, give me feedback. I'm always trying to evolve. It's not Smokey, because Smokey would just say play PoE 24/7. That's not evolving, that's going backwards. It's removing things that we already used to do. We just need to add in more things that we do.
A rare treasure.
Oh, oops. Yeah, I know, I'm a Z streamer, I know. You're falling asleep to me. Sometimes that's good, because if you fall asleep to me, you're going to stay here, which means you're going to be a viewer, which means that's good for me. So falling asleep to the stream is actually a benefit of me, because then you're not going to leave.
Didn't break a sweat. Wild beast.
No! That was bullshit. Soothing to me listening to your voice, and it calms me down, keeps me asleep. Fuck! Oh, so much for that. Weed is unfortunately the only thing that keeps me asleep. I hear that, Stone. Love my dependencies. Let's go. Hell yeah. We know what we want, and we want it. fucking bullshit. That attack is total bullshit. Wait, where's the other thing that I have? Why is this not active? There we go. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. You're such a bitch. God, if you were in here, I would be fine, motherfucker. But no. You have to be, I'm looking after my dogs because the dogs are more important and not having shit all over the floor. Like, fuck, man. Get your head out of your ass and help me, Smokey. Whatever happened to... Holy... I'm frozen. That's what happened. I got frozen in place. I was like, why the fuck can't I move?
Victory is mine.
This chat... I know, right, Stone? Seriously. Like, holy fuck. Put in your fucking weight. Pull your own weight in the chat, bro. What is this? This isn't a fucking charity stream. Fucker. Damage, bro. I'm Quinn. I 0 DPS. It's an ethical build, okay? Oh, I think it has to be capital. Why is it not working? Is it? I'm so confused. What's the fuck? Oh, because you can't... Right, you can't use the command for it. Why do they have channel points you can't use a fucking command for it? Fuck is it? Man, this is just like... And now I can't find it. It's wellness check. Where the fuck is the video?
Holy shit. A white mob? One sec, chat. Just logging into my softcore character to practice killing it.
That's the clip that's supposed to play. Where the fuck did all this shit come from? Fuck out here. Well, that was a big haul. Holy shit. 3 egg salts!
You are nothing. No mana. Desert fire.
Precursor!
A tower has been secured. Timely. While you were out, we discovered that an artifact from our archives might be related to its function. Take this tablet. You should be able to use it at the tower to transform the surrounding area.
Precursor. What's cleansed? Deadly map boss. Abyss. Okay, Talks, I need tips from you too, because I can't stream for 8 hours. I get tired, my legs give up on me, and I get too distracted when no one's talking. Discouraged when no one is talking. Callie, you know what you need to do? Do sprints. Just like set a timer for like half an hour and be like writing sprint. And then when people engage and then you just like sit back, do whatever the fuck you want, basically turn everything off, be it on your like be right back screen, and you're just sitting there waiting for people to come into the chat to talk, and when they talk, jump in the chat, then you be like, oh hey, there's someone there. Yeah, but Callie, you don't tell them that. Right? And if they ask what they're working on, tell them about... You have tons of stuff to talk about, even if you're not writing it on stream, right? So it gives another turn... Well, what are you writing? Well, now that you mention it, actually... then it's like you don't have to sit there and feel like you're on the entire time, right? You can have periods of time where you're off and on, and that gives you an absolute excuse not to go hard the entire time and burn yourself out. And then you might be able to stream for like 4 hours. Don't worry about 8 hours. Stream for like 3 hours. 3 to 4 hours, that's like a good time. Past that, it's like things get stagnant, you know, you're running into issues where you get people coming into the stream as soon as you're leaving. So I think 3 to 4 hours is perfect. I'm just doing these like 9-10 hour streams, or trying to at least. But it's being a lot harder getting into it because I'm up at like, I've been going to bed at like 4, getting up at like 11, getting all my editing and stuff done by 1, doing new ideas from like 1 to 3, and then like 3 to 4 is like dinner. And I just like fuck around, and then like 4 to 6 is like interact with different streams, talk to different streamers, and then 6:30 is streams, and 6 to 6:30 is stream prep. And I stream till 3 in the morning, then I go to bed at like 5, and then I wake up at 11 and repeat the process. He's got a planner. I've been doing it. I've always been a grinder. I play old school RuneScape, man. I know how to fucking grind.
The tower. The surrounding landscape has indeed been altered. This could be of great use to us. These towers are part of some long ago experiment on a grand scale. I will do more research while you continue to explore. Speak.
Critical for spells. I'm gonna do ASMR, reading, relaxing, games, and take breaks every hour. I don't know how long the break should be. Maybe half an hour. It can be as long as you want. Cal, you could just put up a random arbitrary number, and then when people start talking in chat, then you go from there, right? When someone says, hey, you say, hey, how's it going? Just doing a thing right now, you know? Don't mind me. Sitting here in the background. What are you up to, though?
Of course.
Now we're going to the spring. Submarine! Ooh.
Black creature! Desert fire! Die forgotten!
Oh shit, there's still this guy? What is this shit? Die.
Sands take you! Desert fire!
Oh shit, I'm frozen.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Hitox will now dance for you.
You're gonna get me killed,
Please fully
Smokey.
enjoy this immersive experience.
There's an abyssal depths! I just have to not die. Why is this guy not fucking dying? What is this shit? Holy fuck. He really didn't want me to dance for you, Smokey.
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Hell yeah, thanks, Smokey. Pearl ring. What the fuck was that? Forgot about the abyssal depths.
Wall of flame! Didn't break a sweat.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Wait, I can't go back in it now? What a fucking joke. Game's trash. Game's fucking trash.
Primitive thing!
The fuck kind of attack is that? It's like 100 fucking feet. 100 fucking miles away. Fuck is this shit? Only I'm allowed to attack you from 100 miles away. I feel that, Callie. I don't want to sleep.
Out of mana! Die! Forgotten!
What a map.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
Wait, that was increased cast speed. I mean, why does it say 0%? Wait, what the fuck? Why are my uniques fucked? So... Oh, they've gone into here because this is... Okay. No, they shouldn't go in there. They should be in here. There we go. Maps. Frozen Falls. I wonder how much damage. So what should be the next skill that I get? That's my question. Like, what's the next support gem that I put into this?
This one holds
Oh
more
no,
than
oh
secret
no,
treasures.
that could have been really bad.
You will burn!
Power never dies. It merely changes hands.
Sands, take you!
I don't know. He just fucking like one-shot me. What the fucking one-shot shit? Fucking die, bitch. God, so annoying. So that means there's literally no monsters on the map anymore? That's the stupidest thing. Why would they do that? Why do they make these dumb decisions for PoE 2, man? Pisses me off. Why fuck with, like, a good system?
Go.
Why can't I redeem Where's My Toke? You mean wellness check? Wait until you fight your first pinnacle boss. It's very fun. I don't think I'll ever play. I'll ever wind up doing that, Smokey. So I'll probably just quit playing before then. Probably quit playing around tier 8, or I'll just make a new character. Oh, I still gotta play Silk Song and fucking Hollow Knight.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do
There
not
you
stretch.
go, Callie.
Do not go to the bathroom. Have another Coke.
Oh, that's not a redeem, Callie. That's if someone follows me. So unfollow and then refollow, but it'll fuck with your follow streak. Or I could just play 700 Septillion for you. Welcome to a talk.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Oh, I love it. I have a new subscriber. Sick. Guy looks so frazzled. That's what Beezus thinks Smokey looks like. Okay. Okay. Smokey, are you getting on? Bro, are you getting the fuck on or not? Like, what's going on here, man? Like, it's close enough to 10 o'clock. Get your ass on here, man. The dogs aren't gonna shit on the floor in the last 5 minutes. Bro, you can just leave them for like 10 fucking minutes. They'll be fine. Bro. I said at 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock, bro. Come on. It's close enough. Fuck, man. You're breaking my balls, Smokey. Fuck. Bullshit. We're gonna be playing your maps, not my maps. Okay, Smokey? How about that? You have to have, like, some useless tier 2s and tier 3s and tier 4s. You can fin your smoke if you sync with me. 3, 2, 1. I practice what I preach, Smokey. A normal countdown. I'm always normal. What do you think I am? Fucking crazy? Okay. It does not want me to go there. Apparently. Mansion in the Mists. I wanted whatever the fuck this thing is. I don't know what this thing is. And then there's like this thing here too. You can buy tier 2 or 3 waste drones. No, I can't. Look.
Yes?
They're all tier 1.
Go.
I think this is what we do. And then we go there. You need to kill a map boss on tier 1. Wait, what? But I did kill a boss on tier 1. Well, at the modifiers on the map. You're a modifier on a map. Those circle things. These? P5, sure, Smokey. Yeah, I believe that. Sure, bro. 100%. 100%, bro. 100%. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's what it is.
You will burn! Need mana! Didn't break a sweat. Out of mana. No mana.
Sump. Sump, bitch. Sump, fucker.
I go where I must. Ah, toxins.
Smoke the bish, bruh.
Oh, you. Why?
Why are you smoking? On 1984 subscribes to the channel.
Oh shit, thank
Less
you
than,
for...
greater than,
Wait,
greater
what?
Than, greater than, less than, less than,
Wait,
less than,
what?
greater than, dance and curvy.
Who just subscribed? Wait, what? I'm so confused what just happened. I've never seen that notification like that before. But whoever subscribed, thank you for subscribing, bro. Yo, yeah. What's up? Glad I can kick sub poggies. Yeah. It's a good time. Hey man, I'm getting people's attention. That's all matters, right? That's what it's all about. I mean, apparently I got some on Rumble too, and I was like, wait, what? Get that 80% cut. So I've technically made $11 on Rumble. Yeah, I know, right? Someone gifted me a sub and someone subbed. Fuck if I know. I didn't know anyone watches me over there. But I have 9 followers now. So someone's looking out for me. Well, I don't have the chat integrated. I don't know how to do that. But, I mean, the chat's up on my screen. Because I've seen people talking there before and I've missed it and I felt bad. Seen some wild stuff browsing Kick. Rumble's like the basement of Kick, right? Which is the basement of Twitch. Yeah, something like that. Just know that Alex Jones is on Rumble. I think Nick Fuentes is also on Rumble. Gay frogs, yo! They're turning the frogs gay! Nick the Knife. I mean, it's kind of scary, actually, when you think about it, the things that Alex Jones has been right about. It makes you think maybe he's right about other things? Alex James, or whatever that idiot's name is on Rumble, I'm never going on there. Well, I mean, Callie, he's been right about a ton of shit about what the government's fucking done. So whether you like his politics or not, he's technically a journalist, and he's exposing government fucking crimes. And he's been right about a shit ton of stuff. So whether you like the guy or not, you have to acknowledge that, you know, if him existing gets the government to be accountable for their actions, then that's a good thing. No matter what his views are. Or how crazy he seems. No, man, he's bad kind of crazy. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's wrong, Callie. That's the biggest problem with facts. Is the craziest people can be right. Which is the scariest part of reality. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I stuck on? Oh, I'm on the edge of the map. I'm retarded. Smokey, I need you. Okay, get your ass on here. You're 2 minutes late. You're not online, bro. What is this? Man, I'm just gonna quit, Smokey. I'm done with this game. I'm out. I'm over it. I'm done. Fucking hate this shit. Why does everything have to be so hard in life? Why can't life just be easy, guys? Why can't I just one-shot everything? It's not fair. I want to be vulnerable. I just want to cheat. And make everything easier. And I don't have to put in any work or any effort. I can just be good at the game without being good at the game. You know? It's fair, right? I'm bad at the game. So how is it not fair that I get someone to be good at the game? Right? Like, it's not fair. So I just cheat so I get good at the game. No, I'm so bad. Even if I cheat, that puts me like on a normal level, right? It's like, if I didn't cheat, it would be so fucking bad. It would be unbelievable. This is me with hacks on, guys. Okay. That's how bad it is. That's how bad I am at video games. Even with cheats, I still fucking lose. You can put on invulnerability, I will find a way to fucking die. Another abyssal depths! Let's go! Smokey, get your ass on here, bro. What's going on, motherfucker? Where you at? Bitch, where you at, motherfucker? I waited so very patiently for you. I'm even in an abyssal depths for you, bro. Like, I'm giving you all of the shots here. Like, I could really use some reciprocation, bro. Like, I don't think it's asking for too much, you know. I mean, I know I'm marrying your mom, but like, dude, that doesn't mean we can't be friends anymore, right? Like, really? We're grown-ups, right? I'm sure we can get through this. I'm sure our friendship's been through worse, right? I mean, I'm still gonna hang out with you, man. Fuck. Who cares if she's there too, right? It's not weird. Oh, right. That was the abyssal depths I died in again. Oops. You know what, Smokey? I blame you, okay? It's all your fault for being late. You're still not online, bro. What is this? I cannot believe this. If there's one thing in this world, Smokey, that I can't stand, it's someone who's late. Okay? Like, that's one of, like, my biggest pet peeves. It's like, if you're late. 'Cause that's intent, man. You don't think my time's worth it, do you? Like, I can't believe this shit. Guys, do you see what I do for my for people? Like, you seeing this shit? I don't even know what to say, man. I can't believe Smokey's good. It's not. I don't want to say he's a terrible person, but like, I mean, at what point in time do you just have to fucking call the line, bro? And just fucking tell it like it is, right? That's how I feel about it, bro. Oh, fuck. God damn it.
no mana. Watercal! It's Bella! Need mana!
Okay, now I can buy tier 2 maps.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad.
Or you know how it goes. You don't worry about it. We are going around. You can come back when you need to. Don't worry. I got this. Okay, we are going to go through the shop and figure out what we need here. It is okay. I don't need that or that or that. I can't no, that is a good, but or that is actually maybe a good one. We will keep that. Don't worry about it. Sir, do not redeem. Do not redeem, sir. No, that is not. Please, no, do not redeem. If you press the redeem button, then we cannot go through the payment. Okay, so what happens is you go get the grief card, and then what happens is you give me the numbers on the back of it, and then I use that okay, sir, in order to retain the money so that when you put the thing in, it will take the money and then we will give you the money back. Okay, so you are using that money in order to get us the other thing. So we need your social insurance number, sir, and very much need the numbers on the back of your credit card. Okay, thank you, sir. It will very much help us in the tournament of figuring out who you are and understanding and getting the money to you, very much so. Benchod, don't know, that is okay, but it is not good. I don't know why you tell me to do these things when I go in and do what I know I don't need to do. But Smokey, where the fuck are you? I am not going to do this time. It is a no. Indian swear. Benchod? Benchod? I don't know how to say it, but it is funny that I know now there is a chod in the swear of a Ben. The Ben is a chod. He is very much a chod. We don't like him. He's a chod. Chod, motherfucking Ben, bastard fucker. I never slept with my mother and now it will never. Smokey, you are a liar! You are a liar and a motherfucking fraud. Where the fuck are you? And I do not get level through 2 keystones. Where are these things you say that I must do? Okay? I don't understand. It means sister fucker. Oh, lol, 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 lol. You are a sister fucker. Oh, that is okay. I will fuck Smokey's sister. That is a prime one. I am marrying his mom, but I am fucking his sister. It is a prime deal. I am also fucking his mom, because of course I am marrying her. But I am also fucking his sister on the side. And he is still not online. What is this shit? This guy makes me wait all day for him. And now he is not even on. What am I going to do with him? He's so late.
I shall follow the river.
So I will follow the river of your mind straight to your mom. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. This is just a bad map. These ranged attacks are so fucking broken. Actually could be a good one. Could be, you never know. When Smokey gets here, we're gonna be fucking shit up. I'm starting to believe he's not gonna show up though. Still not online. Smokey, jokey, Smokey, jokey, Smokey, jokey. Where the fuck are you, Smokey? It's the last time I trust you.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
There he is. What the fuck, Smokey? Get your ass on here, motherfucker. What are you doing?
Die forgotten.
You're a loading screen. Don't loading screen me, Smokey. I just don't believe it, man. I think you're sitting there fucking with me, laughing your ass off while you're playing on an alternate account. I just know it.
Of course.
One of these days you're gonna slip up and you're gonna be like, oh, hold on, let me kill this boss. And be like, what do you mean? And you're gonna be like, I'm fucking with you. And be like, wait, what? No, wait, what did you say? Like, go back. What did you say? Oh, nothing, don't worry about it. No, I will not let it down, Smokey. Oh, the rain of fire that falls upon you will knock you quite the fuck down, bro. There ain't no coming back from something like that. I'll tell you right now, motherfucker. Nope. Nope, I'm done, Smokey. Last map. Smokey's on Twitch today. Yo, Shaw, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, good sir. How are you doing today?
Die, scum!
We're playing some Path of Exile, Shaw. I'm waiting for Smokey to get online, but he's being a little bitch and taking his fucking time. Well, we had a pretty good day today. We had a theological, religious slash consciousness slash science conversation slash debate. Yes, hello. Oh shit, spiders behind me. I don't like spiders. Speeder, speed, and spat, and spout, and spat, sput up the spooter span. With a speeder, spitter, spout, and spank. Spittle spawns. Spit spran, sprotal sprout. I'm just scared of fucking dying because I'm a goddamn glass cannon. I got like no resistances. I need to get new gear. But I'm lazy as fuck. And I just want Smokey to carry me. He can be the front line and then I just stand back and do the DPS. He can be my fucking tank. Or I just kamikaze everything. 'Cause I'm just a badass like that. It's just a giant win. Lady Bastardo. You're a sheephardo.
Sans have you.
I asked your mom. I have my ways, Smokey. Even true things once said on Fox News becomes lies. Depends on how they spin it. What happens when corporations own the media? That's why independent YouTube and other sources of independent media are so powerful nowadays, because they're open to their own biases, right? Well, that's a dead end. Gold! Gold! I tell you, it's gold! We'll get the gold! Oh, I love me that gold! Nothing gonna stop me from getting my gold! I need my gold, son. Give me that gold. I hope that didn't hurt your ears as much as that hurt my ears. Oh.
Die, scum!
Ah!
Need mana! Die, forgotten! I can't do that yet. Behold the storm! No mana! Need mana! No mana!
Bitch. Get so motherfucker.
Speak.
Corrupted Nexus. Expedition. What's this? Moment of Zen. Why can I do this map? Hold on. Why can I do this map? All the way out here, just randomly. Same with like this one. I mean, why not? If it lets me do it, fuck it, I don't care. Gamer Girl Holy Tears. Is that like the new Belle Delphine bathwater? I could get me some of that, Callie.
You will burn. Victory is mine.
Talks, now I know 3 people who do the language thing. What language thing, Callie? Learning language. Oh, like Duolingo? Levi does that too. So does Cute Muffin. A lot of people do it. I should do it. Well, whatever form you use to learn another language. Get Babbel and Anki. I don't use it. I don't have time to study another language.
Wild beast.
Oh my god. Starting to want to do it now. And you can practice with people. It's another thing to talk about, Callie. And then you can practice with them. Yes, because then you can practice with people.
Sans, take you.
Smokey, get your ass on here. Oh my god, I'm gonna die again to the same fucking shit. Yup, same fucking shit. Smokey, shut the fuck up. Come help me. What are you doing, Smokey? Come help me. You're so mean to me. I have an idea. I'm doing it, I guess. Okay, well, there you go, Callie. That's what it's all about. Do what you gotta do, Smokey. Holy shit.
Desert fire!
Nice. I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
Go, mana!
No, there are abyssal depths you're gonna miss out on, Smokey. I guess you're too slow, eh? Guess you're too slow. Sucks to be you, bro. This one's all mine. Failed to join an instance. Looks like you're gonna have to wait, Smokey. Oh, welcome to my life. I'm gonna wait for you all the time, Smokey. Feels nice to have the shoe on the other foot, doesn't it?
Bada bop bop bo de bo. Bop ba bo de bo. Be bop ba bo de bo. Bop ba bo da. Ba da ba be bop ba bo de bo. Bop ba bo de bo. Be bop ba bo de bo. Bop ba bo de bo.
Oh my fucking god! Imagine if it was the other chick, it wasn't broken. Bogrix is like breaking every other day now. I'm vibing so hard right now.
Out of mana!
Now I am waiting for you, piece of trash blowing in the wind.
Yup. True, Smokey. I know how the tables have tabled. Kick mod abuse. Oh my god, I almost fucking died. Woo! Jesus. Apparently that thing can't take damage. I don't know what's going on with that. I have none with you. This is abuse? You're abuse. Oh, these ones are so easy to dodge. I don't even have to try. Ah! No, I'm not fucking around here. I've already died. Fuck that. I'm making it to the end. Fuck your bullets. Crazy shit posting right now. This is normal for Smokey. Oh my god, fucking die! Do I win? Did 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 I win? I think, oh my god, I'm not gonna win against Smokey. There's no way I'm winning against Smokey. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Are you gonna join or not? My how many times did I do it? I wasn't paying attention. I thought he did it twice. It's like the 4th time. The fuck is going on? Just turn it. I'm in the middle of fighting. I can't just turn it off. Bitch, shut the fuck up, Smokey. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck even is that? What the fuck? Was that an uwu? You kill me and then you say uwu. That's some pretty sadistic, fucked up shit there, there, Smokey.
Mouse. Beach mouse. beach, mouse, beach, mouse, beach, mouse, beach, mouse,
what the fuck is
mouse, beach, mouse,
fuck? Fuck! Are you shitting me?
Skill issue.
Need mana.
Skill issue.
Need mana.
Oh my god.
Skill issue.
Shut the fuck up. God damn it. Okay, Smokey. You make the fucking maps.
NNN.
You will die in tier 15s. You got any low? No, Smokey, you have to have at least some tier 3 or 4 maps. Don't lie to me. Don't make me waste my maps because you're fucking bullshitting around on maps that you'll never use, ever. No, I went straight to 15. Yeah, I don't believe that. He's gonna make me use my fucking maps, guys. God damn it. What an asshole. All I want to do is abuse him and his maps. But no. No, I'm not allowed to. No, I'm just fucking with him. Stone. It literally doesn't fucking matter. I just thought he might have some leftover maps, like tier 3s, tier 4s, tier 5s, so we didn't have to do tier 1s. But we're doing tier 1s, so fuck it. You have to go to my hideout. We have to go to my hideout. Go to my hideout. My hideout's better than yours. Anyways. Wait, why is there one map left? Why is there's one? Failed to join instance.
I believe it unwise to base our operations outside of the ziggurat. This seems like an unnecessary risk to take, and that Louis is constantly complaining about the lack of facilities. However, I will make this concession, since you have done such critical work.
Shut the fuck up, Smokey. You're so annoying. Oh my god.
A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
I'll essence your time, motherfucker. In part of the may open portals. Of course. Of course. Smokey, what the fuck are you doing? There you go. God damn. Okay, you ready to carry the fuck out of me, Smokey? Let's go. Leroy Jenkins. Oh, we're in the shit now, boys. We're in the fucking shit now. Fuck.
Need mana. Out of mana.
Missile here. Oh my god. Another one? I can't pick this shit up.
Garukan favors me.
That's 4 freaking things, and I only beat one of them.
You will burn.
Don't worry, bro. I got your back. Don't even fucking worry about it, bro.
Darkness awaits.
How the fuck did you complete that so fast? I think I'm running around in circles forever trying to figure out where the fuck the exit is. This guy just does it in like 3 seconds. Fucking joke.
Fall before me.
I hate you, Smokey. Why are you getting all the drops? This isn't fair. Ooh, an exalted orb. Thanks, RN Jesus. You're so kind to me. Unlike Smokey. He never does anything for me, guys. Not a single fucking thing. He's so selfish sometimes. Bless RNG. True. bless RNG. Rip that emote. I can't imagine what Smokey would be saying if we were on voice chat right now. He'd be shaking his head in words. Does that make sense? Like, supreme gamer lingo. Alright, next map. Let's go. Let's speed run this shit, Smokey. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Sometimes that's a bad sign. I am your loyal servant! I am behind you! I'll pick up all the stragglers, okay? Don't you worry. You just keep pressing forward and I'll kill everything that pops up behind you.
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames.
Need mana.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
It's like a mid-sneeze there or something. Whew. Throw my head right out of my ass on that one.
No mana.
Did you just eat all my mana, Smokey?
A fine reward.
No, not a greater desert rune. No, that's so important. I could never pick it up. Why is my life so bleak and lame and behind and boring and bad? Oh, it's me. Shit. Well, I guess time to take accountability for myself. Nah, fuck that. I'm just gonna smoke a bowl and pretend it never happened. That's the better way. I'm only human, right? I mean, what could you possibly expect from me? Wait, are you riding a fucking bird? What the fuck? Dude, look, he's riding a fucking he's riding a fucking bird. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, Smokey. You're impressing me, bro. With the money that you spend on this fucking game.
Blinded by rage.
Yet you won't spend any money on me. Game's more important than me. He left so I can take everything. Ah, I figured it out. Ah, you'll never know. You'll never know.
We meet again. Your exploits inspired us to come out of retirement, so to speak. The Grand Four are once again searching for the Triskelion flame. Reclass could sorely use its power in this time of darkness and despair.
Put loot on free-for-all.
Are so joyful.
It is on free-for-all.
But yes, now our amazing tale begins.
Legendary work! Oh, you're a natural at this. Reclass certainly does spill forth a surprisingly endless amount of undead horrors, doesn't it? All the better, so that tales of what we do here will inspire others all the more. To retrace
No, it's on permanent allocation. That's what you can say all you want, bro, but it's not.
The men and women who recorded our journeys were known as remembrancers, and they wrote down every detail for posterity. Logbooks were designed to be durable and to survive through the ages, so you should still be able to find them wherever they've ended up.
Nah, I don't.
And we'll set up an expedition. Ultimately, we must find the resting place of Alroth, the legendary hero, and with him, hopefully, the Triskelion flame.
Yeah, no. Well, we know where that wound up before, Smokey, when you try to help me. We know where that has wound up. Glad we ain't on chat. I called you a retard 50 times You know what's funny, Smokey? That's exactly like what you're doing right now. You're going like this. I'm like, to me, that's you saying this fucking retard. So what the fuck he's doing? Why is he just sitting around doing fucking nothing? Get on with your fucking shit. Wait, why can't, it says I have skill points. Why can't I put them in? I'm so confused. Two Atlas passive skill points. Oh, is that for these? And this is the only one that I can get. Yes, number of explosives is 1, just so it's super fucking easy to do that shit. Booze nodes around the outside. Booze nodes around that. You lost me. You lost me, Smokey.
A useful trade.
Dude, that looks a really good staff. Yes, booze. I don't know what you mean by that. I still need to... Oh, do you want to do my final trial? Dude, let's do my final trial. Let's do my final trial. What level do I have to be? I have 56, 65, and 68. Should we just do the 68? Broski doski dooski daisy dope and dobbin. Nah, you ain't have enough honor. Not wasting my time. Oh, so now I'm a waste of time, Smokey. Okay, you know what? I see how it is. You know, you know what? I see how it is. Okay. Okay. You know, I sit here for 3 hours waiting for you so we can fucking map, and you're just, okay, 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 let's go. Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what we do need, though?
I'm a scat man.
Fucking YouTube.
I'm a scat man. Everybody spells one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's singing that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same to you. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician using the advantage of reasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me feel weird and all that wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man.
Another abyssal depths.
So check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all asked out the meaning of scat law. I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Doo melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Doo melody.
Hate defines us all.
I don't want your fucking trash, Smokey. Motherfucker. You just put it free for all so you can pick everything up, isn't that right? Oh, I see how it is. Oh, I see what you doing there. Motherfucker. Don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. Ah! Smokey, help! No, oh, it's okay. I'm good. I don't need your help, man. Why would you ever think I needed your help? Of course I don't need your help, bro. I got this shit. I got this, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. We got it. It's you know, it is what it is. Just make it nice and easy. There's only one, and we just drop it, and we just fucking blow it, and whatever the fuck happens is whatever the fuck happens.
For the cowgirl.
Do we just get a logbook? Well, I mean, I guess you just got a logbook. Smokey. Smokey, so mean. Smokey, so mean to me. Oh my God. Ooh, Legion. Smokey, you're a fucking god. Too bad I don't worship gods.
The past leaves clues.
I mean,
This one may be
it's
worth
so
following.
like close, right? Like it could be, but it just isn't. It's so unfortunate, you know.
Wall of flame!
No, it didn't drop anything. That's kind of weird.
Purge the unworthy!
Oh, he's gonna do some vulnerability faith bullshit.
I'm carrying enough already.
Ah! Ah! Don't leave me behind, Smokey. I'm scared now.
Reach you. I've read this. If you
I
find.
have walked cursed lands before. This will be no different.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
What is it?
Hello there.
We need to collect more remnants. I have many, sir. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Okay, we ready? Let's go. Oh, let's take a tote.
Face me.
Oh.
A relic of worth.
Have you come to join my
Oh shit,
beloved?
yes. Hello, babe.
Join them!
I can tickle some titties right now. Where'd she go? Wait. You killed titties? Oh, you bastard! You fucking killed her! God damn it, Smokey. I was looking at those. Fuck's wrong with you, man? That's type of guy. Oh my god. That's why you like femboys, isn't it?
I should keep my time here short.
Guys, this is a guide on how to get carried. Find someone who's better than you and manipulate the shit out of them with as much baby crying and like begging and like, you know, being as fucking annoying as possible until they eventually just give in and help you. It's the ultimate way to get carried. But they don't know secretly that they've just enacted a pact where they, once they've accepted, now that you're just going to continuously bug them, and now they're basically on a list. And yeah, that's why you should never ever accept help from someone, because you never know if they're trying to blackmail you. Bro, shut the fuck up. Smokey, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, okay? I'm trying to say you're a good guy, that you're helping out some random noob, and then you go and you be a fucking dick. So you know what? I take back what I said. Don't, you know, do abuse them as much as possible. You know. They're not your friend, they're there for you to take advantage of them. Remember, the more people that you step on, the higher the ladder you climb. These are great truths brought to you by Intoxication. Follow this guidelines to become the ultimate person in the world. I was gonna say dildo sucker, but I was like, maybe that's too much. The road to success is paved by the bodies you leave behind. Indeed. We're all Griffith trying to get to the castle. Ooh, what's this? What does this do? Ooh, what does this do? Ooh, what does this do? Ooh, piece of candy. What does this do? What does this do? What does this do? What does this do? Ooh, what does this do? What does this do? What does this do? Ooh, what does this do? Ooh, what does this do? Griffith's quest is more a twink to find a body. For more a twink to find a body. Yeah. Guts if you're beastly, Griffith if you're a femboy like me. No! Oh god, it's gonna overtake me! I'm getting inside of the bubble! Oh no, okay, I'm dead. Fuck, I got kicked out. I wasn't expecting it to. Wait, what the fuck are these? Breach shards. You're a breach splinter shard, fuckface. Femto! Oh man, that just reminds me of Toe Connoisseur. He hasn't been in here in a while. Did that checkpoint just fucking appear out of nowhere? You read the manga, it got its first release in Sumiura past a few weeks ago. I did not know that, Stone.
No mana.
Been waiting 4 years for it. Good to have it back.
Speak. Go on. These are our supplies. A useful trade. Of course.
I hate this map. Thank you, Smokey. You're such a kind /hug. /hug. Ah, shit. I killed him. Fuck. I guess the slash part of the hug didn't really work as well as I thought it would. It wasn't me, guys. I forgot to sheath my sword before I hugged him. It was unintentional, I swear. Why is lightning the most powerful element? Shut the fuck up, Smokey. I'm going at my own pace, okay? I feel like you're rushing me, bro. I don't feel comfortable anymore, Smokey. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. For free maps. You guys feel the same way? Like there's just some sort of vibe that's off with this, you know? Like why would Smokey be doing this? There's gotta be an ulterior motive. And... guys, wait. Is it because the prediction finally came true and Smokey's falling for me? Guys, I think Smokey's falling for me. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Smokey, thank you. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. I'm a loot goblin eating up loot. That's all I do is I just go in there and loot. You think I'm going to toot, but nope, I'm going for the loot. Fuck you. Peace. So you stop running so fast, man. I'm an old fat man. I can't keep up with you. I'm just an old fat man. I don't got it in me. Don't think I got it in me no more, guys. Got no more in me. Okay, we got that. So do we go for crit damage or go to the currency exchange and sell those omens you got? 2 of them was decent. Wait, is this not spell speed? Does this count or am I retarded? What fragments?
Yes. Choose what you need. Gold is useless to me. Take. Of course.
Can I help?
I don't see omen. I'm so confused. There we go.
I'll post it right away.
What? What's up, Smokey?
What is it?
What now? Are we going or are we gone? Is this a new map? Or is this the old map? I don't remember. No, this is a new map. Here's the depths. I don't know how much more I got in me, Smokey. I'm fucking passing out, bro. It's 4:30. You're a pussy, you get loads of looty. I ain't getting shit. I'm just stacking up tier 3 maps that I'm probably gonna die in anyways. Holy shit, perfect jeweler's orb. Alright, yeah, no, I've got my loot for the night, Smokey. That's my loot for the night. We just went backwards. Don't ever follow me, Smokey. I'm retarded. Even though I don't know where I'm going, I will just somehow always go the wrong way, even though I don't know where I'm going. You think statistically, eventually I would wind up going the right way one time. Because I just, apparently no. Is that omen also good? That might be worth. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Fuck. You did that on purpose. I know you did. Just want to make sure I was going the right way. Yeah. Get on your stupid fucking cow. Your fucking cow with a tail. Stop wasting your arrows, bro. What the fuck? By the way, Stony has infinite arrows. Sar cows are sacred. You bet, Joe. Fair enough, fair enough.
Out of mana.
Ravine is clean. Okay, Smokey, you think you're gonna be able to handle it? We're moving up a tier. Now I'm scared. I'll make you fucking scared.
Yes? Choose what you need. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
Feels like
Let's do it.
With yourself, feel all high and mighty, O powerful god slayer.
Bound for the grave.
Uh-oh, Smokey, I'm fucked. Smokey. I blame you, bro. The fuck? How'd you let me die like that? Friends don't let other friends die. I can't believe you would let this happen to me, Smokey. You're supposed to be looking out for me like your younger brother. Why would you ever do such a thing to me? You're so mean. I don't know if I don't know anymore, Smokey. I don't know what to do with myself. I can't trust you. Every time I put my trust in you, you fail me. It's like at some point I just have to say it's just not gonna happen. You picked that up like you fucking know what. Wait. Oh my god, I'm retarded. Smokey, you're playing on controller. You don't have to mouse over the thing to pick it up. You just have to press the button. You have so much of an advantage in picking up items. I didn't even fucking think about that. I have to actually mouse over it accurately and click it. You just have to spam the fucking pick up item button. That's so bullshit. I call hacks. Smokey's using hacks. Smokey's using hacks. What the fuck? Who knocked me over? Goddamn spider bitches.
Blinded by rage.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Where are you, Smokey? Where are you?
Spirit, guide us. Out of mana.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Spirit, guide us.
You need to be close to get XP. I try to be close. I want to be up against you at all times, Smokey.
You will burn!
Yes. Go on. This is all we have. As expect. Go.
Okay, I'm staying in the back because there's only one portal for this. No, I'm playing pussy mode here, bro. I'm gonna get like fucking one shot. And then the map's gonna be over. So I'm gonna serious up and play pussy shit bitch here. Just so I don't waste the map. Because it's the only tier 4 I have. So we gotta get some more tier 4s off of this. I know, it's annoying, but I gotta play serious mode. Be all super serial.
Hello there.
You ready?
That's all of them.
Well,
It's good. Life in the desert depends on such skills.
Well, we skipped tier 5 and went straight to tier 6. Because the area is corrupted, so it's +1. Damn, you got speed buff too? Jesus. We're a speed demon! Speed demon! I'm like, why did a checkpoint appear on top of me? Yes, a tier 4. I'm glad I came this way.
What is it? Quickly. A useful trade. What is...
Okay, I think this is gonna be the last map of the night, guys. Last map of the night. I'm fucking tired.
The earth does not give freely. Those who dig too deep often pay the price.
includes us all.
Fall before me.
Love the racism here. W energy. The only way to beat it is to make fun of it. Make it so ridiculous that no one takes it seriously. Ooh, artillery bow. What the fuck is that? That look like that's high tier. Do you want that? Smoking? Just to have? Is it actually like a good bow? Never seen it before? Well, I'm glad this is the last run. At least you got something out of it. Even if it is useless, it's still cool to have for a collection. You could use it as, you know, it looks kind of cool. Maybe you could use it as a, whatchamacallit, a transmog. Ooh. How many do I have? Man, I can't even spell.
An ancient
Oh, 280k. I'm fucking rich, boys. I'm fucking rich. Let's go. That's not how it works, Shaw. That's not how it works. I'm sorry, man. I wish I could. But I can't break the laws of physics. Is the map done? Wait, is the map done, Smokey? Where's the boss? Wait, did we already kill the boss? I was not paying attention. Okay, well, oh, that's it for me, guys. 10 hours. Oh, man, we did it. Alright, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Smokey, you're a doll. I fucking love you. Thanks for carrying me. And, yeah. Not a very productive day today, but it never really truly is, right? So, GG. On that note, remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, who we are rating today? Who's the lucky, unlucky motherfucker we gonna hit with our shit today? Get your views ready. fucking go. Alright, fuck you guys. Peace. Have a good night. See you again tomorrow, as always.